of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the morning 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal, for morning's honor, for morning's honor. They raise their cry against the dark fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor they'll stand tall, the morning 50th answering the Emperor's call. The storm's all, the morning 50th answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line, their determination unbreakable sign, unbreakable sign. And the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone, their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night shining brighter than the sun. So let that story be told through the ages to come, of the morning 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Money and Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a beef stream, a stream hostile to our wallets as we know it. Because holy shit, GW, they've done the mother of all price increases. I mean... People are going on like, oh, well, on average, it's only 5%. On average, it's only 5%. Fuck the averages, boys. The devil is in the detail. $80+ for a single orc truck. I think it was like $60, $60-ish. Now it's up to $80. That's like a 25% increase on one model. Baby, they have decided to go full overdrive on these price increases, and let me tell you, it's been causing a bit of a stir. It's been causing, I mean, it's been causing a bit of a stir. Now, price increases always cause a bit of a stir, but these price increases, I've never seen the community so universally like, this is too much. This is too, also it's 44% of Trump. Also, it might be 44%. Universally, I've never seen the entire Warhammer community be like, okay, this is too much. Even the most Jorbo slugs, Corpo fucking ball washer of GW, they are all mysteriously quiet. Mysteriously fucking quiet, boys. My God. Aldair's classic GW move, make the most broken and overpowered coats in modern history and then jack up the price of all the units across the board. Exactly. This is all the, I mean, get a bunch of new players hooked on orcs Release the most broken codex possible. Jack the price up. They're not even hiding it anymore, guys. They're not even hiding it anymore. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. But I told you. I fucking told you they were going full mask off corporate. I told you this was the moment when they were giving up the pretense. They were giving up the facade of trying to be reasonable. And this, I told you, 11th edition was going to be when they went full fucking send. And yeah. Yeah. They've decided, you know what? I mean, basically, after they got away with absolute bloody murder in 10th edition, I'm pretty certain Games Workshop's stance on this now is, well, the stupid fuckers will keep buying off us anyway, so we might as well just do whatever we want. Think about that. I warned you. I fucking warned you. I said, if you keep buying, they're going to get worse. They were getting worse. They were getting worse. They were getting worse. And I kept warning people. I kept saying it. I kept being like, if you keep buying, it's only going to encourage their bad behavior. And well, look at where we are. Look at where we are, boys. Holy shit. So it's going to be a beefy one. It's going to be a vindication one. And it's going to be an absolutely massive day for the 3D printing market. I swear at this point, GW must have bought shares in Elegoo and all this kind of stuff. I swear to God. They must have done. There's no other explanation for it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. So it's a doozy, boys. It's going to be a doozy today. So strap in and strap on, because we are going full bore tonight, boys and girls. There we are. So that is obviously going to be the hot topic of today's stream. We are going to be covering the old price increases and all that kind of good stuff. But of course, this is a Mordian Glory stream, and it's a Mordian Monday stream, which means that we could talk, not only can we, generally speaking, talk about anything and everything, but I imagine that there's going to be a lot of people that have been working on stuff over the weekend. Maybe you've played some games, maybe you've been to a tournament, maybe you've done some great hobbying and stuff. And I imagine that we're going to have a bit of a catch up as well as a lot of beef. So it's, even though we obviously got the main topic of tonight, which is going to be the price increases, don't think that shuts you out from talking about anything and everything. If you've been doing something particularly interesting this weekend and you want to share it, we absolutely can talk about that. Or if you've got some interesting news you want to talk about, we can talk about that. Whether it's 40k, old world, bolt action, K47, old hammer, mid hammer, new hammer, whatever it may be, we can talk about it. Hobbying, competitive play, casual play, narrative, all that kind of good shit. We can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. It's a Morning Glory stream, baby. You know, we're like a leaf on the wind. We just go where we're blown. There we are. Now, with all that said, let's get into today's stream proper. And of course, that means beginning with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. It's time for roll call, baby! Stand up and be counted. Oh my God, we've got 200 plus people in the stream tonight. You know what? Go nuts. I'm never going to be able to read everybody's names out when there's already 200 people here. Full Sprigs mode allowed. Full spam mode allowed. Go nuts. Self-assessment roll call. Let's just see how busy it is. Let's see if we can break the on-screen chat, boys. There we are. Welcome to all of you beautiful bastards, to all of you salt-addicted beefmongers. Welcome to today's stream. Thank you so much for being here. If I may if I may be a bit of a shill myself, and ask you all to go ahead and like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you've not done so already. I know it's cringe as fuck. I know you hear it from every YouTuber ever, but it really does make a big difference. It boosts these videos with the YouTube algorithm. It supports the channel, blah, blah, blah. You've heard it all 1,000 times before. Like the fucking stream. How many times do I have to tell you? At this point, I've told you so many times that I actually... I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. You know what? Fucking dislike it then. Dislike the stream. Go on. Oh, Mordian's losing his shit again. Dislike the stream. Go on. I bet you won't. I dare you. Dislike the stream. I bet you won't. You fool! YouTube can't tell the difference between likes and dislikes. It can only see engagement. So for all of you that just dislike the stream, you have fed the algorithm! Anyway, moving on. Moving on. I'll say a big thank to everyone who's joined, liked, subscribed, all that good shit. But I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who has got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with all of the super chats and the member flex and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through, show our appreciation and show our thank yous. And say our thank yous to the people that have already gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Start off, we have got Russell W! Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby! Thank you for the support, sir. Thank you for keeping us fresh stock with new conscripts. And thank you for getting the stream started off right. I also want to say a big thank you to Macon! Macon is here. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for keeping us fresh stock with new conscripts to hold the line against the empire of the price increase. There we go. I just want to say a big thank you to Atomictivity! Atomictivity, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Mystery box in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Atomictivity. Hail Caesar. 125 by mystery box around today. I give it a 4 out of 10. I'm not a huge fan of metals or models. These are all pre-2008 models. You can build a very similar force from Victrix, £135, which are newer, all plastics. Hope War doesn't get into that loop where they release plastic things that sell. No one buys the metals, but the reason the metals don't sell is because they're not plastic. Let's have a look. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've never bought a Hail Caesar mystery box before. I've actually never bought a Hail Caesar box in general, to be honest. It's a game that I've always thought looked very cool, but I haven't ever bought into it myself. I've got the epic stuff, but not the full size stuff. So I mean, it is a hell of a haul, man. It is a hell of a haul, but I guess, you know. Let's have a look. Hail Caesar, Gallic. It's a lot. Basically, it's just a massive Gallic army. Yeah. Or Gaelic. Not sure. So you got £200 worth of stuff for £125, but a lot of it was the metal bits. Fair enough. Well, I mean, it's a bit of a shame that you're. It's a bit of a shame that you're not super happy with it. But you know, I mean, I don't want to. You know, run defense to Warlord. I don't fucking work for him. If you're not happy with it, you're not happy with it. I guess it's just I guess it's just the Hail Caesar range has a lot of metal stuff in it. I mean, I guess that's just the way it is, kind of thing. I mean, at the end of the day, if you know the Victrix range is full of plastic stuff and the Hail Caesar range is full of metal stuff, the only thing that we can possibly hope for is that this kind of shit encourages Warlord to, you know, up their game in the Hail Caesar range. But yeah, that's all we can. That's all we can hope for. But I mean, I'm not trying. Like I said, I'm not trying to. No, I'm not. I don't fucking work for Warlord. I'm not running defense for them. All I would say is, you know, it still looks like a pretty good haul. I mean. In the context of today's big topic, you still got £200 worth of stuff for 125 quid, you know? Hey, you know what? We can make it a 0 discount, right? It's weird, but I think it is. I think it is just. Do you know what it is? I think it's just the difference between the bolt action ones and the Hail Caesar ones. I think at the end of the day, bolt action is Warlord's like flagship product. So we're seeing they're putting a lot of effort into plastic molds, but a lot of that does seem to be going towards bolt action and K47. So I guess it's kind of like, you know, I bet, you know, if you bought like, let's say if you bought like let's kind of a good analogy for this, I suppose. Like, let's say in an alternative universe, Games Workshop does something similar, right? And if you bought like a Warhammer 40k mystery box, you would get everything in plastic, right? But if you bought like an Old World or like a Necromunda mystery box, you're going to get a whole bunch of stuff in resin, because a lot of that stuff is in resin, and some of it's even in metal as well. So I guess it's probably just one of those where it's just a different range, and each range will get different levels of support. Yeah. But yeah, it's still it's never good to like open a mystery box and you know, and be disappointed. I suspect it's probably just because the bolt action ones have been so good this year that, I mean, comparing them to the bolt action ones, I guess the Hail Caesar ones weren't quite as tasty. But yeah, but hopefully you'll be able to still have a lot of fun with the army, and hopefully once it's all built and painted up, it'll probably feel, you know, a lot nicer. Yeah, there we go. But yeah. So, but yeah, hopefully you weren't too disappointed. It's just, I guess it is the nature of buying, you know, an older game system has, I guess, older models with it. But yeah, there you are. But like I said, hopefully you still have some fun with it. What do we got next? But, you know, Atomic Tyranny, here's the important thing. It's important not to shy away from these things. You know? It's important not to shy away from these things. Like, if you know, we don't want to be falsely positive all the time, especially with like Warlord games. We want to treat Warlord games very fairly, all right? Like, we want to treat everyone very fairly. If someone does something good, they should get praise. And if something is not as good or is even bad, that should be talked about as well. So, you know, I don't want anyone thinking like I don't want to, you know, I have any issue with seeing any negativity around any games company. I want to see positivity everywhere, but I won't shy away from any potential negativity either. That's just the way it is. So Atomic Tyranny, like, I still think it's a good idea. I still think it's really good that you've sort of shown off the mystery box and you've talked about what you didn't like about it and all that kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, that's all just honesty. Honesty is the best policy. By being honest, by being also not shying away from sometimes the difficult truth, it means that as wargamers, we can make sure that we get the best war games and we get the best products. It's that simple. I think one of the problems that maybe we've had in the past is sometimes people have run defense. Sometimes people have ball washed when they shouldn't have. Sometimes there's a time for ball washing. Sometimes there's a time for honesty. You know, well, there's always time for honesty. Sometimes there's time for ball washing. Sometimes there's a time for criticism. You know, and this is one of those times where, you know, you personally have been like, I'm not happy. I'm not as happy with this as I thought I was going to be. This is the issue. You know, I could have got this in plastic elsewhere. And like, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. So no, I encourage all of this. I encourage all of it. I like all of it. I think it's all very, very viable, very important, because this is the kind of attitude that we actually need to cultivate across every wargaming space. This thing where we don't shy away from the hard truths, but we're not afraid to ball wash legitimately as well. There you go. There you are. So, Atomic Tyranny, thank you so much for support, man. And like I said, with everything said and done, I hope that you still get to have some fun with your with your Hail Caesar. Hopefully, once it's all built and painted up, maybe it'll feel a little bit better. All right, what do we got next? What do we got next? We've got Obelisk. Obelisk, thank you for the super chat, man. Bit of a long post-stream discussion. Have a tenner for it. Is a tenner thing you say over there? It is. We say tenner. Let's have a look here. Is it this one here, mate? Let's have a look. Is this one here? Yeah. I think that's the one. I bought the rule PDF for K47 to check it out. Rules seem interesting, and they have some of the semi-wacky or in-depth stuff Warhammer Fantasy has that seems to have stripped from Warhammer 40k. Unit destruction, van morale, and close combat loss seems like it would make the game extremely lethal, though, which I thought was something you criticised 40k for. Also, not sure about how simple close combat looks. If I were to collect my first inclination, other than just repping America, is the Axe Force that I'd want to loosely base on the Millennium from Helsing, Vampire Nazis. See GIF. Oh, Helsing. Yeah. I remember Helsing. Okay, cool. So, the thing is, right? I think it's firstly, I want to say, genuinely, big well done for actually going out there and looking into something. Because so many people, I do it, everybody does it. So many people are just like, oh, I'm not going to actually look into this thing. I'm just going to go off like my vibes and my gut instinct and all that kind of stuff. But I know like last week, you were sort of, conflict skeptical. Like conflict curious, but conflict skeptical at the same time. I think that's a fair assessment, right? But, I said, look, it's a good game and everything. I talked about it a bit. And you've actually gone out there and gone, fuck it, you know what? I'm going to look into this and I'm going to confirm it for myself. So firstly, I really want to applaud that because that's a very, very healthy mindset to have. Second thing I want to say is combat, close combat is very lethal in Conflict 47 on paper. But there's a couple of things that make it really not as bad, right? And the reason why it's actually not even not as bad, but it's actually totally okay. So the first thing to bear in mind is that, especially in Conflict 47, a lot of the best assault units tend to be either fearless or fanatic. This is one of the things that you're looking for in a good assault unit, which means that even if they lose one round of combat, they continue to fight. So it's very rare that in a proper combat v combat situation where you just have one round and done. Typically rounds of combat will actually go 3 or 4 rounds when you've got 2 fucking haymakers going against each other, which is kind of how you want it to be. Now, of course, there's always going to be situations where combat focused like units like Ursus, dive on something like a unit of basic infantry, just rip them to pieces, but that's almost, again, how it should be. If you're just like a normal human, you get jumped on by one of the best combat units in the game, you should probably get your shit torn apart. So there's a couple of other things that factor into it. Like, most of the time, combat units are fighting other combat units, and they have other rules that mean that the combat goes on a lot longer than you expected. And then there's always going to be cases where combat unit shreds something, but that's just the nature of the beast. But the big thing that separates, I would say, Conflict 47 and Warhammer 40k in terms of why does this thing look so lethal, but then actually isn't, is because in Conflict 47, similar to Old World, to be honest, in Conflict 47, units only ever really do one thing or do like 2 half things, right? So in Warhammer 40k, my unit can move and it can shoot and it can charge. And if you've got something like just as an example, if you've got a unit like Custodes, right, or even Blood Angels, and even Marines in general, actually, just there's many Marine units that this would count to, right, where their movement is extremely fast. I mean, the ability to move 12 inches and then advance, potentially giving you about a 16-inch move. And that's over basically all terrain types. Units move incredibly quickly. And then those same units get to shoot. And when those units are, packing, melter pistols, plasma pistols, they're throwing grenades and all that kind of stuff, the amount of shooting that a combat unit's putting out also tends to be really high. So a unit is moving incredibly quickly, and then it's shooting incredibly lethally, probably with just the small arms it's got, but also you've got rerolls, +1 to hit, +1 to wound, all this kind of stuff. And then finally that combat unit gets to assault, and everyone's armed with bloody power fists and thunder hammers and all this kind of shit, right? So the point is, in 40k, the reason why I have an issue with the lethality of 40k, and it's only modern 40k, because old editions didn't have this problem, is that every unit is able to do everything all of the time very effectively. They're able to move effectively, shoot effectively, and chop effectively, all in the same turn. In Conflict 47, units only ever do like one thing. Or they, like I said, they do two half things. So in a game of Conflict, if I run, if I go as fast as I can with a unit, that's all that unit does. It doesn't run, then shoot, then charge. It just does the run. If I want my unit to move and shoot, it can do that, but then it shoots at a -1 to hit penalty, which means it's hitting on 5s, because everyone starts off on 4s, so they're hitting on 5s. So suddenly it's like, okay, so and I'm only moving half speed as well. So either I move full speed and that's it, or I move half speed and I shoot, but with the penalty. Or, which is like two half things, right? Or I do just a shoot. At which point, I'm not moving, and movement can win games, right? So the point is that the lethality is a lot lower because units are only doing one thing in a turn, not 3 things in a turn. And that's the difference. And that's why, with a unit, that's why for close combat in bot action and K47, that's why it kind of has to be a bit lethal, because if you've managed to get your unit across the board, it's probably taken a lot of casualties. And so when it gets there, the few remnants are going to need to actually be effective. Otherwise, the outcome is going to be you get your assault unit across the board and then it just does nothing. And what's also important to remember in K47 and bolt action, because they're both the same combat rules, right, is that the defender always has the advantage. So if you charge someone, if you've got an assault unit and you charge a defending unit and they're out in the open, both sides fight at the same time. It's just an equal playing field. But if the defending unit is behind a barrack, is basically in any kind of terrain, whether that's in a forest, in a building, behind a wall, behind a hedge, any kind of defensible position, anything that isn't just a straight bit of open ground, then the defender goes first. So the point is that like assault is very lethal, but it's very risky, and it takes quite a lot of effort to like set these things up. Yeah. So it's really not as it's one of those things where when you first explain it to like someone who's coming over from like Warhammer 40k, for example, because for a lot of people, 40k is the frame of reference, right? They go, wow, you just roll to wound and everybody starts dying. It's like, yes, but when you actually look at it in the big picture, it's really not that bad. In fact, it's totally fine. Yeah. yeah. So hopefully that answers your question a little bit. Re the combat situation. As for going for America or going for Axis sort of Axis monsters of vampires, both are very, very cool armies. Both are very, very cool armies. The Americans, obviously, they're the more human faction. They are kind of like the Imperial Guard of the setting. If you want to be the normal humans fighting against the horrors of the Rift, Go Americans. If you want to be the Horrors of the Rift, then there's no one better than the Axis for that, because they've been doing a lot of fucked up experiments. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be fair to 40k, it does feel weird to me that you can't route units. Route units? Oh, you mean like in 40k that you can't route units? Yeah, I mean, you should be able to, shouldn't you? Yeah. In 40k, everyone fights to the death. But then everyone dies because the game's so lethal, so yeah. Also, it's important. One other thing to mention is there's a lot less dice being rolled in K47. I mean, if you look at like the average number of attacks that someone gets is 1. It's only like the best assault units in the game which get 3. So the best assault units in the game have got the same number of attack in K47 has got the same number of attacks as the basic intercessor. Yeah. So yeah, it's just different. There's just a lot less dice being rolled as well. Obelisk, I was thinking kind of Monster Mash with shipment of riflemen who are inexperienced in shirkers. Oh, I mean, that would be very cool. Yeah, like the maybe they're almost the food that's been brought along. They're like, if we survive the battle, we'll be okay, and they're actually getting eaten later. That's a very, very, very thematic army. Yeah, I love that. Very, very cool. Wallmeister, what are shirkers? So in Bot Action / K47, there's basically veterancy levels, and you purchase your units at certain veterancy levels. So you've got inexperienced, regular, and veteran. And then there are things on top of there are other special rules that can influence those things to make them better or worse. So for example, often you can have veteran units who are then also stubborn, which means they don't take any modifiers for morale, which can be very helpful because morale can be modified in a number of ways in this game. Now, shirkers is the other way. Shirkers means that not only are they inexperienced, but they really, 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 really fucking don't want to be there. It's typically used to represent things like penal battalions or people who have been conscripted from like occupied territories and stuff like that. People who just really don't want to be there fighting, but the only thing that's stopping them from throwing their gun down is the fact that they don't want to get shot by a commissar or some sort of motivational officer somewhere, right? So what shirkers means is every time you want your unit to do anything, you have to roll a leadership test, even if you've not got any pins. And also, for every pin you take, instead of it being -1 to leadership, it's -2 to leadership. So it's possible for you to have people who basically get shot like a handful of times. Their unit gets shot a handful of times, they just break. But the advantage of shirkers is they're very cheap. So the average cost of a man in bot action, for example, is 10 points. A shirker is 5 points. Because they're probably going to fuck up. They're just pure meat. They're pure meat for the grinder. Yeah. There you go. All right. What have we got next? What have we got next here? We have got Summerlad. Summerlad, thank you so much for the super chat, man. K47 starter box arrived. Assembling while watching. Hey! Dude, thank you so much for the support. I'm absolutely stoked that you've got your K47 starter box. That's awesome, man. And I hope you have a ton of fun assembling the models and building them and painting them. Nice. Amazing, man. That's so cool. Let us keep us updated. Let us know what you're working on. You going for the Axis bit first? You going for the American bit first? You're going to start off with the infantry, or you're going to go for some of those mechs? You know, let us know. Let us know, man. The style, personally, I would start with the style trooping, just because they're the easiest fucking models in the world to build. They're actually ridiculously easy. Yeah. Go for the mechs, baby. Nice. But if you start with the mechs, you'll find the infantry even easier. The mechs are fine. The mechs are totally fine. You work through the sprues very logically. Obviously, they're just a bit bigger, you know. But yeah, there you are. There you go. All right. What have we got here? We've got the Whispering Monk. Thank you for the super chat, man. Dining on steak, but it tastes funky. I don't feel so good, Mr. GW. It's bit, dude. It's this. This is beef beyond beef, man. Yeah. This is crazy beef. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a price increase so much. What did the Orc truck went up to $85 from like $50 or something? It's like a 40% increase. It's something. I've never seen anything like it. Genuinely, I've never seen a 41% increase on a single model. I have genuinely. Let me say something here. I've been playing this game. I say this all the time, but hear me, Jafar, hear me. I've been playing this game for a long ass time. I've been playing this game since I was 5 years old. And obviously, I don't really remember it back then. But even if we just take into account the last 18 years, when I really started buying my own Warhammer, not getting it for birthdays and shit, right? I ain't never seen nothing like this before. I ain't never seen a price increase like this before. I know we're all, this is like actually like crazy big. Yeah. It's we've got trucks that are the price of fucking battle tanks. Trucks now more expensive than fucking like Lehman Russ or something crazy. And then you've got Orc Boys, which are just, it's like what, £40+ for 10 Orc models? I mean, what the hell? And we know, so I mean, if you just want to get, I mean, how much is that if you wanted to get a green tide? It's approximately 40 quid, right? It's 480 quid. That's just for your Orc Boys. And some people say, oh yeah, you'll get the easy to build stuff, blah, blah. That's all temporary, guys. That's all fucking like, in a year or two's time, there isn't going to be any easy to build shit. There isn't going to be a chance for you to get this from a good discount. It's crazy, man. It's £41, is it? Even if you get that at an even if you get that at 20% discount, it's £393.6. £394. How much is that going to be in fucking freedom dollars? How much is a squad of Orc Boys in dollars according to the new price increase? It's like, isn't it something like $70 or something? It's something horrific. Oh, 804, about $67. Oh man. Oh. I think I thought we'd hit this with the last price increase. US prices and stream discussion. Let's have a look. $65. And bear in mind, that's not including sales tax, right? So why don't we say $70, including sales tax, right? That's $840 just to get 120 boys. Even if you get that, and Americans can only get a maximum of like a 15% discount, can't they? Even if you get that at 15% off, you're looking at $714 roughly for you to get your Orc Boys. Sales tax is about 10%. Yeah. Some say 6, some say 8, some say 10. Yeah. I think I said this after the last price increase. But I think we are reaching the priced out point now. I think we're at the precipice. I think we're over the precipice now. I think the last price increase last year, we were at the precipice. I think we're over it now. I think we're over it. I'd be very, very, very curious to see what the I'll be very, very curious to see what the line is going to be doing. You know? Actually, I wonder if it's been let's have a look today. The line's gone down today, boys. Ooh. The line's gone down today. After the holy shit, man. Look at this. Look at how much the line went down. That's when the price increase leaked. Look at that.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
When the price increase leaked, bang, off a fucking cliff. Woohoo, baby! We live in interesting times, boys! We live in interesting times! Oh my god. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. There you are. It's actually been down. The thing is, looking at the trend, obviously over the last 6 months, and that's where it went up with the release of the new edition, right? So it has been doing, over the last 6 months, it has been doing well. But if you look over the last month, it has been consistently coming down. I keep an eye on these things. It has been consistently trending downwards. I mean, it does go up and down a bit, as you can see, right? It does go up and down a bit. But this has been going down relatively consistently for about all of July. So about 6 weeks now it's been going down. Whereas if you look, normally it goes up. This peak here, that was about 2 weeks before it started going up again. If you look at this one, May, and go. So yeah, normally if it goes down and up, it goes down for like 2 weeks and then it starts jumping back up again. This is actually a relatively consistent down over the last 6 weeks. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Not financial advice, of course, but yeah. So since 11th drop when they got that spike of sales, or since they were meant to get a spike in sales. Yeah. Yeah. But we'll see. It could just be I'm not a financial expert in any way, shape, or form. Hence why I have a massive pile of shame. It could be legitimately that just the market in general is looking a little squiffy and looking a little down. Yeah. Although interesting, look at this. Look at the year to date. Everyone's selling stocks to buy trucks. Look at the year to date. So if you look at this map, you'd think, wow, GW's, they've come such a long way in the last year. But if you actually look, it's only up 1.5%. There's actually not a huge difference between here and here, when it's 1.5%. So interestingly, it looks like they had a massive sort of I suppose that's about the same thing. Let's look at the last year. Oh no, it is much better. So I was looking at year to date, not 1 year. Oh no, it's still very, 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 very high. Yeah, it's still doing very, 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 very well. So no, they're still doing incredibly well. Year to date, it's not really shifted all that much, but over the last year, it's looking great, and obviously over the last 5 years, it's looking excellent. So yeah, like I said, we'll have to wait and see if the line starts going down consistently. But yeah. Maybe it is overvalued or something. Who knows? Yeah. When the Cavalry series drops, you're going to see a huge boost? Maybe. I am less convinced of that than others, but I'm not unconvinced of it. It's a lot, yeah, isn't that like they've only just fucking signed the deal, basically, haven't they? They've not even started filming it or something. Yeah. Yeah, and if the show ever comes out, yeah, that's a good point. I don't know okay, think about this. I mean, I suppose the amount of sales GW makes could be less. Could it be directly? Yeah. What I was going to say is, let's say it comes out in 3 years' time. Think about where the prices are going to be then. And do you think that's really going to lead to a bunch more people coming into Warhammer or not? Probably not. But then GW might make a lot of money off. The share price might go up because it doesn't matter how many boxes of Warhammer it leads to them selling. It might just go up because the show itself might make a shitload of money. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's have a look here. What do we got? What do we got next? Donovan McLean, thanks for super chat. Like I said before, show me Warlord prices. I mean, what do you mean show you Warlord prices? I mean, I can show you Warlord prices, but I don't particularly like making comparisons because I like Warlord to be. I think every game company should stand on its own 2 feet. Not one should be standing on the head of another one, for example. So I can happily do it, but I want to make something clear that I'm not doing it as a comparison. You know, they're 2 different game systems with 2 different pricing structures. You know, and conflict and I think Warlord is a good company for a lot of reasons, not just because I think they have very good prices. Yeah. Donald McLean, it's a joke from American Psycho. I'm not trying to be too mean, but my God. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Yeah. Show me Paul Allen's card. There you go. You can't show Warlord's stock price. They're private. They are. They are privately owned. And that allows them to do all sorts of crazy things, like release an epic scale Zulu game. Yeah. There you go. Daniel C, I just joined. How bad is the increase? You're now looking at $85 for a single Orc truck, mate, amongst others. It's a 41% increase. It's pretty high. It's pretty high. Yeah. Not across everything, but on the Orcs. It's a sign of things to come. Yeah. They just weren't making enough money, guys. I don't know why that tickled me so much. We're just not making enough money. Fuck's sake. Oh, fuck's sake, man. We just gotta up them prices. Those are rookie prices. Oh, man. There we go. Oh. Yeah. Not to make fun, but we were discussing this on my stream and we were saying that 40k is 4 times as expensive as an average war game. Now it's plus 40%. Madness, just maths. They can't survive this, right? I don't know. This seems very high. This seems too buku. This seems very, very, very. I don't know, guys. I got priced out 3 years ago. What? To me, right? Not in a funny sort of way. GW could increase it not 40%. They would increase it 400%. It wouldn't actually make a difference to me. They could literally be like, oh, they could be like 400 quid for a truck, and I'd be like, okay. I wasn't buying it, but it was 40. I'm not going to buy it now. You know? Like, so it's I have no idea if they'll survive it. I didn't think they'd survive it 3 years ago when things started getting really ridiculous. But apparently they keep putting the price up and people keep buying, so who knows? Yeah. Who knows? If they increase the prices 100 times and 50 times fewer people buy it, that's more money for them. It's genius! Genius! What's that? 1 minute. Let's have a look. This is it. This is it. Let me show you this. We don't need to see the whole thing. If you've not seen this before, it's brilliant.
Look, I know I'm new here, but I really feel like I can turn this company around. We can start by having the staff stop trying to practically hump the customer as soon as they walk through the door, and we could stop the codex creep. But I think most importantly, we should lower the prices.
That's great. Thanks for the input there, Steve. Everyone give Steve a hand. Right, gentlemen. Here's an idea. We double the prices and half the amount of models. That way, each model is worth twice as much to the player, and everyone wins.
That's the best bit. Let's listen to it again. You thought it was satire. You thought it was satire. It turned out it was just accurate.
That way, we double the prices and half the amount of models. That way, each model is worth twice as much to the player, and everyone wins. Something else I wanted to talk about was a lack of diversity in our product line. I mean, sure, we have Space Marines, but why don't we have Space Marines? Hear me out. A Space Marine inside of a Space Marine. Oh, that reminds me. Gary, how's it coming down in the, Codex department?
Swimmingly, my lord. No. Give him 15 attacks on the charge and instant death.
It's so overpowered.
15 attacks on the charge isn't even that big a deal anymore. Think about that. Think about that.
Oh, and how is that cease and desist coming for those Flash Kids animation faggots?
Just great. We're having it expedited.
What's this? What's this?
Just great.
Cease this. Fuck you, GW. How old? Right. How old is this video? When was this
Tom's a pretty
made?
nice guy, but I hear Tom listens to Rush. And you know how I feel about Rush.
Hey Lord, a 14-year-old boy has been spotted using unofficial models at one of our hobby stores.
Mother of God. Mobilize the legal team immediately!
This is GW Legal Team 1, requesting permission to take off.
Take off granted, give him hell.
10-4.
That was made by the same people that make Space King. Do you want to know when that came out? Do you want to know when that video came out? 13 years ago. 13 years ago. The video has never, ever, ever been more relevant. It's never been more relevant than it is today. Yeah. It's aged like a fine wine. I didn't know Flash Kids made documentaries. I see Orc Truck prices have gone up. In response, Guard Battle Line will go up another 50 points. I've stood enough. 10 more points on Guard Battle Line. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy times, man. All right. But that whole thing about, you know, we're going to halve the number of models and double the price. That way, it's worth twice as much to the player. Oh my god. When that video was made, by the way, you could get 20 Caden shock troops for £18 in one box. And the reason why that video got made is around that time, Games Workshop took 10 of the Cadians out and charged the same amount. So it became 10 for £18. That's where the joke came from. Let me ask you all this now today, gentlemen. You would consider it a good fucking deal if you could get 10 Cadians for 18 quid? You consider it a damn good deal, wouldn't you? This is... You know how I keep saying send me to the black ships? Do you know how I keep saying how people don't realize how much they're getting fucked by Games Workshop? They have you have no idea how badly you're getting fucked by GW because you don't have the perspective of you think you're being fucked in comparison to the last iteration of this. No. You're not being fucked in comparison to that iteration. That iteration was also fucked. You're actually being double fucked. Because it wasn't good the last time. It was good the time before the last time. So even if we just get things back to where they were the last time, it's still fucked over where it should be. That's it. That's it, right? That's it. You don't actually realize how bad it is. Yeah. All right, what have we got here? No more memes. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going for Warlord. Ban me if I buy more GW. All right. All right. You are going to have to be... You have to go from Noble the Hypocrite to Noble the Pure. There you are. There you are. All right. Just ban him. Just ban him preemptively. I mean it. All right. Officers of the Watch, make a note. Yeah. There you go. What do we got here? We've got Mould. Mould, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. As always, sir, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn giga chad. There we go. As always, Mal, thank you. Macon, thank you for the super chat, man. Chances these prices are the Armageddon tax? Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is the Concord tax, boys. So some of you might not know what we're talking about here, but we so last year, I think it was last year, there was a video game that came out that was called Concord. And it was very, very, very badly received. In fact, the game had been like something like 7 years of development or something crazy. And when it came out, they shut down the servers in 2 weeks. Because it was meant to be like this like online... It was meant to be like Overwatch kind of thing, right? And the thing is, is that at the time it was seen as a great victory for video gamers everywhere because it was the definition of like corpo slop, right? It was the definition of corpo slop. Whatever trope, stereotype you can think of when we say corpo slop, apply it to that game, you won't be wrong, okay? But what people didn't realize is that Sony, who was the publisher for the game, Concord was 2 years ago. Sorry, 2 years. Wow, it goes by quickly. What people don't realize is that Sony was never just going to eat the loss because they're a big, massive business. They were never going to eat the loss. So instead, what they would do is they would find some way of recuperating those costs, indirectly. And then this is why we've seen Sony recently say no physical media, only downloads now. That is them. That is the Concord tax. That is them recouping the costs of spending so much money on this game and other games, and it being a massive, massive flop, essentially. Now, there's a bit of a theory that we've got on this channel, which is that Armageddon hasn't been selling very well. The Armageddon box set. If you look around a lot of GW stores, if you look around a lot of your friend local gaming stores, there are stacks and stacks of these Armageddon boxes everywhere, and they just don't seem to be shifting. There have been some stores, admittedly, this is completely anecdotal evidence, so take it with a huge grain of salt. But there's been some stores which have said they have seen a 75% decrease on sales of Armageddon versus sales of Leviathan. Now, of course, this could just be one or these could be numbers made up from the ether, right? So take it with a big grain of salt, like I said. But the theory is that Armageddon's not been selling very well, and this is why we've started seeing Games Workshop engage in some very hefty price increases, more so than we would normally expect. So like Warhammer Plus has gone up a ridiculous amount. And we've seen them do shit with like the weird shit with like the Baneblade sprues, and we've started seeing these price increases coming in as well. And this is all Games Workshop trying to essentially try essentially to cover for the losses of Armageddon not selling very well. And you might be thinking, well, aren't they moving a bit quickly? Aren't they doing this a bit fast? Maybe this has all been planned. I think a lot of this stuff would have been planned. It's just to the extent of which it's been planned. Like, do you think they ever intended for the Orc truck to go up 41%? Probably not. Maybe it was that's extreme. Even by 40k standards, that's extreme, right? So the reason that they might be doing that is because they need to cover up these potential losses. Because when is the next financial report? Well, it's in 6 months from now. So GW has got, well, not now they've got 4 months. Now they've got, 3.5 months. Games Workshop's kind of got 4 months to make it look like it's sold. They've made absolute gangbusters. They've sold like shit. They've sold amazing. If they don't do that and the half-yearly report comes out and they haven't done what they've needed to do to cover that loss, because then it could look very bad for them. Yeah. I don't think GW is worried about Armageddon sales because they sold those boxes to the stores. Great point, Russell W. That is a good point. But remember, they sell a lot to trade, but they make a lot less money on trade because they sell to trade at about 40 to 50% off. And I don't think they've been selling. And remember, they didn't sell out of the Armageddon box set online either. It never sold out. Just one day, it just got taken off the store. That was the big difference. So with Leviathan, it was like available while stocks last, and it basically instantly sold out. With Armageddon, it was just available for like 2 weeks. It never said no longer available online. As far as I can remember, it never said no longer available online, sold out. Just one day it was there, the next day it was gone. Yeah. Yeah. So trade is 60%. Yeah. So I think they would have made like, yeah, I'm sure they would have shifted a lot of the cost over to stores, but not necessarily all of it, or not as much as they need to make it look like the line's going up. Because the big thing is, even if GW makes a decent amount of money, if the new edition comes out and the half-yearly report comes out and it's like, oh yeah, we've not seen an absolute mega explosion, right? That also looks bad. Because it's like, wait, when did you, oh, how much money did you make? Oh, we made, let's say 200 million. Let's say last year we made like 200 million. Okay, what did you make this year? Well, we made 200 million profit. It's like, hang on, wasn't this like a launch year? It's like, yeah, it was a launch year. So it should have been much higher than that. Do you see what I mean? It's not about making the same amount. It's about the line always going up. And if the line doesn't go up exponentially, especially on a launch year, that could be a bad thing for them. Yeah. Let's have a look. So what have we got next? Godlike Poet, thank you for 36 months. Gets plasma pistol, overloads it, dies. Message and stream discussion. 36 Xbox, baby.
Infantry, sir.
Let's have a look.
Good for
Yeah.
you.
What are you saying?
Mobile infantry made me the
What are
man
you
I
saying?
am today.
Oh wow, this is a true relic. Holy shit, man. Let's have a look. So I've got something in my eye. Pick this up on eBay at honestly a good price for brand new in box with still the wrap on. A true holy relic of the ancient times. Got this, a metal penta engine and a complete old immolator that's on its way. Stop picking up the old metal penta engines. Stop doing it to yourself, man. This is like the fourth one that you've done. And every single time you say, I'm never doing that again. And then you do it again. At this point, I think you have to turn up to Tantalus cosplaying as a Repentier. I'm going to be honest, man. Like, I don't think you want to do that. I mean, we might quite like it, but I don't think you want to do that. I'm going to do fourth, and I think I am. Then going, if I'm going to do fourth, I think I am. Then I'm going to do fourth. All original. It'll take me a while for sure, but hey, it's nice to have a long-term project. Yes! I love it, man. He's going fourth edition, and he's going fourth edition in style. I absolutely love it, bro. That's incredible, man. That's incredible. And honestly, this is where I think people are going to end up going, right? I think, are people just going to stop playing Warhammer because GW's like shit the bed? No, obviously not. They'll just go and play their favorite kind of Warhammer. It's that simple. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. This is, someone said to me, a very wise man said to me a few years ago, don't worry, I just dropped some models. Magos Varney. And he said that in a few years' time, the Warhammer community is going to have to retake control of their game, and when they do, it's going to be an amazing, beautiful time. And I think we're getting close to that time. Yeah, I think we're getting close to that time. Yeah, pick up. It's just sprues, man. Frame was wondering what the Crash Bang wallet was. It was literally this box. With it's got an empty Ghost Warrior frame, and then 2 frames of the old Japanese infantry, a handful of bases, and some nippers. So yeah. There we are. All right. He has so many, you can throw a whole crate of sprues around and be, whatever. I have too much sprue. I do. I have too much of them. I'm going to be taking them all to the wall on Wigan Store and getting loads of free sprues, hopefully. I'm just going to turn up like they've no idea. I'm just going to turn up and just be like, I'm here for my freebies, please. Just like, bring it in, boys. Beep, 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 beep. All right. I'm actually going to move this box because I'm going to knock it off again if I'm not careful. There we go. That box is going to be full so fast. Yeah, exactly. But Godlike Poet, get back on topic. Hey, man, if you're into 4th edition, I'm into 4th edition. If you're into 4th edition, I'm into 4th edition. Let's get a fucking game in, man. You know, next time you're in the area, let's get a game of K47, a game of fucking 4th edition in. Let's just fucking have a good time, man. Let's do it. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. All right, Tiki, how dare you insult the Empire of Japan like that? I'm not insulting the Empire of Japan in any way. I mean, fuck's sake, look who I've been painting up. Look at this bad boy. He looks pretty sick, if I may say so myself. I'm really, really happy with how the paint jobs come out. You can't really see him very well on the camera, but look at... 1 minute. In fact, I'm going to show you guys. He's not finished yet, but look at what I've been working on. Look at this, right? So I've been working on some of the new Japanese, right? And I decided to paint this guy up. He looks so fucking cool, man. It's actually a very simple paint scheme. Yeah, but I was actually a bit intimidated on how I was going to paint him. But it was actually really, really straightforward. Yeah, it was actually pretty straightforward. So that's him. And then I did his little ghosts that he get as well. But they're very simple. I just did them in turquoise. That is plasmatic glow. Yeah, plasmatic bolt. Yeah. And then I've been working on some of the Ghost Warriors. So you've got like I've been doing all because they get I have the stat. By the way, I haven't told you guys this. I've got the stats for these guys now. Baby. I can't tell you. I cannot tell you what these guys are going to be able to do. But let me just say, you know, absolute blenders. They are the ultimate glass hammer. Yeah. All I'm going to say is, like, if you are a disgruntled Eldar player who's looking for a nice palette cleanser, and, you know, you don't want to give up on Warhammer 40k, of course not. We all love Warhammer, right? But you're thinking, you know what, I could just do a bit of a palette cleanser, but I want to go to a game system where my Eldar will kind of feel like Eldar again. You should check out K47. You know, Japanese are very, very much Eldar coded. Very, very glass hammery. Very blendery, but very, very fragile. Yeah, there you are. This is probably my favourite one. So I did this sergeant, and he's got a little ninja star. And I did the ninja star in the plasmatic glow, because they've all got power swords, and they've all got power weapons, right? That's why I painted them in like different, not just steel. I painted them in like the power sword glow. But I was like, what's cooler than a power dagger? A power shuriken. Yeah. So that's what I thought. I thought, should I paint them with like normal blades, or should I paint them with like power swords? And I was like, you've got to have them with power swords. I mean, this guy's probably my favorite. So this guy's my favorite. I'll show you guys one more. We get power bullets as well. We do get power bullets as well. Okay. I love this model of the this pose. The guy walking forward, drawing the power katana. He's just like, it just reminds me of that scene in Predators where the Yakuza guy takes on the Predator with the katana. You know, he's just like, yeah, it's so cool. We have power bullets as well. Oh shit! I dropped the power bullet. 1 minute. Where's he gone? Here we go. We've got some power bullets for you as well. There you go. So that's that fires. That's a compression rifle, or Shiboru rifle, I should say. Yeah. There you go. What about a shuriken gun? I don't think we've got shuriken guns. Yeah, I think that might be unique to 40k. To be fair, but hey, that's cool. You know, 40k has got loads of really cool, unique things in it. Yeah. But yeah, let me say, I should have said I got the new Warlord sent me over the new rules for the new stuff that Japan is getting with Invasion America. I can't talk about it until midnight on the 20th. So that will be the Wednesday stream ticking over to the Thursday, right? And let me tell you. Welcome to Banzai Glory. Not because they're overpowered. They're not even overpowered. The rules just look amazing. The rules just look amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Christopher, how is the K47 quality? In terms of the new plastics, I would describe them as near peer to GW. Okay? So, in terms of the level of detail, they're probably slightly worse than Warhammer 40k. But not by any noticeable amount, sort of 2 feet away on the table kind of thing. And you know what? 40k's got such a broad mix of models that is, some are much better than 40k models. Some are a little worse than 40k models, but it's very, very close in terms of the quality. There has been like 1 or 2 bits, like these Ghost Warriors. I did find that I had to do a little bit of snipping to make the heads sort of go on in a more natural way. But it was literally just snip, done kind of thing. So I would say that in terms of the overall sort of detail, very slightly lower, like 5-10% lower kind of thing. In terms of the ergonomics of the models, though, in terms of like how easy they are to build and to paint, I think they're actually superior. And I know that's quite a bold thing to say, but all of these models that I got sent by Warlord, they didn't send me any instructions for them. It's just one of the funny quirks. When they send the sample models out, they never send instructions with them. But I didn't need any instructions to build any of them. I could just build them off the sprue because the sprues are very, very well laid out. And without any instructions whatsoever, I was able to build 10 of these guys, no dramas whatsoever. So yeah, they are. I mean, I built this big fuck off mech. He's not finished yet, but I built this big fuck off mech as well, and I had no instructions for that. So it's one of those where the detail, if you look at it close up, you might say it's 5 or 10% lower, but the quality in terms of how easy they are to build, how enjoyable they are to paint, I think they're vastly superior. And to me, I really enjoy building and painting miniatures. So anything that makes that process smoother is good, because I don't want there to be anything between me and enjoying the models, right? I want to enjoy getting them off the sprues, enjoy building them, enjoy painting them. I just want all of that to be, for me, I like that to be stress-free, because I want to do this for fun, So yeah, for me, the process of building and painting the models is phenomenally enjoyable. Really, really is very, very enjoyable. So yeah, in that regard, I think they're much better than modern Games Workshop stuff, which tends to be a little bit more detailed, but a lot harder to build. Like you can't just build them and then enjoy them, if that makes sense. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question. Comments on just like, I finished the K47 starter set. I wanted more. Yeah, that is one of the. It's a good downside. It's one of the downsides. Is that the models tend to be almost so easy to build and so enjoyable to paint that you sort of blast through them in half the time it would normally take you, and you're like, more, I need more. And so you end up being like, fuck it, I'll get some more. Like I've just built and painted 10 of these guys that Warlord sent me as a like, preview. And I always put skin in the game, right? And I've got 25 more that I've pre-ordered, which I'm very much looking forward to building and painting as well. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. What do we got next? We've got Cool German Dude. Thank you for the giga chat, mate. The Slugs. GW is a business. They can charge whatever they want. Me, and I'm a consumer in a free market, and I can find these prices unacceptable. That's so true. That's actually a really, 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 really good counter argument, because people always go, they can charge what they want. They're a business. It's like, yes, but I'm a customer. I don't have to pay what they demand. Not anymore. Back in the day, there was only one game in town. And I'm not even talking, I don't mean game system, I mean only one manufacturer. Now, if GW wants to charge that much for orcs, someone will come up with a cheaper plastic alternative, not even 3D printed, and people will pay for it instead. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, very good point, cool German dude. Very good point indeed. Also the men, they yearn for the Carpathians. Bo the Yo, thank you for the big super chat, baby. Yes. Starting a curry fund. Hey! Always a bit of curry. Also, check out Legio Ferrum Ogre on Etsy. They're going to look awesome with my Steel Legion company. I'll have a look right now, mate. Let's have a look. Legio Ferra. Steel Legion. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, this is literally exactly what we were just talking about, isn't it? Yeah. And look how easy they are to build. That's the parts that they come in. Right? Literally, just glue top there. Arms go on there. Bish, bash, bosh. Piece of piss. How much are they? 34 pounds. 35 pounds, I should say. There's some postage costs, but obviously that's with being in the postage is expensive because it's coming from Poland. But I imagine if you bulk buy, it won't be so bad. But still, yeah, they look amazing, man. Yeah, they sell Steel Legion normal troops as well. You goddamn right they do. Goddamn right they do. Excellent. Very, very cool, man. Very, very cool indeed. Yeah. There you are. I like that. Okay, what do we got next? What do we got next, boys? So that's what I was saying, Bo. Like, that's what I said, Bo. I said just before Bo did the super chat. I said, people are going to find... They're going to fill the market. People will sell an alternative. There's an entire industry that basically lives off selling a cheaper alternative to Games Workshop. And it supports a lot of people, that industry. Yeah. Tiki! Banzai! Thank you for the 41 months, man. Rhinos make great orc trucks. 070707. They do. So Rhinos do make great orc trucks. And obviously there is always, there's the old saying, anything could be an orc truck. Right? Anything can be. However, there is an increasingly common sentiment in the tournament scene where people are like, it has to be the right model or it has to be the right dimensions. And if a Rhino isn't the same dimensions, some people could be a bit pissy about it. That's where the whole joke of does it fit the hole on a piece of paper comes from, because someone was like, well, the Vindicator's a few millimeters smaller, so technically it shouldn't be allowed in the in the tournament kind of thing, right? But I think people are going to have to start being a bit less prissy about this, because we're getting to the point now where we need to have as many avenues as possible available to Warhammer players, or we're going to see people just being completely not even see we are going to see people getting priced out. Yeah. Or yeah, priced out and modeled out in some ways. I think at your local friendly event, though, it won't be a problem. Yeah, and I think amongst your friends, it wouldn't be a problem either. Yeah. What have we got next? The Lower Decks. Thank you for the super chat. The Free Slave Republic industry discussion. We get some Lower Decks lore going on here. Jesus Christ. This is about to be a whole bunch of people are going to be very confused about this. Sir, the Free Slave Republics of shithouse is going from strength to strength. Thinking carefully about your teachings, we've embraced the principle of mobile economics. Why set ourselves up as a static target to be raided, harassed, or worse, taxed? I don't care who the IRS says. I'm not paying my taxes. Instead, we have repurposed the slave caravan with a bit of elbow grease and stealing anything in big hole possible, created a carnival convoy of what can only be described as a rolling casino on wheels. Exactly. You see, that casino counts as native land, which means it's tax exempt. And even if it moves around, the land can move. This is the future, right? a rolling casino armed to teeth. We have games, entertainments of all stripes and legalities. We even host Conflict 47. Yay! The one thing we're not tolerate is slavery in any form. Other than that, the workers here share the profits and are now highly motivated as we circuit that underhive. With credits pouring in, my true plan could take shape. Lips loosened by liquor, gaming, and ladies' negotiable virtues for all kinds of information. And information is going to lead us to the Psi Syndicate. Right. This is... What is this going to be? Me, when the 10 out of 10 6'2" goth mode picks up and says, she's taking me home. I must be dreaming. You are dreaming. You are. And then you'll wake up. Right? And when you wake up, you are going to wake up next to... I can't do this. And when you wake up, you're going to wake up next to not a 6'2" goth muscle mummy. In fact, you're not going to wake up alone. Waking up alone would be preferable. Instead, you're going to wake up next to Chardonnay. All right, love. Oh, you gave my minge a right pounding last night. Now, come and be my daddy to me 8 kids.
All guardsmen, follow me to glory!
There you are. A man can dream. There you go. All right. There you are. Ah, yes. The North. All right. What do we got next? So, did you Google crackhead? No, I Googled English woman with bad teeth. It was like, and again, it was like, did you just mean English woman? All right. What do we got next? What do we got next? Sonubi! Thank you for the super chat, man. GW price increase memes in stream discussion. Laugh or we will cry. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. 6%. 6% price increase. 3D printing fanatics. GW customers. How unfortunate. Quite. That's brilliant. Games Workshop price increase customers. Why do people keep 3D printing our models? Yeah. GW price increase the Warhammer community. Here it comes, the fucking flash terrors. Brilliant. Wait, good quality mages can be reasonably priced? Games Workshop always could be. Hey, I love that, man. Nice. Can you not raise your prices for 5 minutes? Oh my god, these are all great. Games Workshop, do you guys not have wallets? Okay, I think that's the best one so far. I think that is the best one so far. Jesus Christ. GW, me, who just bought his first models. Price increase. I don't know, man. Some people pay top dollar for that kind of treatment. GW, we'll be changing some prices. The models are getting cheaper, right? Right? Yeah. Games Workshop, what are you doing? You can't do that. It's illegal. Pay for these new models we made right now. 3D printer go, bruh. Brilliant. Use the wrong logo, though. See, that was the good logo. We're on the shit logo now. In 40k, you can add a 0 in the end of every number. GW pricing kits. And I took that personally. Oh, my God. This was definitely the best one. They were all great, but this was definitely the best one. Do you guys not have wallets? Fucking hell. Oh my. Oh my
Reporting
God.
for duty, sir.
Alright. What do we got next? What do we got next here? Trevor S7, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. I tried to buy my nephew his first Warhammer minis. He saw the price and asked why the Warhammer minis cost 10 times more than the D&D minis. Because people will pay it. There's no such thing as too much. There's no such thing as a high price. There's only such a thing as will our customers pay this much? And the big question is, are these latest price increases a step too far? I mean, there has to be a ceiling at some point, right? There has to be a ceiling at some point, right? I wonder when we'll find it. Someone lad, thank you for the super chat, man. I got the British starter, not the general starter. Hey, there you go. Someone lad, if you need help with the resin Mark 1 robots, I'm presuming you got the K47 one, right? Let me send you this video.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
There you go. The new plastic ones are a lot easier, but the resin ones that come in the starter set are harder to build. So I'll send you that video so you can. It should help you with them. Okay. It's just one of those things where all of the starter sets are going to get replaced at some point in the next sort of 6 to 7 months. But until then, it's the starter sets are still coming with the old ones. I wonder if Warlord should just chuck I don't know. I guess it's just, yeah. It feels like they should just literally just chuck a box of a sprue of the 5 plastic ones in there, but yeah. Anyway, maybe they will do it at some point. I think what they'll do is that I think at the end of this year they're going to redo them all, and then we'll see what the new ones are going to look like. Yeah, I think. Even if they redid the current British one and literally just put in, all they'd have to do is put in an automated platoon, one of the new plastic mechs, and they could remake it with basically what exists right now. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. They threw me a free 5-man of a magnet. Hey, there we go. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Warlord should lower their prices in response to GW. Okay. I didn't tell you this. All right. I didn't tell you this. And I can't give you any specific details. And I don't know. I can't tell you much. All right. So, come in close. Warlord are planning to release another free STL at the end of August, but I can't tell you what it is. Okay, I can't tell you what it is, but I think it's going to make a lot of people very happy. Okay. I'm not sure I've only been given a vague overview. All right, I've only been given a very vague overview, so I don't know the exact details. But I think they're going to do another free STL for people. I've no idea what. I can't tell you more than that. I can't even hint at what it might be. Okay. I don't think the only thing I will say is I don't think it's going to be like as big as the Sturm Riser. I think it's going to be something on completely the other end of the scale, as it were. But it should be interesting. So yeah. You can speculate as much as you want. I can't hint or anything. All right, I can't hint anything. I can't tease anything. Yeah, I can't do anything. Do Ward have stock in 3D printing companies? No, I don't. Well, as far as I'm aware, I don't know. I don't think so. It's just there's if it's something that they don't, it's something that they do. If they're like, well, we're not really going to produce this in any format, but we think the community would like it, then they do it as an STL. Yeah. So it's one of those. I'm not entirely certain what the STL is. I need to get more information. But yeah, the point is that there might be one coming at the end of the month. There you go. There you are. Anyway, I can't say anymore. I'll give it away. All right, I'll give it away. Okay. So they're not, but that was, to be clear, I got that information, like 2 weeks ago. I've just been sat on it. So it's not actually in response to anything that GW's done. All right. What do we got next? Summerled, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new automated infantry. Yes! There we are, man. Incredible. Thank you so much for doing your part, sir. Speaking of gifted memberships, I also say a big thank you to Gutplate! Gutplate, thank you for the gifted membership, sir! Thank you for doing your part, mate. We've also got Denzel Wenzel. Thank you for the 30 months. Xbox, baby. Thank you so much, bro. 07MG. 07, buddy. Hobby project and update and stream discussion. Great stream. Let's have a look, man. Wow. Look at this, man. Holy shit. Now, that is a hobby project and a half. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 chimeras. 1, 2, 3, 4 Liam Russes. 3 basilisks and a wyvern and a hydra and another Lehman Russ over here, and then a shitload of infantry. Very, very cool. Looks like some Kriegers. Nice. Hey, that's the old Mars Alpha pattern. Very, very beautiful model, that one. I think they're the old resin Kriegers as well. Very cool. Yes, I love the old resin Kriegers, man. Very nice. Dude, they look sick, mate. Dude. They look great. Really, really, really cool hobby project, man. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel for 30 months, man. And I hope all the painting and everything goes well. There we are. Jenny Bratz, thank you for the super chat. Hobby and life update in stream discussion. Okay. First off, I want to say thank you to you and the MG community, expressly Commander HHL, for helping me through a horrible week. One of my family's been very sick in the hospital, and with the MG community, I would have completely broken down. I mean, obviously, my condolences, my sympathies for your sick family member. Obviously, don't know what the status of it is, but you know, very sick sounds obviously quite serious and everything. So yeah, I hope for the best for them, and I hope you're doing okay. And I'm glad that the MG community has been able to, support you through this. Like, it's nice when like online friends and stuff you can be quite close to them and everything. So yeah, he is home. He's needing care. Okay, well that sounds like at least a step in the right direction. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Right, fingers crossed. Well, with that, this series of stuff is out of the way. I attached a family photo from my USA so far and my previews of my next file below. Keep on, you magnificent bastards. Wow. Holy shit, man. That is a lot of Americans. You have been very, very, very busy. Holy shit. The new California Republic. You've just been working away in the background on these motherfuckers. That's so cool. Hey, look at all the 50 cal machine guns. Love that. George Washington is back, baby. Washington. 6'20", killing for fun. I love it. So cool. Hey, the Power Armor guys look great. Yeah. Very cool. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. Oh, we got some more here. So this is the next army. Wait, are you going it looks like more Americans, but it might be it looks like fireflies. Oh, is it French fireflies or something maybe? One of the 2 grenades. That's cool. Very cool. I love the backpacks. North Las Vegas. That's cool. Very, very new Californian Republic. Yeah. That's great. Hey, it looks awesome. It looks really good. It looks really cool. The project looks like it's really coming along. Yeah. Yeah. More Americans. Nice. Very good. I mean, you've got to have an absolutely massive American army. You've been working away like a busy bee on that in the background. Cosmic's going to shit when he sees how far the army's come along. That's going to be awesome. You're going to catch him off guard. Brilliant. All right, what do we got next? Butt Mountain, thank you for the Giga Chat. On a scale of inexperienced riflemen to surging Ursus, how would you rate the new Japanese infantry? Okay. These guys, I rate them a 9 out of 10. And the only reason I don't give them a 10 out of 10 is because the heads seem a little weird. And what I mean by that is gluing the heads onto the models seems like it's kind of hard to describe, but they've got this bit that's like jutting out here. Almost kind of reminds me of like a pharaoh's like fake little mustache kind of thing, right? You know, and it doesn't seem to glue on very well. So what I ended up doing with mine is I snipped that bit off, and the heads were on perfectly. So I don't know what the idea was behind that part, but it definitely, if you didn't snip that bottom bit off, it would make it very difficult to put the heads on the models. And what's interesting is if I look at the Warlord resin ones, they don't have that bit. They don't have that bit. So
you heard me. I said free.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird one. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's like a mistake in the sprue design or something, but yeah. Definitely a sprue connection. Where was your last eye test, mate? It wasn't a sprue connection, man. It was. I wonder if it's on the pictures. It wasn't a sprue connection. I don't think it was anyway. Unless I'm being very, very stupid, and I could be. That's definitely a possibility, right? No, it's this bit. Look, I'll show you, right? I'll show you. It's this bit here. See, just at where the tip of the fingers are. That's what I'm talking about. That bit, you can see it sort of there as well. And it's not the neck either. It's not the neck either. So I when you guys get your hands on them, let me know what you think. But I ended up snipping those bits off. Those pharaoh chins, for lack of a better term. I ended up snipping them off. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal with it is. But again, it could just be me being stupid. But if we look at it's a very easy fix. Don't get me wrong, right? And considering the amount of these bad boys you can get for such a cheap price, the infiltration platoon, I'm not really complaining. But if we look at the I'm assuming the resin ones are here. Yeah. See, look at the resin ones. They don't have the pharaoh chin. Do you see? Can you now imagine trying to put this head placement on here, and you've got this pharaoh chin sticking out? It just wouldn't fit, would it? It wouldn't fit at all. So yeah, I don't know what it's meant to be, other than it just being in the way. Yeah. So so just a heads up, I just slipped mine off. And then it was fine, no dramas whatsoever. So it is a bit of a strange one, but I don't know what it is. But I definitely think so apart from that bit, the kit is perfect. But that one bit, it's quite a glaring like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So I bet we will get some people that will complain about that, but I don't even think they're wrong to do so. But it's very, very, very easy to fix it. Yeah. And that's the connector to the tube that they have going around on the resin ones. I mean, maybe it just doesn't. Like I said, get your hands on them, boys. Get your hands on them. And you have a go with them, and you'll see what I mean. And look, you guys know me, I'm Warlord's #1 unpaid ball washer. But I got one sprue of the spree guys, and I thought free sprue of the new guys. And I thought, oh, maybe it's just a one-off. And then I got the second free sprue, and it was the same thing. And then I checked the online. I was like, it's meant to be there. So, yeah, there you are. Yeah. Unpaid. I pay them. Yeah, I'm Warlord's #1 reverse paid ball washer. Yeah. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? So I rate them 9 out of 10. I rate them unsurging Ursus. What do we got next? Commander HHL, thank you for super chat. But can I hit the hole on a piece of paper? Hey! I love it, man. I love it. Fox Knight, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes. Thank you so much, bro, for the generous super chat, man. I took Max Killing Robots with GT this weekend and got a 50% win rate. I was the only Admech player. Also, in one game, my unit of Dragoon Lancers charged Defiler turn 1, got 12 stayed hits, and did 34 wounds, killing it. That is so cool. I've always thought the Dragoons look way cooler than the gun ones. The Iron Strider, Ballistari, whatever it was. Like, Taser Land Dragoons are so obviously cool. Yeah. Very, very, very fucking cool. So I love that. And to be honest, I love a lot of things about AdMech. I love the Castellan robots. I love the Lancers. Yeah. Oh, looks great. Yeah. Amazing. That's so cool, man. Well done. 50% win rate. Very, 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 very impressive. And you did it with a really cool army as well. So there we are. Johnny Johnson, thank you for the super chat. Check the stream. A blast from the past. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Colonel Schaffer's Last Chances. I can probably name most of them. I don't think I can name all of them, though. You've got Schaffer, Warrior Woman, Ox. I feel like that one is brains and that one is fingers. That's Hero. Animal. And you've got Rocket Girl. And then these ones I can never... But that one's probably called Ivan or something stereotypical. Yeah. Very cool, though. Very, very, very cool. I used to know them all. It's been a long time, though. Dude, such a cool squad. Probably you could actually use that to represent a Cadian Recon squad quite effectively when you think about it. You got the missile launcher. You've got the stubber. You've got... I mean, I think you can take a plasma gun or a melter gun, can't you? So there you go. Yeah. Cool Cadian Recon squad right there if you wanted it. Yeah. Very nice, Johnny Johnson. Very nice. You've done a good job on painting them as well. Excellent stuff. A real blast from the past. Nice. What have we got here? Chicken Detonator. Thank you for super chat. Dodging GW prices in stream discussion. How we will all be making trucks to dodge the GW price increase.
Today, we're putting another toy on trial.
What's this? I built a Catachan Centaur from a $17 toy truck. Hello. Hey, I'm interested.
The charge? Pretending to be a Warhammer 40k Centaur. By the end of this video, we'll see if it's innocent or guilty.
Verdict of plastic. This is a cool idea.
Cost me $17 on Amazon.
Let's roll it on. That's brilliant.
Diecast rolls really smooth, has working fold-down steps at the rear, and the canvas cover simply pops off. I know a lot of people wanted a roof on the new Centaur, so I figured this would make a great starting point. The first step is removing the screws from underneath to see what we are working with. Once it's apart, it's got quite a few pieces that come loose, especially inside the cab.
I mean,
it's much easier to modify.
I think he's making this a lot harder than it needs to be.
And my monster truck, Studebaker. I'll link these in the description for those interested. They're both kit bashed. It's noticeably smaller than the LAV and actually scales very well.
Okay, that's unbelievably cool. That is unbelievably cool. This guy's got a fucking LAV for 40k. Oh my god.
If you wanted to leave it mostly soft,
that's amazing.
Old Action or Conflict 47, which was the original reason I bought it. Since my LAV did so well, I made the pivot to 40k. Now the surgery begins. The first thing to go is the exhaust, which was just 2 little snips, followed by the little eye connector hook on the rear of the driver compartment, which is metal. My original plan was to shorten the vehicle by pushing the front and rear sections together. That sounded easy, until I remembered the chassis is die-cast metal. I tried just about every pair of cutters on my hobby desk, and none of them could get through it. My clippers handled the plastic body just fine, but the metal chassis was another story. In the end, I took it out to the garage and finished the job with a pair of bolt cutters. If you're planning to repeat this conversion, and I know I will again, I honestly wouldn't bother removing the small metal section. It weakens the chassis, takes a lot of effort, and even after all that work, there are still molded details that leave a noticeable gap. It simply wasn't worth the time. Originally, I thought this
I was gonna
was
say
the Torox. Halfway through the cutting, I changed my mind and committed to making a Centaur instead. Sometimes projects just evolve as you build.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have another toy I plan on being a Torox.
That's why he was shortening it.
With the cutting finished, it was time to start putting everything back together. I glued the driver's compartment back into place without reinstalling the clear plastic windows. That mistake would come back to haunt me later.
And that's what we call foreshadowing.
Moving to the rear, I trimmed away the molded ladder tab to create a flat surface. My first idea was replace the little ladder with a rhino door, but it ended up being much taller than I expected, so I did have to trim it down.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
I started with an Imperial Guard tank hatch and a Space Marine heavy machine gun. Looking back, both pieces felt a little oversized. I even experimented with a Razorback hatch instead of the rear canvas
Okay,
tarp,
fair.
but that was too small. I even spent nearly a half an hour cutting plastic cards to fill the gaps, and even tried making a custom covers for the Razorback weapon opening. Eventually, I admitted my first idea was the better one and mounted the larger hatch on the passenger side instead. I also added a Space Marine spotlight next to that. To finish off the cab, I added a pair of Imperial Guard exhausts.
Okay, that's good.
One on each side. And that's the exact moment I realized I'd forgotten to reinstall the cab windows.
That's called foreshadowing.
When I tried pulling the cab back apart, one of the exhausts snapped clean off. Honestly, I think it was for the best. Divine intervention. Having the exhaust blast directly into the gunner's face probably wasn't the greatest design choice anyway. Since
That's
I
a very
couldn't reinstall
40k.
the original clear window piece, I dug through my bits box and found the front vision block. Not cutting it, just grabbed the rotary tool.
Let's have a look. Okay, so it looks great, but I really think that he made it a lot more difficult. I think all he really needed to do, when you actually look at it, this is fine, like it's trial and error. His mistakes are our gain in a positive way. I don't mean that in a slagging him off kind of way. Yeah, basically all he needed to do was slap this on the top, that, and put the sort of the armored cab on the front, and that was it. I don't even know if he needed. I don't even know if he needed to do that rear bit. I mean, sure, maybe, but I think the lessons learned from this is that take the truck, slap some 40k bits on it, paint it up in a badass color scheme. You're good to go. Yeah. Yeah. It is very cool, though. It is very, very cool. Yeah. I like that. Okay, what do we got next? Yeah, that's how we're going to be having to do our... How to dodge the GW price increases. Buy a $17 truck. I mean, it's crazy. That bit comes... I mean, it comes pre-assembled with metal parts for $17. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat, man. Cybertoast is an update in stream discussion. If it's him telling me I'm bald, I don't want to know. Right, let's have a look here. Is it his army list? I think it was the army list. All right. So the guard is back, boys. And yeah, so this is, I think you want me to review this army list. So Ursula Creed, Cadian Command Squad with an upgrade of some kind. I'm going to presume at 10 points it's going to be Death Mask of Alonius Pius. Lemurus Commander with the Martial Cannons. Caden Shock Troops, Death Cove Creek, 5 Rattlings, Basilisk, Hellhound, Hydra, Exterminator. So, I don't know what detachment it is, and there is a little bit of missing information here and there. Is it bad? No. It's a solid, fine list. Not great, but not terrible. Very, very middle of the road. So, you have enough order. I mean, let me go through. So you have 2 Lehman Russ commanders, which I presume you paid for demolishers on. I probably wouldn't pay for demolishers. I'd take them cheaper and I'd give them exterminator autocannons. That's the first thing I'd do. Second thing that I would do is combine arms with abhuman taking hold. Okay, well you have nothing in here that benefits from abhuman apart from 5 rattlings, which is I would say is a problem, to be honest. Okay, let me go through it step by step. The Rust commanders. Plus you've got Creed and those 2 command squads. I think you're massively oversaturated with orders. Let's look at this. You've got 2 units of infantry, which realistically are going to need orders. The 2 big blobs. So that's the Cadian command squads covering that. You've then got 2 Lehman Russ commanders and 2 exterminators. Well, the Russ commanders do 4 orders, so that's all that covered. So what is Creed doing in this list? I mean, maybe you order the Hydra around with Creed. Maybe you order the Basilisk around with Creed. But it's not like it's not the most efficient use. And to be honest, I think you'd be much better off. And I think a single Basilisk isn't really worth it. So what I would probably do is either downgrade the Rust commanders or drop Creed. Yeah. The orders anything stratagem. Well, if you're going for the orders anything stratagem, why do you have the Rust commanders? Because what you'd be better off doing is dropping making the Rust commanders cheaper, making them like battle tanks or something, or demolishers, and then paying for Grand Strategist on one of your Cadian command squads. Because Creed is then that's like 4 orders right there for your tanks. So that's what I would do. So what I would do going through this is I would drop the Rust commanders down to demolishers. That's going to save you 50 points a pop. So that's 100 points saved right there. I would then probably drop the... No, I think literally I drop them down. And then I would take a Grand Strategist and a Cadian Castellan. Because what that will do, that's going to get you 3 orders off Creed, 3 orders off the Cadian Castellan with Grand Strategist, and 2 orders off the command squads. So that's 8 orders in total. You're going to have 2 blobs of infantry, 4 tanks, a Hydra, and a Basilisk, which are all going to want orders. That's 8 orders right there. There you go. Job done. Very, very simple change. All you're doing... and actually, you'd have 30 points left over after that change. Wouldn't you? Because you're saving... Wait, have you got 10 points in the bank? Yeah. Because you're saving 100 points, but then spending 70. And you've got 10 points. So that gives you 40 points in the bank. What would I spend 40 points on? That's a lot. So what you could do is upgrade the Basilisk to another proper Lehman Russ. You get a Vanquisher for that. And have 5 points left over. The other thing is you drop the Basilisk down to a Hydra. And that saves you 25 points, which gives you 65 points overall. That 65 points gets you another squad of Ratlings. Or Scout Sentinel. Should I take Leontus for the extra command points of the Castellan? No, I don't think you need. Not with Creed. I think you take Creed or Leontus in this list. I don't think you need both. Yeah. So yeah. That's what I would do, man. I would get more efficient on your orders, and that will save you a bunch of points. And then with those points that you've saved, you can then either upgrade, downgrade, or add more units into your list. There you go. But you see, it wasn't a bad list. It just needed a bit of tweaking. All right. Hope that helps, man. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, bro. Picture in stream discussion of a trip I had today. Okay, so I had a 200-mile round jolly today, visiting a few wargaming shops. The 8th Army I'm painting in the light green for early Far East British forces. 2 of the shops I visited I hadn't been to before: Hobby Workshop in Sheffield and Outpost in Sheffield. I've been to Hobby Workshop. It's very good. I haven't been to the Outpost though. Nice. You just bought an absolute shitload of stuff. Nice. Cool, man. Nice. Hey, that's cool. I need to get a handle on these army paint shades, because I've only ever used their old strong tone and it was very bad. But I've heard their new stuff is much better. But I'm enjoying the Duncan Rhodes paints, to be honest. But yeah, nice, John. Hey, might have been a big trip, but sounds like it was a very productive trip. So there we are. Cyber Toast, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, Mordia, my first guard list in stream discussion. Hey, well, we've already covered it, but big shout out to you and Commander HHL. I 07 for both of you, and thank you for your support. There you are. Lancet Lindblom, thank you for super chat. Local community pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. North Alabama bolt action. 30 people came out. Biggest showing yet. Nice. Very cool, man. I'm loving all of the American trucks and tanks and stuff. Very cool. Very, very cool. Look at that board with the train. I love the train, man. And the chaffee. Yes. Can't wait for the plastic one to come out. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wow, it looks like an absolutely mental game, man. Infantry running all over the place. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy times. Cool. Very cool. I have to say, I do love the terrain that you guys play on. Yeah, it looks amazing, man. I mean, look at that, boys. Look at that. That's a beaut, that is. That's a beautiful, beautiful board to get to play on. That's cool shit, man. Nice. Lancet, I have to say, I always really enjoy the community pictures that you send in, man. They're always a ton of fun, and I always think they're really, really, really fucking cool. Yeah. Good shit, man. Very, very good. Thank you for sharing them. And we've got one more super chat here, and then we'll get to the beef. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for super chat, man. New acquisition for my Steel Legion force, all metal. Wow. Got some new acquisitions, Steel Legion. Got them a decent price on eBay, so we're expanding that force. Wow. Very, very cool, man. Very, very fucking cool. The old classics, eh? The old classics. I love them. So fucking cool, man. Nice. Nice. Okay, Kuroki. We've got one more super chat here. Valhalla Melter. Thank you for the super chat. I tripped and my card hit the reader. Picture and stream discussion. Yes! Yes! Amazing, man. We've got Mark. We got two. We got an automated. Wait, two. Wait. I thought they were just the commanders. You got two infantry platoons, two automated infantry platoons, and B for Bertie, and the Hornet. Wait, is that a full army? I feel like that must be a full army, right? Blip. A little bit of a blip. Spam refresh in chat, boys. Yeah. It's a full 1.5k. Amazing. Amazing. Spam refresh, boys. Refresh. 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 Catchy. What does it mean? It should be back now. It takes a second for it to come back. But yeah. But yeah, that's GW blocking the beef. Yeah. With 5 Mark 1s to spare. Amazing, man. That's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool, bro. I love it. Pardon me. I love it, man. It's crazy how good a deal that is, though, when you think about it. So you've got 5 Mark 1s to spare. And those automated platoons are like 50 quid each, aren't they? Right? And you can get them for a discount from your local shop, right? But let's have a look. Yeah. 40 quid from your local. Yeah, so 20% off. Yeah. So, wait. You're telling me you just got a full Conflict 47 army? I'm guessing it was all 20% off, right? Let me work this out. 50, 50, 12, 41, 50 times 0.8. Do you get that entire army for about 120 quid, roughly speaking? Plus accoutrement. Well, you know, it should be separate price on top of that. Fuck. I fucking love Conflict, man. I fucking love this game, man. That's like 2 orc trucks. Oh, no, sorry. 3 orc trucks. 3 orc trucks would actually be more expensive than that. Oh, 70 pricing index orc trucks. How many orc trucks is that? How many orc trucks? I can only work things out in orc trucks, in number of orc trucks. That's, yeah. I'm trying to work out, actually, how many orc trucks is it? I might have been underestimating the orc truck cost. Oh, so that was in American. Let me find it in British. Let's have a look here. Oh no, sorry, I was wrong. Orc trucks are £52 now. I was estimating them at. I thought they were £41. Sorry, my brain just can't hold on to the fact that GW just increased an orc truck to 52 quid. So that was actually if you bought that entire army, not taking into account Woody's discount, okay? So just new in box from Warlord versus new in box from GW. You can get it will cost you more for 3 orc trucks than it would to get you an entire army for K47. Because the orc truck is £52 each. So times that by 3, 156. Woody's thing was 50 plus 50 plus £41.50 plus 12. That's £53.50. So it's £2.50 cheaper to get an entire army. Well, that's an interesting fact. That's an interesting fact. Oh man. How did you find the Hornet? I'm concerned about the resin/metal combo. It wasn't too bad. I'll show you the one bit that you want to keep an eye out for. Okay.
Jaffa, Cree! Kelmakol! Kritak!
Okay.
You heard me? I said Cree!
Okay. So it's the same on every one of these models, okay? This back bit here. Let me see if I can get the camera to focus on it. So this whole top bit, so shoulder pads, top sort of bit here, and this big back bit here, going all the way down, round, under here, that's one piece. And it slots into... Moment, this camera needs to stop being a dickhead. In fact, I might be able to show you better on the website, actually. Okay, no, 1 minute. Here you go. Okay. So, you see this bit here? That's the bit I was talking about. That's all one bit. That slots into this on the back here. Okay. And what I found is that it came and it didn't fit. And there's 2 things that I had to do to make it fit. Now, I think the easiest thing to do is to get a hairdryer on it. Get a hairdryer on it and basically bend it down so that it fits in there. But even then, you'll probably get a little bit of a gap. The other option is to shave the big lump, to shave it on the back a bit. But I'll be careful with that because that involves the hobby knife. So yeah, the rest of the model was absolutely fine. Just use the Mordian patented super glue and milliput combo. Okay, because if you just use super glue, you got, it's you use the milliput because it gives you a bit of play. right? It gives you a bit of play. So you sort of, what you do is you put the super glue in the, like if we were doing this leg, for example, you'd put a bit of super glue in there. Make sure you get Loctite, get the good stuff. Get a bit of milliput, mix it together. Obviously, put that in there, and then stick that onto the side of the leg here, and it gives you instant connection, but also a bit of play at the same time. So yeah, but that's as long as you use the milliput and super glue combo, you won't have an issue gluing these bits together. And the only bit that you need to be aware of is this bit connecting down onto this bit. That's it. Does green stuff work? So green stuff is okay, but it's a lot tackier and it's a lot denser. So I would recommend milliput just because it's a bit chalkier and you can push into it a bit. It's a bit more pliable. Yeah, but it's very cheap milliput. I mean, it's like £3 or £4 for a big thing from Hobbycraft. It might have gone up since I last bought it. Nope. Oh yeah, Hobbycraft. It's £6.50. You can get it from Hobby Heaven for a £5. Get it off eBay for about £3 plus postage. So yeah, just get the red one. Just get the basic one. Okay, this is the one you're looking for. Standard yellow and grey. That's all you need. All right. Milliput costs around 0.8 trucks. Costs a lot less than that, actually. It's not one. How many times can, what's it, £52 divided by £3.50? You can get 14.86 packs of milliput for one orc truck. 0.08, yes, 0.08. There you are. All right. Breakskid, thank you so much. Breakskid 1967, thank you so much for the big super chat, baby. A truck is more than $1 a point. Yep. I think the orc truck thing is ridiculous. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. It's just too expensive. Like, what are we doing here, man? And what you've got to realize is everything's going to go up to that price. Everything's going to go up to that price. How much is the truck? £52, grade TTV. $85. It's ridiculous. If I was an orc player, I mean, how much? Let's have a look at. To be honest, how much are the new centaurs? Maybe we should have seen this coming. Are the new centaurs the same cost? Shit, man. The centaurs actually aren't that expensive. Look. I mean, they're expensive, but the centaur is £10 cheaper. So if you're an orc player, why would you buy the orc truck when you could just buy this and kitbash it? You're paying $20 for an arm. Yeah. Why would you buy the orc truck when you could buy that? I mean, how much are chimeras these days? It must be getting up there. They've been trickling the price on the chimera. I mean, the war track, right? So an armored sentinel. So the war track is the equivalent of an armored sentinel. The armored sentinel is £29.50. The war track is £41.50. So it's everything's £12 more. It's all 10 to 12 quid more. That's crazy, man. Where is that fucking Chimera? I'll just search it. Oh shit. Chimera's 40 quid. I mean, yeah, how much is a Rhino these days? I mean, it's all very expensive. I mean, you would lol. Obviously, you're gonna buy the Damius pattern Rhino over the fucking this one, aren't you? Like, why wouldn't you just buy this and just orcify it? Why? Yeah. Why wouldn't you just buy this and orcify it? You'd be mad not to. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I think, look, don't get me wrong. Look at this, right? Look at this. Don't get me wrong. These new models are beautiful. Look at those new Orc War Bikers. You know, look at the new truck. They do look excellent. They look very, 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 very good. And the new Orc Boys look really cool as well. These models do look exceptional, but they're just too fucking expensive, man. They're just too fucking expensive. Yeah. I think we have reached... I think we have reached the point where we're reaching the diminishing returns on quality versus price. That's what I think we've done. It's no one is denying how amazingly beautiful these models are, and we all really actually appreciate like how lovely they are, but how lovely they are is actually not enough of a convincing factor at this point over the price. Yeah. You know, I think that's the issue. I think that's what GW's. I think that's what we've reached. I think the quality, the selling point has always been the quality is exceptional to justify the price. But I just don't think. I think we've reached a point where it's kind of like video games, right? AAA companies constantly focus on graphics. Let's spend £1 million making the water, you know, reflect in a nice way, or have the water flow in a nice way, and people just don't give a shit. People don't give a shit. People were like, I don't care how pretty the game is. I care about how good the game is. If a game is pretty enough, that's fine. Yeah, I want to see the individual hairs on his arm. Yeah. Exactly, right? So I think we've got to the point where the GW is hitting the diminishing returns that video games companies reach, where it's like the models are beautiful, but the beauty isn't enough. Yeah, a truck isn't a fucking showpiece. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. All right. What do we got here? The Red Scout, thank you for the super chat. List for LGT in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look through these last few super chats, and we absolutely need to get to the beef properly, because we keep talking about it in snippets. We need to get it nailed down, as it were. List I'm taking for LGT. Plan is simple. Get one win by hoping some poor sod didn't bring enough anti-tank. Nice. Lord Sol Leontas, 5. Lord Sol Leontas, Cadian Command Squad, Commissar, Tech Priest, Bane Sword, 10 Cadians, 6 Bulgrin, Hellhound, Hydra, Exterminator, Rogel Dawn. It's alright, but it's not that much tanks, man. I don't know if you're already locked in, if you already submitted it, but it's not that much armor. I think you could do a much, much bigger armored stat check than that one. I mean, what's it? Like 2 Lehman Rusters, a Rogel Dawn, and a Bane Sword? I guess the Hellhounds kind of count as well, but yeah, I thought it was going to be like 6 Rogel Dawns or something, you know? That seems like a totally normal amount of tanks, you know? But maybe my brain is completely warped from running like 18 Borgans, 2 super heavies and shit, you know? Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you'll be all right. I mean, the Borgans and the Hellhounds. You've got the Borgans, you've got the Hellhounds. That's the main thing. And the tanks, yeah, I think, like you said, I think you could. Look, I think the list is good enough to get a win. Frankly, I think the list is good enough to get a win. So yeah, but I don't think it's really a stat check. I'll be honest with you, but I think it's good enough to get a win. All right, Cyber Toast, thank you for super chat. Update the list and stream discussion. Creed, Castellan, Cadian Command Squad, 10 Cadians, 10 Cadians, 20 Krieg, double Hellhound, Hydra, double Demolisher, double Exterminator, Vanquisher, Scout Sentinel. Boom. It's for Tabletop Simulator. It's nice not having to cough up a lung for models. Oh, right. Then easy peasy. Yeah. I think that's good. Yeah. I mean, if it's... Okay, dude, if it's for Tabletop Simulator, you should have... I was presuming it was for real models, so I didn't want to tell you to go out there and buy a whole bunch of new shit. But you're not paying a fucking penny. Bro, honestly, if I was you, I'd get fucking 12 Bulgrin in that list. Okay? What I would do, if you want my honest take on this, right, is I mean, I know it sounds annoying because I'm kind of rewriting the list again. What I would do is play with that version this time. But next time you play, think about getting 12 Bulgrin in. And the core of the list you want is you want the 2 blobs of infantry with the officers in, and the 4... I mean, bro, if you want a list to try out, 1 minute. If you want to just tabletop sim the fuck out of this list, then do this one, man. Do this, the guard list from this battle report. Okay, let me show you. There you go, man. Look at that. So let me turn the 2 things off so you can just see the list, right? So you got 2 Exterminators, 2 Demolishers, 2 Hellhounds, 2 Bulgrins with 2 Commissars, so we're getting good use out of Abhuman Auxiliaries, 2 blobs of infantry with a Cadian Castellan and a command squad in each one. So that gives us 6 orders there and 2 orders there. Now these units are self-contained for orders, right? The Hellhounds don't need orders, so that gives us 6 orders for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units. Boom. And it's a very symmetrical list. It's a very homogeneous list. It breaks down into 2 armies within armies, right? Within an army. So you can go, okay, this half of my army is going to push onto this objective. This half of my army is going to push onto that objective. Boom. Right? So if you want to, this is my go-to recommended beginner guard army for basically every guard player now. I even did a video on it. Yeah. All right, man. I hope that helps. If it's tabletop sim, I don't really mind just basically telling you to tear the list up and redo it because you're not, like I said, you're not spending a bunch of money on it, are you? So yeah, there you go. All right, what do we got? Emil, thank you for the 34 months, man. Xbox, baby! GW shareholder here. Concerns noted. Price doubled. I've heard enough. Half the number of models in the boxes again. Yeah. Why are we giving them 10 whole guardsmen? That means they only need to buy 1 box to get a squad. Sell the guardsmen in 5-man boxes and increase the price. That way they need to buy twice as much. Double the price. That way they need to spend 4 times as much to get the same squad, and that will just equal we make double the money. There you are. Something like that anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Roshi, thank you for the super chat, man. Cries Australian dollars might be over $150. Wait, for an orc truck? Wait. We could. How much will it be in dollary dues? 1 minute. We can actually work this out. So what is £52 right now on the Games Workshop website? Okay. Let's look. I'm sure we'll find something under Space Marines, right? Shop all Space Marines. 52 Squidaroos. 52 Buckaroos. Actually, we could do this smarter, couldn't we? Filters. Sort by price high to low. Thank you. Scroll down a bit. Drop pods. Okay. So, 2 drop pods, £52. Or a Brutalis Dreadnought. Okay, so if we swap over to Australia, and then we look for, or we just search drop pods, right? Or Brutalis.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
It's going to cost the Aussies $145 dues for 1 orc truck. Yeah, no, I think people might be getting priced out, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think they might have just priced out an entire fucking country. Like, it's never been done. It's never been done. I think they've actually priced out an entire country. That's incredible. Didn't they keep the didn't the Aussies keep the ice cream at McDonald's, the 99-cent ice cream at 99 cents, even when McDonald's tried to put it up? So that's like 145 99-cent fucking ice creams you could get from Macca's. That's a lot of money. That's unfortunate. South African Rand? Let's have a look. Do they have that option, actually? Let me have a look. I think it's just rest of the world, man. I don't think it doesn't actually say it. I can't change it to Rand on the website. Unfortunately. Sorry. You'll just have to tell me how much it is when it comes out. Yeah. Yeah. Google dollar to Rand. Oof. So, wait, let me do pound to Rand, because I don't know what it was. Yeah, pound to Rand. Ooh, a casual 1,142 rands. That's very randy. Oh dear. Oh my. Oh man. That's crazy, bro. Stop buying Warhammer, guys, please. I try to tell people, man. I try to tell people. Yeah. Javo, thank you for the super chat. Did Eddie Lee and Russ make it to your GSC list? Not yet. But I mean, if I was to do... I mean, probably I'm going to put 3 in the army anyway. Right? In the collection, I should say. Right now, I haven't quite worked it out, but my current intention is going to be like 3 Hellhounds, 3 Lehman Russes, and then just fill the rest up with Neophytes and Ridge Runners. That was kind of the vibe I was going to go for. Kind of thing. Yeah. All right. Crack is definitely cheaper. Crack is probably cheaper. E Platypus Unum. Thank you for super chat, man. 1 truck or motorboat action army? I mean, we don't like doing comparisons here. Okay, that's not true. We like doing them, but we shouldn't do them. Okay, we shouldn't do them. but purely for academic reasons, it is worth pointing out that you can get the cheapest bolt action starter army you can get is this one. British and Inter-Allied Commandos, 69 quid. In this, you will get infantry, weapons teams, and a tank. This costs £69. So for 17, so yeah, one orc truck is actually most of a bolt action army. That's pretty. That's an interesting comparison. Yeah, I mean, guys, everything is cheaper in comparison to Warhammer now. I think Warhammer is what's the American saying? Jump the shark? Is that the right saying? It has crossed the event horizon. Where we're going, we don't need wallets. Yeah. It's okay. It's not like you'd want 6 orc trucks, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah.
You heard me. Said
John Shepard, thank you for super chat. Oz is expensive. A Big Mac costs 25% more than the UK. Yeah. Australia does have a higher cost of living, I think, in some places. I think as with everywhere, it depends where you live, right? Yeah. Spaghetti's Hertliter Codex is cheaper. Spaghetti's. But you see, there's a reason why the codexes are cheaper. Because GW has to charge you less for the codexes. Because people haven't been buying them. Because they've been getting them free from Wikipedia and stuff. Once again, more evidence that that GW does actually have to respond to competition, despite what they like to pretend otherwise. But yeah, there you are. Okay, it's still GW charging you 25 quid for a code for their app, essentially. But yeah, yeah. After trying to enjoy Battle March, I'm pretty much thinking I need to sprint to get what I want for Oldworld before extra fuckery comes through it. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it, Macon. Oldworld's got such a good 3D printing support and has got loads of third-party plastic alternatives. So yeah, yeah. Right, guys, we're talking about the beef without actually nailing this beef down. Let me grab a drink and a snack, and then let's go full bore big beefs. Okay, I'm not going to be long. I'll be a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go full beef. Bring it all together in one place. All right, all right. So I'll be back in. I might have a piss. I'm back in 1 or 2 minutes.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Roshi, thank you for the super chat, man. Just purchased the US Light Walker Platoon last night. Much happier with that. Hey, that's a great fucking bundle, man. Let's have a look. That's the one with the 2 pond skaters in it, isn't it? Yeah, I fucking love that thing, man. Fucking love that thing. It's really, really, really good. Like if yeah, I have to be really careful not to buy that bundle myself. I have to be really careful. I don't need it. Okay. Yeah, I don't need it. I don't need it. It's tempting though, because what thing is, I kind of want I want some coyotes for my Americans, you see. So I'm tempted by it. Nah. You don't need a full US Marine Corps force. No, I mean, boys, I mean, my K-47 pile of shame is getting like my 40k pile of shame here. It's getting I need to finish what I've got before I buy anything else. And like the thing is, there's no FOMO here, so I really just need to be good, okay? I really, really, really just need to be good. When I've finished, I've done every single basic bolt action infantryman for my Americans. Right? Yeah, I've got like 7,000 Zulus to paint. Yeah, exactly right. I've got... I will get that bundle. I will get that bundle, but just let me be good, okay? Let me be good. I've got to finish off some other bits first. All right? I have all of those models already, guys. I have all of them already, so I don't need to be buying more of them for when I've got other things like the Japanese. I need to sort my Japanese out first. Okay. Okay. But Roshi, you're absolutely right. That's that bundle is cheaper than 2 orc trucks. Yeah, 4% cheaper. All right. I love how orc trucks are new economic measurement. What do we got here? E Platypus Unum. Honestly, it's cheaper to collect weeb statues out. I don't even know what weeb statues are. Do I want to Google this? Wait, is that Funko Pops? Or is it something else? When I've Googled weeb statue, it's just come up with a somewhat big titty Nami kimono action figure. But I don't, or yeah, I mean it's not. I don't know. Yeah, it's not come up with much. It's a trap. I don't know. I see 2 very compelling reasons why this should become my new hobby. I have no idea what this model is, by the way. Demon Slayer Kanroji Mitsuri. There you are. There you are. I see. There's some compelling arguments to be made, guys. Some compelling arguments. There you go. All right. What have we got here? What Mrs. Mordian say? She said nothing because I wouldn't tell her. There you go. All right, what do we got here? Florida Eccentric, thanks super chat, hobby update and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Local store, get rid of old stock, all for $130. Nice, dude. That's so good, man. That's so fucking good. Oh, man. Getting rid of some of the old Soviet infantry. And, I mean, these models aren't too old, to be fair. These ones are a bit older. Yeah. Do you know what's funny? I do, I mean, that's a good deal, right? It's a damn good deal. I do wonder if, I do wonder if these price increases are going to push people to other games. I am curious. Yeah. I have no idea if it will do. No idea. I'm just curious if people finally go, you know what, enough is enough. I guess we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, there we are. But that's a good deal. Damn good deal. Damn good deal. Florida Eccentric. Damn good deal indeed. If you see a good deal like that, you should always pick it up. 100%. The Boss Grand, thank you for the 18 months. Xbox, baby. The average house in the UK costs 7,521 orc trucks. That's a lot of orc trucks. But I think that's more damning. 1 minute. 52 times 7,521. The average UK house is 391k. Fuck off. Nah, it's not that high. I mean, it's high, but it's not that high. It's 271k. 271,000 divided by 52. Oops. It's only 5,211 trucks. There you go. It's still a lot of orc trucks. You can't get a mortgage for orc trucks, though, can you? Yeah. The house price has how I wonder what the average house price UK was about 5 years ago. So that'd be 2021. When was COVID? 2019, wasn't it? Okay, that's when I bought my house. Yeah, so it's gone up about 36,000. Okay. Yeah, in 7 years, I guess that's not so bad. The average. Although England being significantly higher than Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. Yeah, but that's just because it's just bigger. Yeah. Yeah. It is modern, but you live in the north. Where I live, it's 100% over 390. Crazy, man. Crazy. Yeah. I'm not getting sucked in. I'm not getting sucked into it because it's obviously, you know, depressing as fuck. But I have no idea how people would get on the housing market these days. As a young couple. I have no idea. Crazy. US house price averages over $500,000 now. Jesus. We just need to, like, you know, make everything cheaper. How can we do that? If we do the opposite of print money, what if we just, like, destroyed it? How can we, like, so if we just took like 10% of all of the British pounds out of circulation, okay? We just were like, we're taking 10% out. That would work, right? That would work. Because then each pound in circulation would be worth 10% more. Right? Mordian economics. right? There's plenty of copper in data centers. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm suggesting communism. Nah, I'm alright. But that, the thing is, I would give communism a go, but they just never seem to be able to find the right kind of communism. They keep telling me it's not been the right version yet, but every time they've tried it subsequently, it still hasn't been the right version. So I'm just waiting for the mythical right version to come along, and then that'll be all right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, wages would go down 10%. Yeah. Communism is still in alpha. We've not got it past version 1 yet. It's still in version 0.45. There you go. Yeah. Talmunism. No. Unless I get a state mandated big titty Tau girlfriend, I'm not trying Talmunism. No way. Go to wait in the bread line for my orc trucks. Yeah. Yeah. And it'll get halfway through and they're like, we're out. No more orc trucks. There you go. There you are. Anyway, what have we got here? Roshi, thanks for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Reinforcements for K47. Nice. Wow, that camo really fucking pops, man. I love that. Actually, shock troopers looking very, very tasty. Very, very cool, man. That's cool. Look at fucking birds, man. They're cool as fuck. It's like, it's like 4 fucking birds just like chilling out. Nice. I do love the camo schmucks you've gone for. Yeah, they look excellent, man. Really, 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 really fucking cool. Yeah. Really, really, really properly cool, bro. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, how many points the Kookaburra? Yeah, there you go. All right. So, gentlemen, it's time. It's time. Let me bring up my resources here. That one's good enough, actually, for the time being. All right, so. I'm locking the fuck in, boys. I'm locking in for the stream, the inevitable stream highlight. There you are. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri, I don't mean to alarm you, but grab your steak knives and your complimentary popcorn because we have got beef! Beef! It is a big beef alert. And this is some genuine beef. Okay, genuine, grass-fed Wagyu beef. And it's, in many ways, our favourite kind of beef. Because whilst we love cheating scandals and tournament drama, there's nothing quite like a bit of a GW scandal. So very tasty. Juicy, one might say. Juicy steak and buttery lobster. That is the GW beef. Now, what is this beef? Well, as many of us predicted, including myself, send me to the black ships. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna enjoy it. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. I fucking called it with unerring accuracy once again. It's the middle of the year, and therefore that means it's time for a GW price increase. Now, any GW price increase always brings with it a very salty reaction. Of course, right? Nobody wants to pay more for stuff, especially in the sort of cozy lives situation that many of us find ourselves in these days. Paying more is never a good thing. It's never a positive. No one goes, oh, gee, I get to pay more. So I get it, right? And so I know all the Jorbo slugs and all the GW ball washers are going to come in here and be like, but Morty and their business, they can charge whatever they want. Shut the fuck up, okay? Because this ain't no ordinary price increase. In fact, this price increase is so ridiculous that I've actually seen even the usual army of GW ball washers who trot out said argument of they're a company, they can charge what they want, which is, by the way, the most fucking stupid argument you can make. You know, when you say that, by the way, you look like a moron. No one's told you this. Everyone's too polite to say anything to you. Everyone's too nice. But when you type that, or when you say that, when those words come pouring out of your pie hole as some sort of weird defensive reflex of the billion-dollar corporation, you do know you look like a fucking idiot, okay? Because everybody knows the company can charge what they want. Everyone knows that. That's not the argument that's being made here. But anyway, okay? The point is that this price increase isn't a normal price increase. It's fucking crazy how much GW has jacked some of these things up. Like, we're still getting the numbers in here, but it looks like everything is going up this time. Like, and that even includes the paints, which normally don't go up. So normally GW doesn't put the paints up because they've actually got competition in the painting sector. But this year they were like, nope, get those paints up 4 or 5%. We've got to put the price up and lower the pigment. It's not just shrinkflation, it's the double doozy. So we're getting price increases across the board. And everyone is, in a very general sense, very pissed off about this. But that's not what makes it exceptional. What makes it exceptional is the new orc pricing. Because Games Workshop has gone full mask off corpo with this, and it is actually ridiculous how much they put the price up on some of these items. Let's go through some of these absolutely egregious examples. First off, I think we need to go with the big one, the orc truck. The orc truck has gone up to £52. That's 52. £52. In freedom dollars, that is 85 of your finest freedom bucks. And if you're down under, that is $145 dues. £52 is absolutely ridiculous. The new Imperial Guard Centaur was kind of pricey at £42.50. This is 10 quid above that. And this is what's really scary about this. This price increase that we're seeing here on these new orc models, this is not going to be a one-off. This is what we call indicative. As in, it's going to fucking indicate how much you're going to get fisted in the future when GW does similar treatments to everybody else. You think your models are going? You think they're only going to have this level of price for the orcs? This is going to come for everybody. But 52 quid for an orc truck. That's pretty bad. That's a 41% price increase. So when you see everyone out there, type it. To be fair, like I said, I'm seeing everybody. Actually, most people are really pissed off about this. Even like I said, there's not actually many Jorbo slugs out there today. But When you see people say, oh, well, it's about sort of 5 to 6% on average. Yeah, no, we don't really give a fuck about the averages. Okay. We give a fuck about the specifics. The devil is in the detail. They put the orc truck up by 41%. A 41% price increase in one go. Sure, it's a new model, but Jesus Christ. I mean, if you want to get 6 orc trucks for your army, which most people are going to want to get, I mean, that's like, what's that, like 400? No, it's more than that, isn't it? It's 450 quid. And then some. 462 quid, something like that, just off the top of my head. Someone in chat will be able to do. So be able to work it out. But that's a lot of money. What we've now reached. What we have now reached is the point where the 20% discount that you were getting from like your third-party retailer no longer cancels out the price increases from over the years. Because what used to happen, guys, is people would, you know, when GW put the price up, they'd be like, well, it's okay, I'll go to like a third-party retailer like Element Games or Wayland Games or something like that. And they'll sell it for me for 15 to 20% off. So that means that even though GW's put the price up by like 4 or 5%, it doesn't really, it doesn't really affect me. I'm just, it's 312 quid. Sorry, I'm being stupid. Where is it 312 quid? Oh, of course it is. I'm being very, very stupid. Sorry. It is 312 quid. Don't know why I had such a stupid moment. Anyway, I actually worked that out accurately before the stream highlight, and then I got it wrong. I got it wrong then. Anyway, you can all lambast me down in the comment section if you're not being able to do basic maths. There you are. But the point is that we used to be able to edit to cut that. No, leave it in. Leave it in. People can take the piss out of me. It's fine. We used to be able to use third-party retailers to get the discount to cancel out GW's increases. We can't do that now. Okay? We can't do that. If games were 52 quid, even at 20% off, is still now higher than what you were paying brand new in box from GW before. We can't do anything with it. We can't cancel out. There's no fiddling the numbers now from our perspective. If you want to buy new in box, you're getting fucked. You I mean, yeah. It's just crazy. It's crazy. The ladders are being pulled up one after the other. Yeah. It's just crazy. And the Orc truck is just one example. You've got Orc boys, which are going... Remember, this is 10 Orc boys. It's going up to £41. Now, we used to get 11 models in a box for, what was it, like £32.50 or something? When you, or was it might have even been cheaper than that. Let's say about 30 quid. So they've increased the price by a huge amount, and they've actually put one less model in the box. This is the big thing that people are talking about now. You're getting the shrinkflation and you're getting the price increase. So there was a whole thing, well, actually not a great example, but most of the time people see shrinkflation as a way for the company to keep the price the same whilst reducing costs on their back end. Because a lot of companies realize that there's only so much you can put the price up before the customers start going, I just won't pay that. So what they do is they put the price up till they reach that point, or what they think that point is, and then they start bringing the content down bit by bit. Okay? What Games Workshop has decided to do is go, no, price up and content down. So they're double dipping. They're double doozy dipping. It's mad. So we've got Orc Boys, which are now, I mean, the Orc Boys are priced absolutely ridiculously. You've got trucks, which are over 50 quid each. And you've got, there's more here though. The new war track, the little fucking buggy thing, it's actually smaller than like a Rucker Truck squig buggy and a Dakar bloody jump drags, whatever it's called. It's a small thing. Do you want to know how much the new war track is? £41.50. £41.50 for the equivalent of an Armoured Sentinel. Armoured Sentinels are 29 quid, boys. Everything here has gone up 10 to 12 pounds over their contemporaries in other places. It's ridiculous. Cavasius, check the Hippogriff prices. We're coming. No, you're absolutely right. No, Cavasius, this was forecast. And this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say this is coming for everyone. If you think this is a one-off for the Orcs, it's not. The new Hippogriff for the Guard came out £42.50. So now all of our little vehicles, all the little buggies, the little light armor, all of that for everyone is going to be £42.50. Or £41.50, I should say. It's ridiculous. And what you have to remember is the new Sentinel isn't a particularly old model. We're not comparing old rope to new rope here. Okay? The Sentinel came out about 4 years ago. It came out, I mean, not even that, like 3.5 years ago. Not even that. And let's, for the sake of argument, say roughly it came out 3.5 years ago. That's not a long time ago. It came out at the very end of 9th edition, going into 10th edition. It came out like about 2 months before the end of 2 or 3 months before the end of like 9th edition. Okay, and we're like 2 months or so into 11th edition. So let's say 3.5 months for the sake of argument, right? And for a margin of error, 3.5 years. 3.5 years ago, you got a new model like the Sentinel. It's absolutely in the same category as a war track. Now, with all the price increases that have taken place since that Sentinel came out, it's £29.50. The new war track, £41.50. This is what I mean. Like they are going full turbo on these price rises. It's insane. And if the big mech Dakar rig, which by the way isn't a particularly big model. I don't know if you guys have seen this thing, but the big mech Dakar rig is about the size of a fucking Armored Sentinel. It's not as big as a bloody Brutalis Dreadnought or anything like that, is it? The big mech Dakar rig, also a small bit of light armor, £49.50. £49.50. I mean, let's get some of these prices in dollars for the Americans, right? Because we do have a lot of people from America who watch this channel. So to put this into freedom bucks, the new truck is 85 quid. The new war track is $85. The new war track is $67.50. And the Dakar rig is going to be $82. And the boys is going to be $65 for 10 boys. For 10 boys. That's a lot, man. That's a lot of fucking... that's a lot of Big Macs. Yeah, that's a lot of Big Macs, right? Element Glory, the Dakar rig is between the Sentinel and the Redemptor in size. Okay, that's fair enough. All right, so let's have a look then. How much is a Redemptor Dreadnought? A Redemptor Dreadnought, oh, 1 minute, I'm still in Australian prices from before. Give me a second. There you go. The Redemptor Dreadnought is £49.50. So, this thing is going to come out at the same price as a Redemptor Dreadnought, yet it's significantly smaller than it. However you slice it, even if you guys, this is the thing, like, even if people are like, well, technically it's bigger than a Sentinel, however you slice it, it's ridiculous. And we're kind of sort of arguing over semantics, frankly, in many ways. Although I do appreciate people keeping me, honest and accurate. The point is, it doesn't really change what I'm saying. It doesn't really change what I'm saying. That these prices are friggin' out of control. They're absolutely out of control. Oh my days. And this comes to the big question. There's lots more, by the way. There's lots more. Someone in chat was even saying that Auspex Tactics is now advocating for people to do 3D printing, which is, yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy if we're getting to that point, right? If the goddamn human servitor is saying, yeah, boys, like, fuck, fuck Mike from GW, just 3D print, yeah. It's kind of bonkers. It's kind of bonkers. Those prices are pretty crazy. Too bad I'm not paying it. Yeah, absolutely, Master Pep. Now, so the number one thing is that the prices have gone up. But there's a whole bunch of other bits that have kind of come out from this. So one of the things that jumped out to me is how full corpo mask off they've gone. Because Games Workshop has clearly, they followed this pattern again, and it worries me greatly. They've released the orcs as part of a beginner faction. They've released them, obviously, as part of the Armageddon box set, which was already very expensive, but in an attempt to hook a bunch of new people into the game. You've got a bunch of orc players who have got into the game with the new Armageddon box. There's already an element of sunk cost fallacy there. And then what they've done is they have made the orcs utterly broken on the tabletop to encourage even more people to jump on the faction and to give those new players a sense of a power trip. Like, oh my God, orcs are so amazing. They're so powerful. I love playing my orcs. I always win. And then they're going to bring out all these new models with a massive price increase. So once again, we've seen them not just, hey, here's a good product. We've put our best into it. You should buy it because it's good. They're using, in my opinion, very underhand tactics. Let's hook a bunch of people in, break their faction on purpose to make it super overpowered, to hook people in even further. And then when we release all these new models, people are going to be like, well, I need to buy them. They're, again, using points and rules to utterly drive sales. And they're doing it on purpose, in a very nefarious way. And I know some say, oh, they've always done this. Yeah, you're right. They have always done this. But at least before, they were a bit fucking subtle about it. At least before, they were never quite so mask off about it. But this is getting crazy. Like, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. This is like 7th edition, guys. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago, when GW decided to do this exact same fucking tactic in 7th edition. And it ruined Warhammer 40k. It fucking ruined it. It was fucking boring and bullshit to play. It was bad. And they're doing exactly the same, and they did that exact same thing. Hey, let's release the Riptide. Release a specific faction for the Riptide that makes it super fucking overpowered, and then charge out the fucking wazoo for it. And people ran out there and bought shitloads of them. Did the same thing with the Wraith Knights. At least they used to spit before they fucked me. At least they had the goddamn common courtesy to give me a reach around before they fucked me in the ass. Yeah. All of this happened before, and all of this will happen again. We've got to break the cycle. Please buy 12 Razorbacks. Thanks. It's really, really good. You don't even pay points to them. Exactly. I've played these games before. But a lot of people haven't. A lot of people haven't. This is people going through this for the first time. It's mad. It's absolutely madness. So the big thing the first thing is obviously the price increase. The second thing is the implications this has for everybody. The third thing is them sort of going full mask off corpo with this entire thing. And the next thing is there is one interesting line item in here. And that's the codexes. So the New York Codex is coming out at £25, which is actually a £13 decrease. So there are some people who are saying, well, this is a good thing. Look, things are getting cheap in places. That codex coming down being cheaper is a good thing. And even though it's no longer in hardback and instead it's in paperback and it's like A5, so it's a lot smaller and all that kind of stuff, I don't really care about any of that, right? I mean, I've been playing since since third edition. I'm used to paper codexes and whatnot. Like, it doesn't really bother me. I've actually always said that, you know, GW should have like the hardbacks as like a special edition, but they should just have like a cheaper codex for those that just want the rules to hand kind of thing. So I'm actually not against this, but what this shows to me, once again, is that GW actually is affected by competition. Because, why do you think the codex is getting cheaper? Do you think it's out of the goodness of GW's heart? I don't think they have a heart. They're charging £52 for an Orc truck. It's not out of the goodness of their heart. It's because they need to sell it cheaper because nobody was buying the fucking things because of Wikipedia, because of New Recruit. The codex is worthless when it's bought. Exactly. The codex is worthless, guys. So they need to try and sell it a bit cheaper to try and convince people to buy their codex, to get the code for the app. So this proves when people say, oh, GW is too big, they don't need to care. When I say people, GW actually has this attitude of, we're so big, we don't need to care about what other people do. We're the industry leaders kind of thing. Actually, they do give a fuck. Because they were charging so much for the codexes, which were out of date on often before day one, that people were like, there's no point in buying their codexes. By reducing the price down this much, there's a chance they'll tempt a few more people into buying them. Hence proving that when they actually have competition with the products that they sell, they have to bring them down. They have to bring them down. So it is so the reason the codexes are coming down is not for any good reasons. If GW didn't need to, they wouldn't be reducing that price. That's what you have to remember. The only reason they're reducing that price is because they need to, not because they want to. So that kind of covers the price increases. We've gone through we've gone through all the big headline ones. There are loads of others, by the way. These are just the big ticket headline ones. I think the Baneblade, someone said the Baneblade is going up by 10 quid. So they've just taken the new sprue out of it. They've just taken the sprue out of it and now they're charging more for it. So we're seeing this everywhere, right? It's not just for orcs. We're seeing this everywhere. I have a theory, and maybe this theory is kind of crazy, but I have a theory about why GW is being so brazen with this now. Maybe it's just because they think the stupid fucking idiots will buy whatever they sell. Maybe they think they can milk us whatever they want. Maybe. So, the many years that GW's been in business, especially the last 10 years, we as the community have done nothing to dissuade them of that notion. Apparently, we are infinitely milkable. According, they keep putting the prices up, people keep buying. I mean, if I may have a little moment here, this is not my main theory, by the way. If I may have a little moment here, for everyone who's complaining about the price increases, if you've bought any models from Games Workshop directly over the last 3 years and you're looking for who to blame for why these prices are going up, you only need to look in the mirror. I'm vindicated in this moment. I'm going to be an arrogant prick for a moment, okay? I'm always a bit of an arrogant prick, but I'm going to be a massive, raging, arrogant cunt for a second, all right? Because for me, this is pure fucking vindication, right? Pure vindication. Because I fucking warned you all. I fucking said it years ago. Check the receipts. I have a video, okay? I have a video saying I quit Games Workshop, all right? Not Warhammer 40k. I was like, I'm not buying anything else from them. I said their behavior is getting worse and worse and worse, and it's only going to keep getting worse. I said this years ago, and I got so much pushback. People being like, fine then, leave, and all this kind of shit. And I said, the more that you buy from GW, the more that they do this chicanery and then continue to make infinite money, and then what's going to happen is their behavior is going to get worse. That's what's going to happen. If GW continues to give you less and charge you more, and then they make an infinite amount of money off that, what are they going to learn from that lesson? They're going to learn, oh, this works. We'll do it again. Ha ha ha. Again. Ha ha ha. Again. Right? This is what I was warning people about. And in fact, I actually warned about this 10 years ago. This vindication is actually 10 fucking years in the making for me. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because 10 years ago, I called this out with Vigilus Defiant. And nobody fucking believed me. Nobody said it was going to end up this way. And look where we fucking are. I've been warning about this for a literal fucking decade. Now, if you don't know what happened 10 years ago, I obviously don't blame you, all right? But let me take you for a little trip down memory lane, just for 30 seconds. I haven't even got to my main theory yet, but just for 30 seconds. At the end of 7th edition, GW nearly went out of business. That is a fact. That's not a theory. That is a fact. They had to do something absolutely radical to turn the business around. And they managed to land that. They tried something with Warhammer Fantasy, turning it to Age of Sigmar. It had completely gone tits up and killed everything. And version 1 of Age of Sigmar was a disaster. Everybody knows it. It wasn't until version 2 came out they started turning that franchise around. But they just blown up Fantasy and it fucked the entire thing. They just driven 40k into the ground with endless power creep and price increases, just like today. They were literally going to go under. And they pulled out an unbelievable Hail Mary with 8th edition. They brought out discount boxes for the first time in years. They actually had quarterly balance updates, which they'd never done before. Okay? They did all these things that actually improved the game. They improved the pricing and they improved the game. It was excellent. And they kept on this path for about 2 years. Consistently bringing out good products. Consistently behaving themselves. And then Vigilus Defiant came out. And Vigilus Defiant was a campaign book. And that campaign book had a whole bunch of new rules in it. And they were powerful rules. Who remembers the Emperor's Fist Tank Company, boys? I do. And I said this was them testing the waters again. I said they were dipping their toes back into the water to see how short our memories were. And I told everybody, if you buy that book, it will be the first step on the slippery slope to them going back to exactly the way that they were. And every single person pushed back. Every single person pushed back on that. And I went, okay, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. And here we are, a decade later, and they are as bad as they were in 7th. They are worse now. They are worse now than they were in 7th edition. GW is now behaves more badly. And I warned about this a decade ago, and I warned about it again 3 years ago, and nobody listened. Well, guess what? I was fucking right, so suck my dick. Send me to the flagships! Send me to the flagships! And do you know what's crazy? The crazy thing is, these price increases, like, I'm not actually crashing out about them. I'm not actually crashing out about them. I don't give a fuck. Noctiloon, it's usually much more fun I had. I'm not being too serious. Don't get too upset, man. I'm busting everyone's balls. That's it. But, do you want to know the crazy thing is? I'm not even really crashing out about these price increases. I don't give a fuck. GW increasing the orc truck by 40%. GW, you're being too conservative. 400%. 4,000%. In fact, GW, you can charge whatever increase you want for that orc truck, and it will have absolutely zero impact on me. Because I don't buy from GW anymore. I haven't bought anything from Games Workshop in fucking years. It's like, what's that famous George Carlin sketch where it's like, I do not vote. It's not, I do not vote. Therefore, it is not my fault when, you know. If you know the sketch I'm talking about. So the point is, like, it just doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form, because I've not been buying anything from Games Workshop for years at this point, and I'm not going to. What this, you know, and that's a very selfish point of view, and I get that. But the point is that, like, I was priced out a long time ago, and we'll come back to the topic of pricing out again in a moment. But do you want to know what my conspiracy theory is around this? Getting completely back on topic. Like, dickhead Mordian got away now. Do you want to know what my conspiracy theory about this is? I think this is the Armageddon tax. So we had a bit of a chat on this a few weeks ago on stream, where we were like, Armageddon as a box set reportedly has not sold very well. GW's pushed a lot onto third-party retailers, and they're not really able to sell it. But GW themselves, I don't think, did very well with it. And I think they knew it wasn't going to do very well, because they removed all the anti-scalping measures on their website, so people could go in and buy as many as they wanted. Normally, they limit you to like one, right? Even with them removing the anti-scalping measures, they didn't sell out of Armageddon like they did for Leviathan. Leviathan sold out like that. Armageddon did not sell out of the pre-order. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that what happened with Armageddon is it was available while stocks last on the GW website for 2 weeks. It never went to sold out online status, and after 2 or 3 weeks, it just dropped off the website. Now, I could be wrong on that, but the point is, it didn't sell out. It didn't sell out in third-party stores. You can still get it dirt cheap on eBay. And it didn't sell out at the Warhammer stores either. Didn't sell out online. And there's a lot of actual Games Workshop Warhammer stores which are saying, we've got like three or four of these things in stock. We can't shift them. So this thing didn't sell very well. So what I think, yeah, you could trip over a mountain of them in any gaming store. Yeah. So the point is, I don't think it sold very well. And so what I think GW is doing with these price increases is they are trying to cover the cost of Armageddon not selling as well as they anticipated. It's just like, if you follow video game drama, it's just like the Concord tax. So if you don't know, Concord was a video game that came out a couple of years ago, and it was absolutely shite. It was the definition of corpo slop. Any trope, any stereotype you can think of about corpo slop video games, this was it, right? And it sold Sony. It was in development for like 6 years, millions of dollars, and it lasted 2 weeks before Sony shut the servers off and went, "This is a bag," and actually refunded a bunch of people. And everyone thought this was a big victory for wargamers. For video gamers, I should say. And then we started seeing things like, oh, we're not going to sell physical discs anymore. Sony was never going to just eat that cost. They were never going to do that. So what they did is they found a bunch of indirect ways to start milking their customers for more. And then look, and I think that GW is doing the same thing. So why do you think Warhammer Plus is going up? Why do you think they're taking sprues out of the fucking Baneblades? Why do you think they're putting these fucking prices up left, right, and center? Why do you think the paints went up this time, guys? This is the Armageddon tax. Now, the big thing, the reason why, you might say, well, why is GW doing this so rapidly? Why are they doing it so furiously? Because they need to cover for the half-yearly and annual reports. If in the annual, let me get my tinfoil hat on here. Like I said, it's a conspiracy theory. I don't have any evidence for this, right? Complete conspiracy theory. But if the half-yearly report comes out and the launch of 11th edition does not show a significant increase in money being made, a significant increase in profit, that's going to look really fucking bad. And those reports, unless GW is willing to cook the numbers, unless GW is willing to, which is illegal, very, very fucking illegal, but unless they cook the numbers, they've got about 4 months left to squeeze every fucking penny out of us that they can, so that when that half-yearly report comes out, it shows a big profit increase. Exactly. Ursula's got it. Why so fast? Because they need to report to appear positive for the shareholders. Exactly. So that's why I think they've gone from boiling the frog to take it out of the pot and just bashing it against the fucking wall as much as possible. They don't care if in the long term this is damaged. They can own, because they've got to basically work to these half-yearly reports. They have to get this sorted out now, and they can worry about the long-term implications later. They need to sort it out now. That's my conspiracy theory anyway. I've no idea if it's true. Could be complete bollocks. Take everything with a dump truck full of salt, all right? But that's my theory on why it could just be that, like I said, they think we're a bunch of fucking idiots that they can milk for as much as they want. But there is a sense of urgency and desperation about a lot of this. You know, it feels different. Either way, it's fucked. Yeah. Either way, it's fucked, right? Now, the big question is, will this finally price people out? I don't know. Is the honest answer. I got priced out 3 years ago. I think there is. I mean, it does feel like Games Workshop has complete. I tell you one group that has been priced out. The Australians. No one's paying $145 dudes for a fucking orc truck. I think GW has managed to successfully price out an entire fucking country's worth of people. It's never been done. So well done, lads. As for everybody else, I don't know, man. Warhammer is just so fucking expensive now. It's just so goddamn expensive. I just can't see anyone in their right mind fucking paying these prices for things, man. I mean, if the... Because, putting it... Not to be all doom and gloom. Not to be all doom and gloom, but you're paying a shitload of money for a model that is broken down to 1 million fucking pieces. So it's a pain in the ass to fucking build. To put it on the table where it's going to last about 5 fucking seconds before the hyper lethality of the game blows it off the fucking board. Like, it's crazy. I will say this. Will it price people out? I don't know. I'm surprised that people still buy new in box from GW now. I just think that if this doesn't price you out, you never will be priced out. I think this is like the final, for in many ways. This does, okay, I'll tell you what, this does feel different. This is more than just the usual gnashing of teeth over price increases. As I said earlier in the video, I'm actually being a bit unfair because I haven't actually seen a single GW ball washer defending this. I haven't actually seen anybody make the argument, yeah, they're a business, they can charge the board. I haven't actually seen anybody make this. From everything that I've seen on videos covering this, on fucking Reddit and everything that I've seen, people are going, this is crazy. This isn't just, oh, they can charge what they want. This people aren't even trotting out the whole it's in line with inflation bollocks argument. Right? People aren't even saying that one, boys. So I don't know. But this, I don't know if people are priced out, but this does feel very different this time. And this is only going to be, remember, this is only the first price increase. It's going to go across every single army. Every single army is going to go up by this much eventually. Yeah. Just got here. What kind of increase we talk about? Like fucking ridiculous. 41% increase on the Orc truck. 30+% increase on Orc boys. It is really ridiculous. Molotov thrower. Yeah. So, yeah, this does feel different. This does feel like a red line has absolutely been crossed. And the big question is there going to be an impact from this? Are we going to see people stop? Okay, so that's the follow-up question. Are people going to stop playing Warhammer? I think there's a strong chance that a significant amount of people will stop buying Warhammer. I don't think people will stop playing Warhammer. I think that either people will go to third-party alternatives even more. 3D printer go bruh, right? Obviously. People might go to... I think what this will probably do is push a bunch of people to other versions of Warhammer or other game systems. Like, if you're someone that is just fucking sick and tired of being on the constant GW treadmill, something like 4th edition is looking real fucking tasty right now. So maybe it will just be a simple case of 3D printing. Maybe people who don't want to be on the treadmill at all will go to old editions of Warhammer, perhaps. I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility that we see a bunch of people leave the GW ecosystem completely. I don't look. I'm not saying that everyone is going to leave. I'm not saying Games Workshop's going to collapse or 40k is going to collapse. As we've said, they have shown a remarkable ability to turn the franchise around, like they did with 2nd edition AOS and 8th edition 40k, right? So they have shown the ability to undo things when things get a little bad, right? But I think it's not out of the realms possibility that you see a bunch of people that are just like, I'm just done with GW. And that mindset of I'm just done with GW seeps not just into their purchasing habits, but also seeps into the games they want to play. I do think that that there will be some people that are affected by that. The long-term impact of this, the short-term impact of this, I think, is that you will see less people buying from Games Workshop. And on top of that, I think you'll see people not buying Games Workshop models. I mean, why would you buy an orc truck when you can buy a similarly sized children's toy and just orcify it? Why would you do that? Why would you buy a Chimera when you can go and buy, I mean, mentioned in Temu, you can go, why you buy a Chimera for 40 quid, or when it inevitably goes up to £52? Why would you buy a Chimera for 52 quid when you can just go and get a Temu Chimera for £7? Yeah. So I do think that there is going to be I do think you'll see people's purchasing habits. I think this will, if you want my opinion, I think this will radically alter people's purchasing habits. I think it will do. I think it will do. I think the writing is on the wall. I think we have, you know how we said most companies realize there's a point where they can't charge anymore, so they start shrinkflation. I think GW has gone past that now. I don't know if it'll cause them to go under or fail or anything like that. But I think we're getting to the point now where new people will look at it and go, that's too fucking expensive. And existing players who are savvy will go, I know where I can get that for cheaper. And that they always, remember, they need to be constantly refilling the bucket. So the less new people that they get in, the more savvy players drop out the bottom. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what... Yeah. Unempty. I remember when I got my 6 Chimeras, 22 quid each. Yeah. Now, this was 10 years ago, guys, so it was a long time ago, but I got my Chimeras for 20 quid each 10 years ago. They're going up to £42 each. Maybe more than doubling the price in 10 years makes sense. I don't know. But it still seems a lot. It still seems a lot. I think what will happen is I think people will just buy alternative models. And the crazy thing is, I don't think there'll be alternative. I think that when people find out that they can 3D, when people find out there is a not particularly hard to access 3D print market of GW exact fucking models, they will tell their local guy who's got a 3D printer, hey, can you whip me up 3 defilers? And he'll whip them up 3 perfect defilers. Yeah. 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 So yeah, I mean, there's a few of the bits that I wanted to mention, but I think that basically covers it all. Prices are going up in a big way. A lot of people are pretty fucked off about it. And I do think that they have crossed the line at this point. I think they've crossed the line. I think the prices are going to be so high now they're going to struggle to get new people in, and that experienced players are going to drop out from it. Well, not drop out. Experienced players will get their models elsewhere. But of course, people keep asking, what's the increase like? 10%? On average, it's like 6%, right? But something on average, but it's the specific things which have gone up by a ridiculous amount. Like the Orc truck has gone up by 41%. Orc boys have gone up by 30%. Okay. So yeah, there you are. Anyway, like I said, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. Has this price increase priced you out? Or what is your reaction to this price increase? Are you going to continue to buy from GW? Are you going to continue to buy from third-party stores, or is the discount not enough now? Or are you gonna completely go elsewhere? I mean, that's the big one, right? That's one thing we didn't really mention, but it's worth sort of tackling at the end here. The biggest people that could suffer from this could be third-party retailers, because they've done a lot. They've done very well at the fact that, as I said earlier, people have been going to them to offset the price increases. If people can't really do that anymore, because it's even with them, that's still too expensive, you could see a lot of third-party retailers struggling a bit. Yeah. But like I said, let me know what you think. Let me know what your reaction to these price increases are. All right. All right. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Got some super chats coming in. Aldeus, thank you for the 5 months. TTC update and Old Orc answers for new boys. Let's have a look here. I'm sure most of these are going to be related to the price increases. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. The Bane rate has increased by 25%. That's fucking crazy. There we are. So to start off, my TTC update, Shock Trooper Squad complete and 1 Hannah Mag of 2. Next up, a pair of Puma X's. Past that, my OG Orc player brain is running for all the young boys out there and decided to unveil the answer to your overpriced truck problem. Behold, you get something hidden in plain sight. In our history, the old Orc answer was not having a full range and the most law-accurate Orc vehicle to ever exist, the looted wagon. It was removed during the addition of Lost, but, and this is key, it had basically the same stat lines as the Battle Wagon, and some options at least back in the day, and both would count as a transport. We have options. Orc boys are dead cunning mechs, and we want to make our army just a little bit more dead killy and add as a right stubborn git. We have one of the largest proxy and bit supported communities for customizing and the whole of Tabletop Wargaming right next to the guard. Use it. I mean, yeah, that's very true. I think people will have to kit bash and everything. These guys are beautiful. Nice. Nice. I mean, yeah, any vehicle can be an Orc vehicle. That's true. But this doesn't really get around the point that not everyone can do this. But that's so cool with the Sentinel bit there, yeah. That's cool, man. I mean, Aldes, I agree with you, but we are going to get to the point where I absolutely agree with you, but that doesn't really take away from what I was saying, which is people will start in ever increasing numbers not buying models from Games Workshop. They'll buy a toy truck or they'll buy a Rhino and convert it, you know, and they will start doing this for every faction. Yeah. So, yes, we, the players, will be able to adapt. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Of course, right? But that's the exact opposite of what GW wants. But fuck them, right? Yeah. E Platypus Unum, thank you for Super Chat. But how much more detailed are the new models, though? So that is a good point. That is a good point. And I might actually add this bit onto the highlight because I did actually want to raise this point. So we take a look at the pictures here. So it's a really good point that's just been brought up by E Platypus Unum, which is how much more detailed the new models, though. So the new models look beautiful. You will not find me saying that the new Orc models don't look great. The new Orc truck, I think, looks really fucking cool. The new bikes look really fucking cool. The new Orc boys, I think, are a great improvement over the last time they tried to replace them. So yeah, I think they do look excellent. The issue that I think we're reaching here is this. Kind of like we talked about Concord with video games. There's another issue that big video game companies have been having, which is they've been focusing on the minute details of graphical improvement at the expense of not putting enough effort into the gameplay. In fact, there's a lot of parallels you can draw between the way GW operates and the way big game companies operates. You almost to think that a lot of those layoffs that have been happening recently, GW's been picking up some staff for cheap, right? But the point is, like, video game companies got obsessed with, like, oh, we need to have the water ripple in just the right way. We need to have the wind blowing just the right way. We need to be able to see each individual hair on someone's arm and all this kind of stuff. And so they started reaching like diminishing returns on what the video game looked like, and they were losing. They were making the games look a little bit better every time, but they were sacrificing gameplay because they were always about graphics. And I think that GW has kind of got to that same point where, yeah, the models look more beautiful than they ever have done. But people, at the end of the day, a lot of people only need their models to look good enough. They don't need them to look this good. Because from 2 feet on a table, you can't really tell the difference in a lot of cases. And sometimes you can, right? Of course. But I do think there is such thing as diminishing returns on graphic fidelity. And often the thing that makes people come back to a game again and again and again is not how good the graphics look, but instead how well the game plays. So a good example of this is, look at Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2 has been around since the Big Bang. Since the first creatures flopped onto land and decided to breathe air instead of water. Right? And it's gone through a number of graphical improvements. You've had HD Edition and you've had Definitive Edition. But fundamentally, Age of Empires 2 has always kind of just looked the way it looks. Right? And the reason why it's endured for so long, the reason why when Age of Empires 1 got remastered, it didn't take off. The reason why Age of Empires 3 and Age of Empires 4 haven't surpassed Age of Empires 2 is because Age of Empires 2 just plays the best. Right? It just plays the best. It doesn't look the best, but it plays the best. And so that's why people go back to it. And it looks good enough. Right? And the big thing with Definitive Edition was not even necessarily the graphical changes. Those were nice to have. The big selling point for Definitive Edition, and I can tell you this because this is what sold me on the game, and many, many people that I know that bought the game sold them on it, was the quality of life improvements to the gameplay. Seeing how many villages you had on each resource, for example. All these little bits. Right? That's what made the difference. And a good example of this of companies misunderstanding this is Halo Campaign Evolved. Halo Campaign Evolved looks pretty good. The cutscenes look pretty good. The graphics look pretty good. They've done a massive improvement of the visuals of the game, even over Master Chief Collection. But they fucked with the gameplay. And they added in a bunch of cutscenes which took away from the game. And they added in a bunch of missions which fucked everything up. So they made the graphics better, much better, but that didn't offset the problems that they introduced to the game. So that's why Halo Campaign Evolved has fucking flopped, but that's why Halo Remastered, when it came out, was amazing. Because people were like, it's the same game that I know and love, which was perfect, just with some better graphics. That's a quality of life improvement. That's all right. And so I think, going back to the point made by E Platypus Unum, which is, yeah, the new models are much more detailed, but I think we've probably reached a point where that level of detail and how nice they look, I don't know if that's going to be enough to convince people to pay the very hefty price for them. I think a lot of people will see these very beautiful models and go, I'll get them 3D printed instead. Because in this world that we live in, you don't need to pay You know, in this world that we live in, you can have the detailed models and not give GW a penny. And it's not even a choice anymore. So for those people that don't give a shit about the new models, that don't care about the graphic fidelity, they'll go and buy them secondhand or third-party alternative. And for those people that want it, they'll just contact their mate with a 3D printer. Yeah. So I think that is a big difference. All right. Let's have a look what we got next. Macon, thank you for Super Chat. Damn Legion bolt action update in stream discussion. MG, my birthday present from Glenn Lee has just arrived and I'm feeling very overwhelmed and quite humbled by his amazing generosity. I can't wait to dig into this box and build my second bolt action army. Conflict Curious is definitely in my future at some point. Hey! That's so cool, man. You had the Anzacs, now it's time for the Desert Africa Corps. Nice. It's a big old box of models. Got a bunch of infantry in there. And then we've got all this shit as well. Nice. We've got the Flak 88 and the Panzer III. I love it. I love it, man. What a beautiful box of goodies. Massive, massive, massive shout out to Glenn Lee for his incredible generosity and to Macon for his generosity, and a big shout out to Damn Legion, who I'm sure is going to be having a lot of fun with his new models, man. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. What do we got here? Sir Newbie, reaction to GW's price increase. Burn this down. My reaction to GW's price increases. Let's have a look here. What is this? 1 minute, my sound isn't on. Oh, no audio for you guys. Sorry, I'll do it again.
Makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Just makes me want to burn this motherfucker down.
I'm a professional streamer.
Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down.
Brilliant. I love it. Let's burn this motherfucker. Sir Newbie, in the space of 2 months, you've gone from I will never surrender to fuck GW, I'm going home. 2 months. 2 months is all it took. Oh my God. 2 months is all it took. JM the Goose, thank you for super chat. Any 3D printer recommendations so I can stop using my mates and print all the Steel Legion I want? This is beyond the pale now. Fuck off, GW. Yeah, fuck off, GW. The Elegoo Saturn 4 is... I've got the Saturn 2. That's old and not even made anymore. Apparently, the Elegoo Saturn 4 is... Saturn 4 Ultra. It's meant to be very, very, very fucking good. Yeah, that's the one I would recommend. There you are. Pigeon Tony, thank you for the 7 months, man. Well, priced out of 40k, time to walk through the rift. Yes! And you know what? I think a lot of people... Look, right. I think a lot of people are gonna go elsewhere. Like, if I was Warlord Games, I'd be rubbing my hands with fucking glee right now. I'd be like, fuck yeah, those stupid fucking cunts. Put the price up further. Yeah. I mean, because people are just going to start feeling very, 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 very resentful. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Due screwing its customer or the words both the Vampire Slayer. That's a Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It took $1 to make me go from I'll never surrender to screw GW. We're better off making our own rules. Yeah. So yeah, do you think Warlord starts looking at redoing Gates of Antares? I don't think so. because they sold Gates of Antares off. So that I don't think so. Someone else might pick it up. I think Warlord is. I think K47 is better than Gates of Antares, frankly. And I'll tell you why. Gates of Antares was kind of AOS. It was very high, not high fantasy, but high sci-fi. Whereas the advantage that Conflict 47 has is it's very fucking grounded. Yeah. It's very, very, very fucking grounded. So, and K47 has the advantage of sistering with bot action as well. If I was Warlord, if I was fucking Warlord, I'd be like, man, we really timed our launch well, didn't we? Warlord must be just looking at this like, man, we got this out just at the right time. Yeah, them and StarCraft both. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of people looking over at GW and they're looking over at Warlord and being like, maybe I will bust a rift. I left it out of my stream highlight bit because I don't want to, obviously have everyone like rolling their eyes and everything. And I didn't want that to take away from the points that we were making in the stream highlight. But I do think that we will see a lot of people go over to other games. And I think Conflict 47 will hoover up a lot of people. I don't think it'll be necessarily in any way that GW will notice. I think GW will, they're just so focused on what they're doing at the moment. But I think if GW won't notice it, I think Warlord will. Yeah. GW raised the prices. Warlord, another free STL. Yeah, exactly. No, there is only one STL at the moment, stories of Satyr, but there's rumors of more coming at the end of the month. Or they only do them occasionally. It's a bit of a new thing. They do them occasionally as a bit of a nice to have for the community on something that they're not planning on producing. Yeah. Not everything is it's not everything is an STL, Stories of Satyr. It's literally just Warlord just sells plastic and resin and metal models as a normal games company, and then very recently they've started doing STLs for things that they don't plan on selling. So the Sturm Riser, for example, is basically like a Titan, and they're like, well, they thought about producing it in resin for people to buy it, but it just wasn't viable, and they were like, well, we might as well let people make their own. So it was nice. Yeah, it was a nice thing, but it's not done to replace any plastic stuff. There you go. K47. So yeah, there's a rumor that they're going to do another one at the end of this month, but I don't know how it's going to pan out. But there's a bit of a rumor going around. I started it earlier in the stream. I'm the source of the rumor, but it's only a rumor, All right, what have we got next? Breakskid, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Gouging orcs feels weird. We are the literal worst faction to make price rises on. The whole army is supported with proxies. Do this to any other race and watch the real cash flow. I mean anyone but orcs and guard, and I think you're right. Yeah. But the crazy thing is, Breakskid, I think, because guard, obviously, we can just get, instead of buying guardsmen, you can just buy World War II soldiers and have the same thing, right? Or you can buy Wargames Atlantic stuff, right? But orcs, they can kit bash the shit out of stuff as well, can't they? But I think with I think it's getting to the point where even with like third party, even with other races, the third party market is picking up. It really is. Yeah, I've seen so many 3D prints. The entire 3D printing wargaming business is propped up on the fact that GW has priced people out. Think about that. Actually, there's more than one, but there is an entire industry with multiple businesses which provide a living for dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of people, just 3D printing models because people have been priced out from 40k. Or been fucked off by GW one too many times. And that's not a small ecosystem either. How many little independent self-employed businesses are doing that shit? Yeah. It's mad. It's like, you know, you have those like big whales that sort of swim through the ocean, or sharks and stuff, and then the little fish come along and like clean their teeth and eat all the parasites off them and everything. There's like entire fucking schools of fucking fish doing that now. Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you, Breakskid. Like, it's weird to do it with orcs, but they're not just going to do it with orcs, man. They're going to do it with everybody. Fox Knight, thank you for the super chat. I think people get priced out based on when they start Warhammer. After 3 years of Warhammer, this will probably chase me to focus on expanding my bolt action and K-47 armies. I think that's a good point. After sort of 2 or 3 years, the prices have gone up so much that even if you don't have the perspective of older editions, of older times, you're still like, this is fucked. Like, in the space of 3 years, you'll have seen the Chimera go up from 30 quid to 42. Let's actually have a look at this 1 minute. It's £32. Yeah, £32. So basically, even if you only came into the hobby at the beginning of 10th, end of 9th, beginning of 10th, you're like, it's a really, 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 really good point, Fox Knight. Even if you only came into the hobby end of 9th, beginning of 10th, you've seen everything go up by 25 to 30% already. Yeah. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy. And that's pushing people out. Roshi, thank you for the super chat, man. 6 times orc trucks with 10 boys is $1,488 in Australian. I bet you could get a car for that much. Not a good car, but I bet you could get an absolute shitbox. Hey, I'll get it from A to B. I'll get it from A to B. I bet you could get a fucking car for that much. That's crazy, man. Oh, that's crazy. Tactical Heckler, thank you for the super chat. I normally buy at least one genuine model, then 3D print a whole bunch. It was kind of like getting an STL. Probably won't do that anymore. Yep. It's too expensive. That one model is going to set you back $100 fucking dollars. That's mad. And this is what I mean. This is kind of what we've talked about before on this channel. GW, they're not just pricing people out. They are losing all goodwill. And they're going too fast. They're going too hard, too fast, man. That's the issue. Like I said, at least before they boiled the frog, now they're picking him up and bashing him against the fucking wall. Yeah.
I said Cree.
Yeah. It's fucked, man. It's so fucked. Oh my god. Full Metal Owl, thank you for the super chat. My response to the price increase in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I can't see it. What's your name in the Discord, man? So I can find it. I can't see it. He's not giving me anything. Forcing the boys to play 4th edition. I think that's a good call, Matthew Bishop. Full Metal Owl, it's a GIF. Okay, let me go through. Okay, let's have a look. You sure you put it in stream discussion? Oh, there you go. Yeah, so I thought it was further up. Brilliant. Sorry it took me a little while to find it, but that was excellent. Absolutely. That was excellent. All right. And then we've got JM the Goose. Thank you for super chat. If this is the plan, how much will FOMO boxes be? I mean, they're going to be 200 quid, aren't they? What, they 180 this time? They're going to be 200. Do you know what I think, GW? Do you want to know my evil thought that went through my head? I was like, I know what GW will do with the FOMO boxes. They'll stop giving you a discount. In fact, they'll charge you more. But what they'll do is in each FOMO box, they'll put a limited edition character, which you can only get in that FOMO box. And it'll have rules, and it'll be really powerful. So it'll be like a special Space Marine chaplain who's really good. And he'll be in that FOMO box only. And they'll just fill that box with a bunch of fucking pork. Like fucking intercessors and shit, right? Vanguard veterans that nobody wants. And then they'll actually charge you more than buying them individually. Like if they bought everything individually, it'd be like 180 quid, but they'll charge you 200. And the reason they'll charge you 200 is because it's the only way you'll be able to get that character. That's what they'll do, man. Yeah. That's what they'll do. That's my evil thought. Base is sold separately. Yeah. FOMO box will save you lots. It's great because you just don't buy it. You just don't buy it. Exactly right. Stop teaching them how to evil, Max. There's a spy among us. Stop giving him ideas. Hey, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't make a difference to me, man. I'm not buying it anyway. I'm not buying any of that shit anymore. No fucking buying. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, exactly right. What was this video someone posted? Let's have a look.
Hello, Grognard.
So what is it said? I just saw this and I wonder if it's true, right? So Happy Grumpy Wargame, oh sorry, Grumpy Grognard Gaming says that the Baneblade has gone up by 25%. I don't think it has done. I think it's the Baneblade with the upgrade sprue, right? Yeah. So they've taken the sprue. So it's if you include the upgrade sprue, the Baneblade has gone up by 25%. Because you have to buy that separately now. Yeah. Oh, shit, mate. Yeah. Anyway. I didn't have my snack before. So I need to have my snacky poo. The Baneblade now, the better roll. Let me go and grab a snack and then I'll come back. I was going to have it before, but I wanted to get into the beef. All right. So let me... Also, Beard, Chaos Lord Beard just did a video saying, what's going on with the 11th edition? Where's the hype gone? It's gone... Maybe we should watch that.
There was so much going on at the beginning.
Just kind of curious. Money goes up, yeah. Yeah, everyone is so fucked off. Everyone is so... I honestly think they've gone too far, boys. Honestly. You want my opinion on this whole thing? All right, let me give you my full-bore opinion. Let me give you my full-bore opinion. I think they've gone too far. I think they've gone too far, too fast, too hard. I think fucking with the power creep too much. I think fucking with the launch box too much, with the price increase on that. And I think fucking with the models, like, you know, they fucked with it too much. I think they thought they had a bulletproof fucking system. I think that GW had fooled themselves into thinking they had a bulletproof fucking system. FOMO box the shit out of them. Price increased once or twice a year. Fucking power creep the shit out of them. I think that they thought that we would just take it and take it and take it. And I think they thought that it doesn't matter if the old players get fucked off, we'll always be able to refill the bucket. I honestly think they thought there was always an infinite source of money, an infinite amount of money. And I think you know what, I might get egg on my face for this. Maybe in a year's time, GW will be making more money than ever before. Maybe. Okay? Maybe in a year's time from now, they'll be making more money than they've ever fucking made. But I don't think so. I have nothing to base this on other than my pure fucking gut instinct. Maybe it's the black ships talking to me. I don't know. Okay? But I think they've gone too far. I think they've fucked up. And I think this is going to cost them. I do. And I think this is going to come at exactly the same time as the Orc Codex being broken. And then the Space Marine Codex is going to come out, and that's going to be fucking broken. And I think it's going to be. I think they are setting up for a perfect shitstorm. I think we are seeing the convergence and the confluence of multiple things, and each one of these things individually wouldn't be enough to cause them any problems. But I think all of these things combined, I think the line's going to go down. I know. I said it. Call me an idiot. Call me a fool. I think the line's going to go down. It might not go down until that first 6 month or annual report comes out, but I think that line's going down, boys. People pointing out, like, they're pushing extradites out before they've even had the new Orc Codex come out. They are front loading so much into this edition right now because they're trying to squeeze every fucking penny. This is not the sign of a healthy company. This is the sign of desperation. This is an absolute fucking sign of desperation. I don't know. I'm happy. You know what? I'm happy to get egg on my face. But I don't know. Something in my gut is telling me this that a perfect fucking shitstorm is coming. A perfect shitstorm is coming. And they have gone too far, too fast, and they can't stop. The wheels are in motion. Things are now in motion that can't be undone. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
Yeah.
one man keeping the streets safe.
Too fast, too furious. Milking these pay picks to buy 40k at AOS. Getting giant goon bait hairbag with Millers. And goat. What the fuck is that? Wait. Is that the new giant? I did see Big Titty Giant Girlfriend. Oh, they didn't, did they? For fuck's sake. Did they actually just release Big... Oh, my God. I think they actually just released Big Titty Giant Girlfriend. They look so shit. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Oh, that one looks pretty cool. I don't know. I don't know. Why? I'm going to get in trouble for this one. They modeled that after the average person that works in HR. They were like, hey girls, come down. We need to take some fucking photo scans of you. Oh my God. This is the head of the AOS design team. Oh my God. There you go. There we go. Yeah. I suppose giants are meant to be ugly. Yeah, they are. It was just a very low hanging bit of fruit. There you are. I think it probably would have looked more out of place if they'd made them, really beautiful looking and everything. So yeah. So I'm not actually against them. It's like I like the new ogres because they look like they probably should do. Yeah. I do what I noticed though, and this is on a bit of a separate note. But have you noticed how GW does a lot of like knees pointing in poses these days? You see it all the time. If you, I first noticed them really doing this kind of like pose with the shitty Slaves to Darkness Marauders for AOS. You know, like the fucking rave Marauders. Yeah. I noticed that they always seem to have like the toes pointed in. Like no one fucking walks around with their toes pointed in like that. It's weird. Yeah, I don't know why they always go for that pose. I always think it looks very, very unnatural. Yeah. Yeah, Pigeon Toby making a crazy comeback. Yeah, exactly. It's just unusual. It is funny though. They went for it wasn't even they're not even big titty giant girlfriend, big belly giant girlfriend. Yeah. There you go. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat, man. You're right, Mordian. I was the vibe hype guy 2 months ago, but a lot has changed since then. GW has beaten me down, so I shall serve another game. Then buy the fucking Rat and Creek box already. Actions speak louder than words, mate. Come on. Use my affiliate link. Oh, man. No, but so, Newbie, no, like, joking aside, this is actually a perfect example of what I was talking about. They're moving too quickly. 2 months ago, plenty of people were in the hype camp. Plenty of people. Fucking love that shit, right? Now it seems like a lot of people are not in the hype camp anymore. There's only so much people can take before they're like, fuck this shit. This is kind of what I was saying, you know, I was saying at the end of last year, I feel like I've been slightly ahead of the curve on this, not to work myself off a little bit, but I do think I've been slightly ahead of the curve on this because I was calling it since the salty summer of 2025, right? So I do think I've been slightly ahead of the curve of this, but I think that other people have started to see what I saw. And I think, so Newbie, we're probably at exactly the same level now. I was ahead, but we're at the same level. Yeah. I've still yet to have a game with the starter set, but I am tempted to get the Ratton Creek box and more. Yeah. Well, if you're going to start converting people, it's the time to do it. And that's only if you want to convert people. That's only if people want to be converted, right? Obviously, you know, if people want to keep playing 40k, people keep playing 40k. Play the game that you love. Life's too short to give a shit about that. But if there's a bunch of people that are disgruntled, there's no point in being disgruntled in war game. Just be happy. Yeah. Yeah. I just finished watching Castle Beard and he's in the same boat. He's like, what the fuck? Where's the hype gone? Yeah, maybe we should look at that video, actually. Because I think Castle Beard... I think Beard is a sound bloke. And I think he has been a sound bloke. I've watched Tabletop Tactics since the kitchen table. Since he was there on the kitchen table. And what I always liked about Beard is how he would bring the vibes, in the face of everyone else bringing sweaty shit, he would always bring the vibes. And a lot of people would say, oh, Beard, bring the vibes, it's going to get smashed again. But every so often, he would turn it on and he would remind people that actually he's a very good player. And he would actually turn up with some proper good list and play it really well. And he'd smash the other presenters. And he never made a big deal out of it. They were always like, fucking hell, he's caught off guard. Or, fucking hell, Beard's turned up to play today, kind of thing. And then he'd go back to vibing it. And what I always liked about him is he always gave very, very fair takes on when they ever discussed stuff outside of games and whatnot. He always gave very, very good takes. So I have a lot of, I liked Bone for how silly he was, but I think Beard had the perfect mixture of silliness and actual good insight. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I am very tempted to take a look at the video. Yeah. FRVN_6. Thank you for super chat. Price comparison and stream discussion. Warlord versus GW. Do you guys want the price comparison? You know, I mean, I try not to do it. Oh, you need to be a member. You need to be a member. Stories of Satire. It's £2 a month to be a member, or about $3 a month. Let's have a look here. Price comparison. 1 Chaos Lord on Dragon, $195. 6 Warlord Games Dragons, $192. And the Warlord Games one looks good as well. Yeah. I did not know they were so expensive, these Chaos Lord on Dragons, man. Wow. I mean, it is a good model, though. It is a very good model. I guess, is it good enough? Is the question, right? It is expensive, but I think that model is going to tempt you. The thing is, what would you rather have? 2 trucks or that dragon? So the point, I need to get this Warlord fucking dragon, actually. Oh, fucking hell, sorry. But this is the Warlord dragon, by the way. And it's completely in plastic, by the way. it even gives you an idea of how it goes together. It's very, it's actually relatively straightforward as a model. Yeah. But
when it comes to fighting crime, there's only one
the thing with this
safe while keeping it real.
is you're only ever going to buy one.
Indeed.
Yeah. You're only ever going to buy one. So that's why I think a lot of people will end up getting that. But the Warlord Dragon's on sale for £20 at the moment. And you could easily mount this thing onto the right base size. Although I do think it does that you put, okay, there are like, I don't think the tail is part of the base, but there's like a groove for the tail. But yeah, I don't think the dragon itself is like on the base. No, it's not. Yeah, so I think you could. I'm kind of curious to see how they do it. Let's go through it, right? Okay. Oh no, there is a bit of an issue with like, you know, this bit here. What size base is it on though? 130mm base. What size base is this thing on? 100 by 150 rectangular base. Well, base is 130mm round. You can do some cuts and fit it onto a 100 by 50. That's what I was just thinking. Yeah. I should definitely get one of these for my orcs and goblins, shouldn't I? And get it as a wyvern. Yeah. I think that would be really cool. Yeah. I might get one of these. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. But yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful model, that, isn't it? It's on sale at the moment. Cybertoast, thank you for super chat. New memes / thumbnail stream discussion. You have hair this time. Oh, thank you. Thank you for giving me the fucking thank you for giving me the fucking hair this time. Let's have a look. There you go. Brilliant. And then the bald version. That's actually really good. I tell you what, man. I tell you what. If you so it needs to be in the right aspect ratio. Okay? I don't know if you can get the AI to do this, but if you can get it in, if you just search what the right aspect ratio for a YouTube thumbnail is, if you can get it to do it in the right aspect ratio, then I will and then send it to me. I'll put it in the thumbnail bank and I'll use it at some point. There you go. All right. That's funny, man. Fun Jacob, thanks for super chat. AI gender comic stream discussion, my first one. I don't see it. Fun Jacob. Are you sure you posted it in the right place? I don't see it, man. Sorry. Maybe it's not come down the pipes yet. It's not come down the pipes yet. I can't see it at all. It says it's setting. Okay, well we'll keep an eye out for it. We'll circle back around to it. Let's have a look here. I think so, Newbie. Did you have something that you wanted? I know was your by the module meme picture discussion. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I thought that was related to your super chat. Well, my plans going further, since GW has killed most of my hype for 11th, I shall still play it due to friends, but I shall be the one to keep saying there is something better out there, something new and old, something that cares for us and wants us, something that doesn't demand and abuse us. Yes, GW, we have no wallets. You took that from us. Yes, GW has gone too far and they have fucked us. Now we shall fuck them. Screw you, GW. I'm going 4th edition. Screw you, GW. I'm going to K47. Screw you, GW. Old World, Best World. I mean, as much as I love Old World, you're not really giving GW the finger if you go to Old World. There we go. I love it. Yeah, I mean, brothers, I do think now is the time to go to 4th edition. I feel it, brothers of the sword. I feel now is the time for a great 4th edition revival. I do. I think there's been rumblings for a little while now. But I think maybe we need to get some 4th edition going again. You know? I'm starting to feel it. Feeling it. I think everyone can feel it. Like, we're getting, like, I mean, how many... Everyone just seems to be really down on... Everyone just seems really down on 11th edition. I kind of feel bad in some ways. Like, it just feels like everyone just fucking hates this fucking thing. Oh, man. Not hates, that's the wrong word. It feels like people are really beginning to get quite annoyed at Games Workshop. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. They see, yeah. Habit Monkey, I think that's the right thing. It really feels like everyone's just so disappointed by it. 2016, GW would never betray their customer pool. 2026, not my problem, let's bust a rift. The thing is, even in 2016, I didn't say GW would never betray their customer pool. In 2016, I said, I don't want to talk about that. And now I'm like, beef! Yeah. Yeah. You think 4th is the best version? I think it's the best. I think it's a good version. I think it's I would suggest 4th edition over 11th edition pretty much any day. Yeah, pretty much these days. Yeah. It's just easier. It's just fucking about, you know? And it puts the game back in war game. That's what it does. All right, let me grab a quick snacky poo, boys. I won't be long. I didn't get one before. So, my knee is clicking. But yeah, let me grab some. Let me grab a. I'll bring it up here so you guys can have a bit of a mukbang. So I'll be sort of a minute, run down, grab some food, bring it back up here, and then we can have a bit of a chinwag. Yeah. Let's have a look. I brought a whole raft of things up so I can just sort of be like Homer Simpson in the control, like that kind of thing. All right. Let's start with pepperami. Oh, yeah. Only the finest in ultra-processed meats that comes in its own condom. Oh, my. Eating better than soda block conscripts. Of course. Meat is back on the menu, boys. It's kind of spicy. Oh my days. Yeah, I need a bit of a snack, to be honest. What do you guys think? Do you think GW is moving too fast? And if so, why do you think they're moving too fast? Do you think it is in response to Armageddon not selling as well? Or do you think they always planned it, is I guess the big question. You think they're hiding the losses? I think GW is moving too fast, exactly because they've been burned the candle at both ends. Causing old customers to leave and new ones to go in increasing numbers. That's too expensive. Yeah. Only time will tell. A few people that aren't already buying from them directly being mad isn't enough for any real change. GW does most of their money via third-party stores now, but what we don't see is those third-party stores selling the money, selling it on. I think GW's been pushing a lot of product onto companies that are never going to sell it. Gas stations, car dealerships, 7-Elevens, all that kind of stuff. It's all about profits, the toxic need for constant record profits. Yeah. I mean, that's it, right? It's not just that the profit... It's not that they need to make a profit. It's that they need to make every year a bigger profit than last year. Right? So if they make 100 million one year and then 100 million the next year, that's not good enough. They still made 200 million. That's not good enough. They had to make 120 million, then 180, then 200. You said you knew some of the inner turmoil happening in the company. You think they're self-sabotaging or genuinely stupid?
They in
Thing is, I can't really talk about that. And the reason I can't really talk about it is I actually, it's so bad that I have to protect myself. That's how bad it is. So I can't really talk about it. But it's really bad. My tinfoil hat theory is that this is planned. The Baneblade is a test trying to see if they can separate weapons from base kits. Oh, yeah. It's always planned. Well, this shit is always see if they can get away with it. They push it a little bit, and if they get away with it, then they keep doing it. So what I was saying before, where I was like, don't fucking blame me. I haven't bought anything off them for 3 years. I've been ringing the alarm bell on this shit for fucking years. Yeah. I've been saying they always dip their toe in the water first. If no one complains, they slide all the way in. Old Wealth, and they have to release new models every couple of years to limit the resale value of old stuff as people leave the hobby. Yeah, that's why the new stuff always invalidates the old stuff, isn't it? In one way or another, you can't use the old stuff because it's not the right size or whatever. Yeah. Fears Les and Aldea saying both a really good point here. If anything, we're going to see a real change in third-party shops either not buying from GW or if GW is their main product sadly closing. I think that GW will be in real trouble if third-party stores start saying, no, we're good, we still have stock. Yeah. That's the big one, isn't it? A third-party store, this is why I think GW is now pushing their stock to anyone that'll buy it. What have we got here? Hex and Violence. The rise in popularity of content creators dealing with the old Midhammer vibes, while slow is at least pointing out a viable alternative to people invested in the IP of their armies. Yeah. And the amount of content creators we're seeing diversifying their portfolios as well on wargaming is very interesting. I said this a few months ago, well, about a year ago. I was like, people really should start diversifying. Having all your eggs in one basket is it's always a bit risky. I know the algorithm, but still. Lewis, my local game store is bringing in K47 bot action. They've been reducing their GW stock as it's not selling well. I mean, that's who will go first. As sad as it sounds, I think local game stores will go first. Before GW. I think GW will find ways to limp along. I think a lot of smaller... It's difficult for a third-party store to be able to... You know, right now, the advantage of everything being with Games Workshop is that as a third-party store, you can kind of invest everything into GW, and it's fine. But if everything breaks down to everyone playing lots of different games, it's harder to stock all of that shit. But what you find a lot of game stores do, if there's multiple local areas, they coordinate. So one of them will focus on the cards, one of them will focus on like the battle tech, one of them will focus on like the board, on the war game, one will focus on the board games and everything. That's what they do in a couple of local areas that, well, a couple of sort of areas that I know of. They coordinate so they're not stepping on each other's toes. And that way there's enough fish for everybody. I think the local game store will dump you before they go under if they're a smart business. I think trying times like this will, for lack of a better term, and this might sound really harsh, but separate the wheat from the chaff a little bit. Where those stores which are run by savvy business owners, which are able to, sense the change coming, adapt on the fly, diversify the products they're doing, they'll be fine. And then there'll be some local game stores, and even if they're perfectly nice people, actually, there were some local game stores that won't be able to adapt for one reason or another. And they're the ones that will struggle. But things will consolidate around places. Alright, this is my last bit of bruschetta and then I'm done. Hat Monkey, I watch more old Hammer content than new Hammer. So MG, but I do watch all the action and conflicts of you make. That's alright. I cover a diverse portfolio of wargames and content because I appreciate that there's a diverse community of wargamers. And not everybody likes Warhammer. And not everybody likes Conflict. The heretics. So, I cover a nice mix because it's what I'm interested in. And it happens to be what a lot of you guys are interested in. So, yeah. There we are. Michael Tipton, this is going to hurt gaming stores for what touch GW. Support your local gaming store by getting other stuff like paints, dice, maybe a board game, Battletech. I think that it will probably hurt game stores before it hurts GW. But GW will feel the knock-on effect because, well, it depends on if GW... If local game stores close down, but GW can sell into more fucking, like, car dealerships and other places where Warhammer really doesn't belong, but they don't care. GW might be okay. I actually plan on doing that, running a Midhammer event. Yeah. For some reason, I find this move by GW so egregious. Visceral. I'm done with them. I'll never buy another thing from GW. My 3D printer arrives next week. I think they've crossed the line, man. I think they've crossed the line. I think it's an almost like soft, imperceptible line, but I think they've crossed the line. And I don't know, man. I just feel like this is going to be I feel like this price increase is going to be a big deal. Maybe not now. Maybe in a few months. Maybe in a few years. But I think 11th edition is going to be a point in the timeline that we'll be able to point to and go, I was there for that. How Monkey maybe start chatting to more local groups about K47? I mean, can't hurt to ask, can it, man? Can't hurt to ask. You will be surprised. There tends to be a lot of people. Sometimes people are just really entrenched and they're like, never, only 40k. But I'd be surprised. A lot of people tend to be more open-minded than you expect. Old Werewolf. So GW jacking up the price while Power Creep's off the scale. 7th edition again. Yep. Old Werewolf. That's exactly what they're doing. What got increased? Everything went up by something. The average is like 5 or 6%. But there are some very specific, very egregious ones like Orc Trucks going up 41%. We saw how well that turned out, Old Werewolf. Yeah, we did. Us veterans, remember. This is the thing. I think GW underestimates how long the community's memory is. They should have got a hint of it with the Armageddon just paint them yellow shitstorm, but they didn't, did they? They didn't. Local stores being forced to carry AOS products must be a real burden for them. Yeah. I do wonder how Warlord does it. I should ask them. Do people just order off them what they want? Or do they I mean, I don't know if Warlord does the same thing like here. Maybe they do both. Like, hey, here's an intro package if you don't know what of our stuff you want to sell. Here are our best sellers. There you go, kind of thing. And maybe there's an element of, hey, just, you know, you can also order specific things that you want. Yeah. I know it's because when I go to any game store that sells Warlord products, there's always certain similar things that I see. Yeah. Lord David, good thing I'm switching to K47 bot action. We'll still paint up my Iron Stakes and Red Corsairs, the passion project, but gameplay-wise, maybe not enough, though. I have a lot in 40k. I can wait. Well, here's the thing, Lord Davian. This is why I think you can have your cake and eat it. You can have your 40k and you can have your K47. Because, what was that? Iron Snakes and Red Corsairs? Bro, that sounds like custom chapter trait Space Marines for 4th edition. And it's the same for, Perfect Chaos Space Marine Army for 3.5 Codex Chaos Space Marines. Basically what I'm saying is you've got 2 perfect armies within 4th edition there. Yeah. There's a groundswell of alternating activation rule sets popping up based on either 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 9th and 10th with modern units. Break the constant cycle, plus focus on internal balance. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's I mean you are seeing a real uptick in this kind of stuff. You really are. Right, we've got a few super chats coming in here. Let's have a look at these. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the 48 months. 4 years, baby! Quadruple X-Force, busted all the rifts, baby! There we are. Mini battle report, discussion, and video. Bust a rift. Let's have a look, man. Right, what is this? So you said how the Americans really defeated the Japanese in Invasion America. Japanese man astonished by Waffle House. A Waffle House at 3 in the morning. I ordered hash browns. The waitress, Charlene, turned towards the kitchen and shouted, "Scattered, smothered, covered." I rose from my stool. These were battle commands, shouted across the room, fast, in code, the way a captain calls a line into position. Something was happening. I prepared myself. "Who is under attack?" I asked. Charlene turned back. "Huh? Oh, that's just your hash browns, baby."
A Waffle House at 3 in the waitress, Charlene.
I'm going to skip ahead.
Covered. I rose from my...
I really don't feel like I need to hear the very inappropriate, badly done Japanese man's accent. I think I'll just read it out. Let's have a look. I sat back down slowly. The potatoes have their own commands. Scatter beans on the grill, smothered onions, covered cheese. And there are more. She counted them off without looking at a menu. Chunked his ham, diced his tomato, peppered his jalapenos, capped mushroom, topped chili, country sausage, gravy. I was silent for a moment. 9 words, 9 fates for 1 potato. In my homeland, a man earns a name through a lifetime of deeds. Here, hash brown could earn 9 in a single night. I have badly underestimated this country. I want all of them, I said. Every word. The potato has earned them. You want it all the way? All the way. To give it fewer would be an insult. Charlene shouted the whole thing back into the kitchen. The full litany. And the cook answered not, turned around, and I stood again and bowed to him, sergeant to sergeant. He did not see it. It did not matter. I knew. It came buried. Onions, cheese, ham, tomato, peppers, mushrooms, chili gravy. Chili, gravy. You could barely find the potato underneath, which seemed correct, because by then the potato was no longer a side dish. It was a decorated soldier. I ate the whole thing with a fork in both fists. It was hot and filthy and magnificent. I have eaten in palaces. I have never eaten anything that was honoured this thoroughly. So tell me, America, you can shout the same potato into 9 different lives. 1 minute. Who wrote this language and where can a foreigner learn it? And the cook who answers in code at 3 in the morning. Is that a kitchen or war room? Oh my god. Brilliant. Right, what's this? Had a battle against Mr. Bratz, Jenny's spouse, versus the Japanese. It was going to be a three-way match, but Jenny was busy. Such is life, but a funny game. I now know why Ghost was so dangerous. It was game 4, kill points, and close to 1 to 2, my power armor waves held a trench, taking on the onslaught of mortars and Ghost Warrior guns. My mechs had to stay in a cave, had to stay in case till the truck with daughter team pushed in deep behind enemy lines to kill the anti-tank cannons, let my walker finally move out. We finally got to take the Ghost Warriors that kept me pinned all game. It was a good match for kill points, but the Scrappers won it by 2 more kills. Another great game. This is what I kind of found when playing against the Japanese, is they can be all over you and they can really keep you off balance, and then kind of suddenly in the end game they sort of peter out and you manage to get the better of them. But it could be, it's not easy. I feel like if the Japanese had like 1 or 2 more units, they'd be really good. I'm definitely starting to get a lot more respect for the Japanese. I used to kind of think they were a bit shit and dismiss them, but I've been building some lists, boys. I've been building some lists, and I've been trying some things out, and I'm starting to get an idea of the Japanese for sure. Yeah, I can't say that. I'll get told off. You'll all just have to wait till the Wednesday going on Thursday stream. You know, you'll all just have to wait. Then I can tell you what kind of list I've been building. Goddamn cat girls. These goddamn degenerate Japanese fucking weebs. Goddamn weeb players, man. Oh my god. I'm only taking the piss. It looks great. It looks so cool, man. I love the yellow color scheme. I love both armies, don't get me wrong, but I really like it on the Japanese. Very, very cool. Very, 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 very fucking cool. I love it, Cosmic. It looks like a great game. And winning by just 2 points. That's pretty close. Yeah, that's pretty close. Let's put it this way, boys. All right. I built a list. I can't say that. Warlord will get angry with me. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll be okay with it. With me dropping things a bit early. You know, maybe they'll be alright. Let's just say I built a list and it contained every Ghost Warrior that I have. That's not giving anything away. That's not giving anything away. You know, I just built a list and it had every Ghost Warrior in my collection. There you are. And I could be doing that any day of the week. I could be doing that any day of the week, you know? There you are. I really am looking forward to using the Ghost Warriors. The Ghost Warriors and the Ghost Soldiers. The Ghost attack squads. Yeah. I think it's really good. What is the new points? Spill it? I can't tell you. What new points? I mean, no. There are no new points in Ba Sing Se. There are no new points. There you go. Not yet, anyway. Way! Oh my god. There you go. I'll tell you this, all right? There's a reason why I'm painting this model up. He's very, very cool. He's very, very, very cool. And actually, I want to check something about him. There's one thing I didn't check about him. Which I think is important. Oh, okay. He's very cool. he's really fucking cool. I'm just looking to see what. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that bit. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, he's really fucking good. I can't tell you more. You have to wait. Yeah. You'll have to wait. But yeah, he's very, very cool. I think he's going to be a ton of fun. I think people are really going to like him. Yeah. He's just a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun, and he's a really cool model. There we are. Do we know if there's any more chance of Warlord? Any chance of Warlord adding more factions to K47 like the French? So I asked a question to Warlord at the open day, and they said never say never. So. Yeah, they said never say never. All right. What do we got next? Roshi, thank you for the super chat. MG, I love the latest K47 bat rep. Do you think Warlord should restrict some units like Ursus, etc. to 0 to 2? Firstly, thank you for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed it. Me and Morty Bro really, really enjoyed making it. As for restricting things like Ursus, no, I don't. In fact, I actually, just whilst idly chatting, nothing formal anyway, shape or form. I was actually, I can't remember if it was. I'm trying to think about this actually. I think it was actually Chris at the tournament, at the K47 tournament, which the after action report for is coming out this Wednesday, by the way. So I thought I'd do it a bit earlier rather than making you wait like 2 weeks for it. I thought I'd do it out on a Warlord Wednesday. And one of the things that we were chatting about in between rounds was that the advantage of the moment that Warlord starts, this is in a funny sort of way, this is kind of the trap that GW has fallen into, which is the moment that Games Workshop starts mandating things, it encourages everybody to go rules as written to the nth degree. For example, you can't put 8-bound inside a Rhino, but you can put Exalted 8-bound inside a Rhino, because technically they're two different units with different keywords, right? And people will do it, and people will get away with it, because rules are written. What you want, the moment that the more that GW tries to like clamp down on this kind of stuff, the more broken the game becomes in many ways. And people start using Games Workshop as an excuse to kind of justify their ungentlemanly behavior. So, for example, like Catan spam. People feel completely and utterly justified in absolutely bumming their friends with Catan spam. Because their defense is, well, that's the points that GW put them at. That, GW says I can take this many. If GW didn't want me to take this many, they would put a restriction in, because we've seen them put restrictions in on everything else when it's been a problem. They've not done one here, so it's not a problem, right? So the moment that the company starts mandating stuff like this, the player base starts essentially using the decrees from on high as very much a shield or an excuse. Yeah. Whereas when you have a system where, there's some army list building systems, like the platoon system, for example, but where you have a system where there's like, okay, there's some pretty good units out there, I could spam Maximum Ursus and Drugov, but I know that it's powerful. I know it's a bit much, so I'm not going to. And I know that Warlord's not going to change it. So it's on me. You know, me as the responsible adult, as the responsible wargamer. It's on me to be well behaved, for lack of a better term. We've used this term before in regards to, like, you know, what the way sort of other war games approach things, not just warlord games, but we'll use them as an example. Burrows and Badges is another great example of this, though. It's a high trust. It creates a high trust community. So if the onus is on the community to regulate things, if the onus is on the community to be like, no, we know what's broken, but we're not going to spam that because we know that will cause problems, then the community polices itself. And bad actors in many ways, you know, and those communities police themselves, and there will always be a place for people that want to go as hard as possible, right? But those people will find their communities that go hard. So a really good example of this in like bot action is there's my local bot action group at Element. Really, really nice. I mean this in no insulting way, shape or form, but very soft. People don't turn up with armies which are broken. People turn up with armies which are cool and quite historical. They're not rivet counters, but someone will turn up with their US Marines. They won't turn up with a mix of Marines, Rangers, Airborne, blah 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 blah. Even though you can do that and be really efficient, they'll just be like, no, this is my US Marine army, so I use that. Whereas there's another bot action community called the Juggernauts, and that's down near Nottingham, I believe. And they go ultra hard every single time. There's no margin for error. They go ultra hard every single time, ultra competitive kind of stuff. But these two communities never interact with each other. Because for the competitive people, they don't want to interact with the soft people. The soft people, you know, it wouldn't really be much of a challenge for them from a competitive point of view. And B, it wouldn't be very satisfying. You know, the soft people are there just like, you know, drinking a beer, chilling out, moving a few models around, just not worrying about it. And so there's two very different mindsets. And so the competitive people end up self-regulating and policing in their area. And the softer, more narrative, more chill table vibes, they self-regulate. And we had a chap in our Element group, the more chill group, and he wanted to play really hard. And, you know, and he kept turning up to events with like 4 or 5 Nebelwerfers, and, you know, politely people kept being like, come on, this is getting a bit much, you know, much now, blah, blah, blah. Until eventually you know, after a few instances of this, and a particular instance where he brought the 5 Nebs against a brand new player, and that was a very unpleasant experience against someone who's got a British power starter army. Basically, the head of the 2 guys that run the bot action group pulled him to one side and said, "You just can't turn up if you're going to keep doing this. Like, if you either tone your list down, or when you sign up for the events, we're going to refund your tickets and you're going to have to go somewhere else. Because we're trying to grow this club in a certain way, and you've actually put a few people off here today. These are meant to be intro tournaments, and you've put people off today." And now, very fortunately, not to wank myself off a little bit, but the guy that got absolutely smashed by the 5 Nebs, he actually ended up playing me. And we had I chatted with him and everything, and I got the gist very quickly that he was a new player. And so immediately I just flicked any competitive switch off, and I was playing Soviets, and I was playing Conscript Horde, I was playing literally mass conscript of T-34s, the most Soviet army you can get. And I just said to my opponent, I'm gonna conscript charge you. I said, have you seen the film Enemy at the Gates? He went, yeah. I went, you know, the fountain bit? He went, yeah. I went, that's what we're going to do today. But with British. And he was like, all right then. And there was this one bridge that we were fighting over. And I was just like, Oolra! And I just charged forward. Everybody. Every turn. Didn't matter. Not one step backwards, comrades. Didn't matter if moving and shooting the tanks every turn was going to fuck me. Just moving forward. Just moving forward. Just moving forward. You know, literally just like, no. And I had like, you know, like a full strength commissar squad and everything with the victory flag in there, like forwards, comrades, not one step backwards, and all this kind of stuff. And what could have been a very easy win for me against someone who's played like a handful of games before, what could have been a very easy win for me ended up being a draw, and we had a ton of fun. And that guy who went from being like, I don't know if bot action is the game for me, I thought it was going to be, he turned up at the last big apocalypse-sized game that we did. He was there at Kursk. And, you know, and he kept saying like, hey, you know, Tim, look what's going on my flank. And I'd come over and have a look, like, oh my, he was like, I'm pushing, you push me, I'm pushing. And I'm just like, I was like, we're both the Soviet he'd actually switched from Brits to Soviets. And I was like, this is the way, comrade. Forward for the glory of the Rodina. And, you know, we really got into it. And this is the thing, like, our community regulated itself that way because the onus was on us to do so. And because the competitive player didn't have well, it's a tournament, GW says it's okay, rules is written, blah, blah, blah. He didn't have that shield. We didn't have that, you know? So it's on us to, you know, we have the responsibility. It puts the responsibility on the players, which is where it should be, because at the end of the day, we are the ones playing the game. And it gives us not only responsibility, but it gives us skin in the game. It gives us, it makes us care about the community that we're building. And this is the same thing with Conflict 47. So I was at the the Wigan tournament. First game I play is against someone who this tournament is the first round. The person I'm playing against, it's his second ever game. His first ever game was the day before, when he'd come down to the Warlord store and found out about the tournament. And he was like, I've got a fully painted Brit army. And so he learned the day before and then turned up he'd learned sort of online, come down for an intro game against Chris, loved it, signed up for the tournament, second ever game was against me. Now, obviously, again, I could have probably just through experience fucking tabled this guy if I wanted to. But I didn't, because I want to, you know, the person on the other side of the board, I'm not going soft. It's not about, someone say, oh, you're pulling your punches. I didn't pull any punches. I just went into a kind of like thematic mode. So I had an entire army of Style Trooping. So what did I do with every Style Trooping squad every single turn? Vormarch, 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 Vormarch. Every single time. I was like, he was like, what? I was like, Style Trooping, the whole thing is they always go forward. They Vormarch, they advance every time. They never walk backwards. They're the most arrogant people in the entire Axis. They are not. They believe nothing can stand before them. So I'm gonna. It's every turn I'm moving 6 inches forward. Every turn 6 inches forward. Every turn 6 inches forward. And he loved it. He absolutely fucking loved it. And it wasn't that I was making bad decisions. I just played the army the way the army would play in real life, if you get what I'm talking about. Yeah. And that game was a ton of fun. And my opponent learned a lot about it. And that one ended up being a draw as well. And I didn't manage it to a draw. I didn't manage either game to a draw. I just played the army how I thought it would play in both instances. And it turned out both players had an absolutely amazing time and absolutely loved it. Yeah. So, yeah, no, I don't think that Warlord should put any restrictions on it. I think if you know that Ursus are really fucking good, you should bring one squad. If you talk to your opponent ahead of time and say, hey, you know, I've got 12 verses. I'd really like to try them all out. I want to give you a fair warning. This is what I'm going to do. Please bring a list that will be able to manage that. Then that's fine. Yeah, those first few games can be really important. I totally agree, Slim Typhoon. Yeah. Especially if someone is... So, for example, like that guy in the first game with the Soviets, right, he was actually coming over from AOS. And he, on the same day that we were doing the bot action tournament, because it was only like a quarter hall booking at Element, there was an AOS tournament of the same size. Maybe a little bigger. And probably about the same size, to be fair. But that's not dunking on AOS. The bolt action scene at Element's really, really good. They've been doing a great job of building that community up. And all the people at the AOS tournament recognized him. And they were like, why aren't you playing AOS? And he was like, well, I thought I'd try something a bit different. And so, you know, especially when someone's coming over from a new game, you know, you want to give them a really good first impression. Because you want them to, you know, you're not trying to convert them away from their old game, not at all. But you want to be showing someone like, hey, look, this is a fun game too. You know, and hopefully they'll enjoy both games in the future. And, you know, every community can grow and benefit. Yeah. Siri 8, I've seen some of the competitive gamers talk about the types of lists they try and clamp down on because they become not fun slogs. And Nev's thumbs up there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Even... And it's not just like Nev spam. Like, you just... Yeah. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So yeah, Roshi, it's not about Warlord putting restrictions on it. It's about us being more mature wargamers. It's wargaming is often, I think wargaming often should be seen as cooperative PvP in a weird sort of way. Yeah. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. We should recycle GW sprues and models at the Warlord bin. Unfortunately, they don't allow it. As far as I can tell, I think they only allow Warlord sprues to go into the Warlord bin. Yeah, people turning on the GW sprues, cramming them in. Yeah, unfortunately. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat again. Who's your money on in the lot for Tiki versus Mad Larkin? Neither. My lot is on you coming in with the steel chair. Coming in from the ropes! How many Katusas is acceptable? Like one. Yeah. How about monkey? But again, talk to your opponent. Talk to your opponent. I think one is acceptable in any list at any time. I think any more than one, you probably mentioned to your opponent so that they have an idea of what's going on. Yeah. Mad Larkin, so Morgan, are you saying I shouldn't take my crisis spam as a TO to be the ring if there's an odd number on Saturday? It can always be a bit of a funny thing. No, that's absolutely fine, Mad Larkin, as long as you give the person who you're playing against, they always get the win. And it's just a game to take up time. Does that make sense? If you... there's nothing that's less fun than someone getting a bye and just getting fucking filled in. Right? If you're going to be a ringer... Because at the end of the day, they've paid for their ticket, right? So if you're going to be a ringer, basically, the idea is if there was no one there for them to play against, they'd get the auto win anyway, wouldn't they? So in this case, it's like in this situation, it's like, okay, you're getting the auto anyway, but we get to have a game to kill some time. That's the way I would do it. So they don't miss out on anything, and they still get some time to enjoy and play. Yeah. But yeah, Mad Larkin. But in some ways, Mad Larkin, in some ways, I think 40k is, I think it's fine for you to fucking smash people. So, this is an unpopular opinion. But I do think that Warhammer 40k provides a very valuable service to wargaming as a whole. And I think that Warhammer 40 New Hammer. Okay, actually, I do think that New Hammer provides a very valuable service to the wider wargaming world, because I think it creates an environment for those people that do want to play hard and who do want to play rules as written as standard. And I think that is often overlooked or underappreciated by people who play non-40k games or play Old Hammer and Mid Hammer. So it's not a fly trap for the tourists. I think that's an overly harsh way of putting it, Noble Memes. And I know what you say is making you having a bit of a joke, but I do think it is a bit of an overly harsh way of putting it. Because there is nothing wrong with wanting to just go fucking hard sometimes. Nothing wrong with that. And I am not someone who's anti-competitive play. I think that I actually think in a broader sense, not just wargaming, but in life, I think competition is very important. I think removing competition actually can be very harmful in many ways. So no, I have no issue with competition whatsoever. I think competing can be a very valuable, very, very, very valuable thing, and very, very valuable experience for people in all walks of life, in all fields, and all manner of situations. The thing is that not every time do I want to be competitive. Sometimes I just want to chill. Not every game should be an absolutely sweaty tournament situation, whether that's video games or tabletop games or whatever. It's like not every movie you want to watch is going to be like, sometimes you want to watch the latest epic super serious film, some fucking Christopher Nolan bollocks, right? And sometimes you want to watch Dumb and Dumber or some other cheap, shitty comedy like Star Wars. And so I think that what I really like about Warhammer 40k, what I really like about New Hammer, is the fact that it does allow me to have a go-to place, a go-to environment where I can play hardcore, I can play competitive. I don't hate modern Warhammer in any way, shape or form. I really don't. I don't like Games Workshop. I think GW is doing a bad job of managing what they've got. But I don't mind like 40k being more competitively focused. Because if I want to play, even if I want to play a less competitively focused game, I can play anything from Mid Hammer to Old World to Bot Action to K47 to a million others. Joe makes a great point here. It's all about making sure both players are coming at the game on the same page with the same angle, making sure expectations are being met. Exactly. Really fucking exactly. Yeah. 100%. And that's why, despite all the shit that GW does, when people ask me, how come you still cover Warhammer if you seem to hate so much? I don't hate Warhammer at all. I have a lot of... I can create a lot of beef-related content about GW, but that's GW. GW is separate to Warhammer, in my mind. I compartmentalize that shit. And the advantage that as you were saying, the advantage that Warhammer 40k has, that New Hammer has, is that both players turn up to that game for the expectation. And the trickle down or the side effects of that is the communities of other war games tend to be less competitively focused, because 40k is so big and so massive that most war gamers play it. Now, that's probably not true, actually, if you add everyone up. But a lot of people who want to play competitively play over there. And a lot of people who don't want to play competitively will play in another space. And I'm trying to think of a good example of this. I've said this before on this channel, and I really do believe it. I think going back and playing Midhammer now, it would be a much better experience than if you played it back in the day. Because back in the day, people were turning up to the tables with two very different expectations. Not always, but often. One person would turn up with their fluffy, chill Imperial Guard list, and one person would turn up with the latest meta cheese. And you got spanked. And there were just two different expectations within the same community. Now, if you go back to Midhammer, you're going back to Midhammer for probably a very specific reason, which is you want to play Warhammer, but you don't want to be on the modern treadmill. And you'll find that most people that also go back to Midhammer are going back for the exact same reasons you are. So the community around it is a lot more relaxed, because everyone is now turning up to the table with the same expectations, and everyone is turning up to the new Hammer tables with the same expectations, and everyone's turning up to the old and mid-Hammer tables with the same expectations. And so now every group is happy. And it's the same, with like Conflict 47, for example. Most people, the majority of people that are getting in, Warlord themselves have actually commented on this. And they are like, the Conflict community is unbelievably chill. They're actually like, Warlord is almost like they're not sure how to handle it. Like, these guys, like, everyone's just like super happy, super enthusiastic, really into the game. No one really complains about anything we do. If there are any criticisms, people tend to be very understanding, giving us a chance to like fix it without, before the sky is falling. People tend to be actually like, normally we release something and people are like, "Bah!" because that's just the internet, right? But we release something with like Conflict, people are like, this is cool. So, yeah, but the reason is that, for a lot of people getting into Conflict 47, they're coming from all sorts of places. A lot of people are coming from Bolt Action over to Conflict 47. I think this is one that's really surprised quite a lot of people, which is, which hasn't surprised a lot of people. But there's a lot of people who have play Bolt Action, but when they just want to like goof around, they'll jump on the K47. And then you've got, quite a lot of people which are coming in from Warhammer 40k, who are obviously coming over because they are looking for a more chill environment. And it's all well and good someone saying to them, go and play Midhammer, but it's harder to find a community for a dead game, or psychologically, there's the perception of it's harder to find a community for a dead game. Whereas that it's like, why do people always play the new edition of Warhammer, even if the old edition's better? Because it's easier to keep up with the current thing than to try and stay in the old thing, right? So the advantage that I think K47 actually has over Midhammer is that it's current game, so it's live kind of thing. But do you know what's really... So I think these two groups are both coming over with a mindset of, hey, this is the chill place. But do you want to know what's... This is completely off topic. But do you want to know what's really surprised me for Conflict? The amount of people who it's their first war game. I would say the vast majority of people who play Conflict only play Conflict. It's very, very, very interesting. It's like, sometimes, I've had, do you want to give you an example of this? Hand on heart, hand on fucking heart, at the events that I've been to at Warlord HQ and at the Wigan store and at Sheffield, okay, basically all the conflict events that I've been to, so probably about half a dozen, maybe about half a dozen, more than half a dozen. Well, 4 of the Americans, half a dozen. I don't think I've met anyone who's played modern 40k who's come over to K47. Maybe a handful. Maybe, you know, there's probably about 80 players I've met. In all those events, I've probably met about 80 players, right? I would say, no, I've not met any. I'd say about maybe 10% of those played some form of modern Warhammer. Played some form of modern Warhammer, and there were, let's say it's about 80 people, about 8 of them played some form of modern Warhammer, but they dropped out years ago. For a lot of people, they dropped out years ago, and they're coming back because they sort of, for a lot of them, they came back and they were like, looked over at what modern Warhammer answered, offered, and they were like, I'm not sure about that. And then they came and saw K47. They were like, this looks interesting. Yeah. So yeah, it's really interesting that the vast majority of people that I've met who play Conflict, it's the only game they play. It's the only war game they've played in a long time. Or ever. It's main game energy. And I didn't even really set that bit up. I didn't even mean to think. Literally, I was just sort of thinking out loud. And I went, as I sort of got to that bit where I said it's their only game, it made me think that's their main game. As in, it's main game energy. Right? Yeah. So yeah, it's just really cool. But a lot of people in the Conflict community are just very, very chill. And yeah, they're very... it's the only game they play. It's the only game they're interested in, which I think is in of itself is very interesting. There's enough there that for people who play war games, it's the only war game they really need to think about. Yeah. Aldeas, I think Midhammer is getting traction, truth, because of the resources now available. New recruit having Midhammer opens the door in a big way to the younger guys who may not have all the stuff. I think that's a great point, Aldeas. And that's a really, 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 really fucking good point. Like actual 10 out of 10 gigabrain thought, I think, on that one. E Platypus Unum, thank you for the super chat, man. Thanks, MG. I'm pulling the trigger on the Japanese K47 box. Yes! Banzai! 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 I love it, mate. I love it. Do you mean the starter army, or do you mean the ghost platoon? Both are very good, by the way. I'm just having a look here. I'm guessing you mean this one? Nice. It's a really good box. So it gets you... this gets you about 800 points worth of stuff. So it gets you over half an army. And then this box here is about 750-ish points. So that gets you the other half of the army. If you want to go down that many Ghost Warriors, which is really not a bad idea. Really, really not a bad idea, to be honest. Yeah. Both are very, very, very good. I just collect conflict via bundles. Yeah. I just go like that one, then that one, then that one. But there you go. E Platypus, thank you so much, Super Chat, man. But dude, seriously, Buster Rift, baby! The revolution spreads, brother. The fire rises. Now go full spooky boys. You mean you're going? Oh wait, you're going all ghosties? Nice. So when you say You get the K47 box. Which one do you mean? Do you mean this one? All the Ghost Platoon guys? Ghost Infiltration Platoon is a very, very good box set. Yeah. I just assumed you meant that one, but... it's cool, man. I'm very... I do love the new Ghost Warriors, man. What was the list that I... the Ghost Bundle. Yeah, it's a... Dude, it's such a fucking sick box, man. It's such a good box. I think I've pre-ordered that one myself, and I'm very much looking forward to it. It's on pre-order at the moment, but it'll go out at the end of the month, so you'll probably get it in a week or two. Yeah. I honestly say slag the Invasion of America. It's everything in one plus the book and a tow into the US. Yeah, the Invasion of America bundle is very good, but it's not necessary. And at the end of the day, you can always get it later because it's not FOMO, right? And even if you just buy the book separately, it's only a £2 saving on the. It's a nice saving, but it's only a little £2 saving, so it's not so bad. Yeah. But yeah, I do like the Invasion America bundle as well. Do they still do the Festung Europa bundle? I kind of fucking hell, they do, don't they? Fucking look at that. The lack of FOMO is actually orgasmic. I was like, there's no way they'll still have that. It's the new release bundle. Still going. It's actually crazy, that, isn't it? It's actually fucking crazy. I love it. Pardon me. I love it. Yeah. Roshi, thank you for super chat. The reason I asked is because all the new special platoons have restrictions. I think that's mostly just done for flavor purposes, to be honest. I don't know how much Warlord does do playtesting. I know this for a fact. But I think a lot of the restrictions come down to just it makes sense that these units would work together in a platoon more than anything else. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the automated platoon for the Brits, it's pretty generous in what you can put in there. But yeah. But remember, pardon me, I've got super tired all of a sudden. Remember, you're not limited to one platoon. So there's nothing wrong with I think there are some list building restrictions, like you can't just take all vehicles. For example, you've got to take like a rifle platoon or an assault platoon to unlock the armor platoon, so on and so forth. But again, it's not that hard to work around that system. Oh, I'll take a minimum strength army, so I can attack, so I can then min max and take the maximum. You know, walkers and shit. It's not that hard to break the system. But you're not some fucking mega genius for working it out. Yeah, and most, it's just weird. It's not weird. It's just nice. It's just good. Most people just don't break the system. Yeah. I think that's what it is more than anything else, Roshi. Most people just don't. It's just Conflict 47. It's the gentleman's game. It's the gentleman's game. That's it. Dexter Game Corner, I ran 5 Kazakhs and it felt dirty. Yeah, exactly. You just don't do it. Not round here, partner. We don't do that here. Yeah. The fact is that it's all just kits on the shelf. They just take what's in the bundle and put it in the order, not a special little one-off box. I mean, that's true, Ardeus. Yeah, that's what allows them to keep the bundles going for a bit longer. Like, oh yeah, they just take the Totem Rock box off, chuck a Roberta Wells figure in there, chuck a Festung Europa in there, job's done. But isn't that 1 second? 1 second. You might be slightly incorrect, but only in a very minor way. Roberta Wells that comes in the Festung Europa bundle is a unique model. Ah, the one-off style of Roberta. Yeah, exactly. See? Although, to be fair, you do get that. No, you're right. You do get... No, you are right. You get that with the book. Nope, I was wrong. You were right. Lambast me. Absolutely lambast me. There you go. Mordy, when are you going to do an armies and display video for your K47 armies? Ooh, that's a good idea. Question is, do I include all of my bolt action stuff as well? Dexter Game Recorder, am I the only one that likes Old Slammer more than New Slammer? No, I totally see it. I like New Slammer, but I think it's the underslung Tesla rifle. I think that's what it is. I think it's the same problem that affects the T2 prototype heavy armor. Where's Old Slammer? Yeah. I think it's the I think his Power Fist looks a lot worse. I think it just comes down to like that Power Fist obviously looks a lot better. The Power Fist looks a lot better, the facial expression looks a lot better, the posing on the model looks a lot better. Like everything about he looks, you know, he doesn't look that big and beefy, and he looks like he's wearing some sort of weird boiler suit. So it's just the fact that the Tesla rifle looks a bit derpy. That's it. I think if they just made his Tesla rifle, if he was just one-handing the Tesla rifle like a normal rifle, I think he would look better. Yeah, I think that for me, that's it. MG, what MG section should I build with the Africa Corps? Air infantry. I mean, you're not limited. You can still run them as grenadiers if you want to, but I would build. I mean, I would probably build. How many have you got in the box? 36. I'd build 2 6-man squads with double LMG. They will technically be here veteran grenadiers, but that's fine. You're just looking for double LMG squads that you can take. So 2 6 of them. So 2 LMG team, basically LMG loader, ship muncher sergeant with a rifle, and then I would build an anti-tank rifle and 2 light mortars. So that's going to use 18 of them up. But that's all for your right, because you take 2 light mortars and a rifle platoon. So that gets you your light mortars. It gets you a little anti-tank rifle, which is great. Gets you 2 6-man squads. And then the rest of them, honestly, I'd just build. You've already got an officer. Do you have an officer in that box? You might not do. You've still got 18 guys left, right? I'd build 2 7-man squads with 4 SMGs in each one and 3 rifles. And then I'd build, which will use 14 up, and then I'd build an officer squad with... Well, actually, you need a couple of officers, don't you? Need a couple of officers. So yeah, I'd build a couple of officers, one for your heavy weapon platoon, one for your... Oh, you need 3 officers because you've got an artillery platoon in there as well, don't you? So build 4 officers with the last guys. Okay? And you're going to build 1 with an SMG. Yeah, this makes sense. You build 1 with an SMG, 2 with pistols, and build 1 with binoculars. And the 1 binoculars could be an artillery observer. And then the idea is that The 2 with pistols are going to be inexperienced, as cheap as possible, just to unlock those other platoons. The artillery observer is just a bit of. You actually don't want him to be an artillery observer. You've got to use him as a spotter for the medium mortar. The guy with binoculars, and then one of them is going to be an actual officer who's going to like lead an assault unit or something, as it were. Because the 2 7-man squads that you've built with 4 SMGs and or 5 SMGs and 2 rifles in each squad, you can always snap a couple of guys out of each one of those squads, chuck them onto the officer, and have like 3 5-man assault squads, with the officer squad being one of them. Does that make sense? So yeah. So anti-tank rifle team, 2 light mortar teams, 2 6-man squads with double LMG, sergeant, and a basic rifleman each one. And then you basically want to build 2 officers with pistols, 1 guy with binoculars who can act as a spotter for the medium mortar, and then you want to build 1 officer with an SMG, and then 2 7-man squads with 5 SMGs. If you can get as many SMGs as you can, but I would say 5 SMGs in each one and 2 rifles in each one. And I think that adds up to the right amount. We'll work it out now. 6 plus 6 plus 6. Well, we'll do it. 6 for the first LMG squad, 6 second LMG squad, 2 for the anti-tank rifle team, 2 for the light mortar team, 2 for the second light mortar team, 3 for the officers, 1 for the guy with the binoculars, 7, 7. Yeah, boom. There you go. Perfect. 36 bang on. There we are. Mad Larkin, the new Tesla rifle is mounted like how the power armor mount the MMG. True, but I'm not a massive fan of it. It's okay. Don't get me wrong. I just think the metal minis do it better than the T2 power armor. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think these guys look great. I think these guys look really good, and I think it absolutely works for these guys. But there's something about the T. It just doesn't work with the T2 power armor. It's because it looks proportional. Whereas, you know, this bozo. I mean, people are looking at that thinking it's a fucking HMG, and apparently it's just an MMG, which is crazy when you think about it. Yeah. I do. The thing is, right? The thing is, it doesn't worry me too much, and I'll tell you why. Let me show you something. These motherfuckers. It doesn't worry me too much. Because we have got these ones for the British. And if I were a betting man, and let me tell you something, I've not been told anything by Warlord, so don't even be thinking I'm hinted. I'll wink when I'm hinted. I'm not hinting. I think 2 things. 1, I think that inevitably when these guys come out in plastic, they're going to get Tesla rifles. Because the British fucking invented the Tesla rifle in K-47. So, I think it would be very unusual if we didn't get Tesla rifles on our power armor. And so firstly, there's that. And number 2 is either I will do when these come in plastic, either I will do a head swap and just stick some fucking American style helmets on each one of these guys. If they come with Tesla rifles in there. Well, actually, this is the second point I was going to make. Look at the way these guys are holding their LMGs. They're not holding them in the underslung variety. They're rocking them in the normal wielding them variety, aren't they? So this brings me on to the point, which is when these guys come to plastic, I think they're going to get Tesla rifles, and I think they're just going to be holding them like rifles. At which point, this gives me an option as a wargamer. Either I can head swap these guys to have American helmets and just run them as the wielded, normal held Tesla rifle guys, or there's probably a very good chance that the kits will be cross-compatible. Because it's going to, you know, when they come out of plastic, there's just going to be like a flat connector bit to the torso, isn't there? So I just take the arms from the British kit and put them onto the American kit if I want to do it that way. Yeah. Yeah, so however it goes down, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried at all. And hey, maybe, I think, you know, I like to think that Warlord has heard a lot of the feedback re the relatively lukewarm feelings on fucking smoothie muck low res power armor guy here. I like to think they might have taken on board some of the feedback because people have been pretty open about not being super hot on this model. So hopefully they will update him. I think the paint scheme is letting this guy down a lot. I will say, I bet when you get him in real life, he'll be absolutely fucking fine. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I bet when you get him in real life, he'll be absolutely fine. It's not even. It's just the classic looking at a miniature very close up with a white background. As though it has so much less detail than the old metal one, it's just smooth armor plating. Yeah. I think the way it's been painted, it feels like it has no depth. It feels flat. It feels very, very flat. Like I said, it really wouldn't surprise me if if it came out and you got your hands on it, it was a lot more detailed than it looked. Yeah. I hope so anyway. But not every model's going to be a banger. But hopefully they'll be all right. But you are correct. I mean, look at the difference, man. It's crazy. Like, there's all these little bit. Like, look at, like, see if we can put them side by side, actually. 1 minute. Yeah, there you go. So, look at this guy's, like, knees. They're all, like, really smooth and everything. And then you look at these guys' knees, and there's, like, big rivets coming out here. The line, see, this line is much, much deeper than this one down here, right? And the knee pad here, much more pronounced than this one. But I think that it's a lot to do with the paint scheme. Like, this has been almost made to look like it's all blending together. Whereas this one is meant to look like hard fucking lines. I don't think the new one has the same level of detail. No, I don't think so. I don't think it does. No, you won't find me. Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at the back. I think the back is the giveaway. I think the back is the giveaway. I think the new one isn't as bad as it looks. I think the paint scheme is making it look worse. But if you look at the back, I think that's the dead giveaway. This guy's got a whole fucking power pack on the back. This guy's just got that was the bit that put me off the model. To be honest, I was like, where's the power pack? Was he storing it in the giant fucking shoulder pads? Yeah, this is a very matte paint scheme. This is a very defined paint scheme. Yeah, power pack and bedroll. Yeah, exactly. Where is that shit, man? Anyway, the funny thing is, if the new ones end up not being better than the old metal ones, I'll just buy a box of two of the old metal ones. What I'd do, right, is I'd buy a box of the old metal ones, take the barrels off, stick Tesla rifles on the end. Job done. Or just paint the barrels and the ammo pack. You know, the ammo drum underneath. Paint that shit plasmatic. Paint the barrel blue. Paint the ammo pack, the drum mag. Copper Tesla rifle guy. Yeah, Tesla rifle guy. Old school and new school agreeing, lol. Yeah, I mean, I think we see eye to eye on most things, to be fair. Dex and Gaming Corner. But yeah, like I'm just not even worried about it slightly, because if Warlord does, if the design doesn't land, it's gonna be like, okay, well, I'm gonna get the old ones and I'm gonna convert them. Roshi, which is the weakest faction in K47 right now? I mean, right now it's the Japanese, but I feel like in 2 days' time, it'll be a different story. So yeah, I thought this is a prototype of what the models will be. So I can tell you that I'm free from the NDA. I can tell you, well, the embargo. I'm not free from the NDA. So in Invasion America, the Japanese go after Area 51. That's where they're attacking, right? And a lot of prototype armor and weapons is pushed into service in the defense of Area 51. And so I think the idea behind this model is that it's not a standardized suit of power armor. It is one of the prototype things that they've been trying out at Area 51. So I hope that Warlord will see the reaction to this, see the reaction the community's had, generally speaking. I'm sure they'll be aware of it, right? And they'll be like, okay, people don't really like this. We'll just keep this as like the prototype design. And then when and then they'll use this as an opportunity to mix, to make improvements when the actual kit comes out. Yeah. So it's a prototype, but it might end up being a standalone thing, or it might be indicative of the new kits that's coming out. We don't know. I think the new US Heavy Infantry prototype T2 guy looks okay, and the smooth look fits the timeline a little because US industry adopted welding more heavily as the war went on. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I still don't think he looks as good as the old ones. Like, compelling points, good arguments made. Still like the old one better. I think can you get head swaps for the old ones? I think you can, can't you? I might get some more of the old ones. Well, I'll wait and see what the new ones look like, but I might get the old ones a bit of a head swap. I mean, I have been kind of meaning to get. Yeah, you do get some really cool looking old ones. So you've got them with the Rocketeer face masks. And then you've got them with the gas masks. I mean, the gas masks do look a little bit like a blow-up sex doll. So I think I'll go for these ones. Yeah. They look cool, don't they? Iron Man Mark 1 armor. Yeah, Iron Man mask. Very true. Yeah, very, very true. Very cool. Aldo's fair, and I have 2 former L heavy infantry blisters and a heavy infantry officer unit on the way. I mean, do I actually have the heavy infantry officer? I don't think I do. I think I actually need to get that at some point. I mean, maybe I should get it now. Just, I'm just kind of. Well, what I was thinking. I mean, I'm on the site. I'm here already. What I was thinking was I kind of wanted to get that dragon. But I want to reach the 50 quid. Fuck it out. I don't know why I've gone so tad. I want to go, I want to reach the 50 quid for the free postage and free sprue. Obviously. So I was thinking of maybe I should get the US armored officer and the dragon. 6 dragons. Add another dice bag. I don't need any more dice bags. I actually genuinely have too many at this point. If Warlord want to send me a bunch of dice bags for free, that's fine. But yeah, I'm not buying any more. Oh, I mean, I do want the full shipping. I don't need it. I don't need it. I've got 8. I have 8 dice bags. I do not need any more. All right. Another squad of Ghost Boys. I don't need any more Ghost Boys because I have... Right now I have 31 and I have another 25 coming. So I don't need any more Ghost Boys. Yeah. I'm going to end up with fucking 3 of the new character. 3 of these motherfuckers. See, Warlord sent me 1 ahead of... See, this is the second time this has happened now. I'm not complaining. Warlord sent me a sprue of the new Ghost Warriors and Slammer Samuels and the Japanese hero early. I was like, oh, excellent, thank you. And then they sent me a second lot. So clearly there's been some snafu in the background, but I'm not complaining. But then I also pre-ordered it. So I'm going to have 3 of the Japanese hero and 3 of the Slammer Samuels. Would it be... I mean, I should check my NDA to see if it's even allowed. Would it be the height of bad manners to sell the free model that Warlord sent me early before anyone else has got their pre-orders? Be like, hey, who wants the new Japanese hero 2 weeks early? I don't know. I don't think anyone cares enough for that. I think everyone who wants Invasion America is going to have their own coming anyway, aren't they? It occurred to me as a bit of a funny idea. Prize support for a tournament? That's actually a good point. It is bad manners. I wouldn't do that. I've had the models for like a month or so. If I was going to do it, I would have done it by now. I'm not going to. But yeah, I think maybe doing it as like an event tournament support giveaway would be kind of cool. Or Morty Bro. Or I could give them. I could give them away. I am going to give these away to some people who I know are conflict curious. And I am going to conflict confirm them. There you are. I'll give them away to some people. And they'll be like, well, you've got a cheeky model now. There you are. There you go. Hopefully that'll be the gateway drug, as it were. Yeah. Channel random giveaway, but don't announce anything. Just randomly send someone the model. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Draw them in with the free models. You despicable, horrible plastic crack dealer. Do it. All right. I don't even right here, MG. Oh man, I don't have any German or British ones to send you there, unfortunately. Yeah. Man is using generosity to spread addiction. I mean, it's the right, to be honest, it is the right thing to do. If they've been given to me and I don't need them, the right thing to do is to pass them on to somebody who could make use of them. Yeah. That is the right thing to do. Quick, everybody post your address for Chancellor Japanese hero. Oh man. Don't do that in chat, please. Don't dox yourself on chat. Let's have a look. Anyway, I think we have come to the natural conclusion of the stream. We've talked about the beef. We've talked about the hype. And we've had a pretty chill stream. It's actually been a really chill stream today. Considering all of the beef, it's actually been do you know what's been interesting about it? Everyone has been on the same page. You know, normally when we and I'm sure some of you guys will, you know, some of the regulars in stream here will corroborate. But you know how normally when we do some beef, it'll always be like flies to shit. There'll always be some, which is kind of taking this out myself. There'll always be some jawbone slugs that turn up and like, it's not that bad. The high elf battle march is actually really good. You just don't understand it. Yeah, you know, that kind of shit. Today, nobody turned up to run defense. Did anyone notice that? Like, literally no one turned up to run defense. Everyone was like, yep, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. So that was, yeah, that was it. That was actually, that just occurred to me. That was kind of, sometimes it's not about what people are saying. It's about what's not being said, which is kind of the big giveaway. But yeah, so, but yeah, true. Nobody really did. Nobody turned up. No one turned up and made the whole, and yeah. Noble switched sides. Noble switched sides. Loads of people were switching sides. Loads of people, yeah. Glenn Lee, not as many crash outs too because people are so used to getting fucked or got another game to sink their teeth into. Yeah. GW Spy fell asleep. I think there's it was indefensible. Yeah. Yeah. It's anyway. We are repeating ourselves at this point, but it was a really good stream today. We talked. It was a great to catch up with everybody. Great bit of beef and also some really good hype as well. Because, like I said, at the on the Tuesday, is it Tuesday? Let me have a look here. Wednesday stream. That is when we get to talk about the new Invasion America stuff. I think it's going to be very exciting. I do need to check something, by the way, because the embargo said the 20th at midnight. So the big question is, does that mean... Because the moment it hits midnight, that is... So if I'm streaming on Wednesday, which is the 19th, and at 23:59 or 11:59, that's the 19th, isn't it? But the moment it goes over to 00:00, that's the 20th, isn't it? So that would be the 20th at midnight. And that would be a Wednesday stream starting on Thursday. So that would be like Warlord Wednesday, a natural time to do it. So I think I'm right. I think I've understood that correctly. So I think I think on the Wednesday stream, when it ticks over to Thursday, we're all in. We are all fucking in. Yeah. God. Before we wrap up, right. Before we wrap up, can we all just one last time? Can we all just have a little guffaw over the price list? Oh wait, shit! This is the guard price list. I didn't even cover this. Oh, shit, man! I didn't even see this. Someone posted the price list going up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Lehman Ross, Hydra, Centaur, Chimera. Jesus. It's relentless. Everything's up. It's not too bad for the guard. It seems like everything's gone up like... I think the most anything went up was 10. Yeah. Hey, is that a new battle force? Was that the old? Wait, is our battle? Wait. Is our battle force still for sale right now? I thought that was a FOMO box. Guys. Shit me. 1 minute. Guys. How long has this fucking FOMO box been available? Like, okay, 1 minute. This could be beef at the 11th hour. This could be beef at the 11th hour. How long has this FOMO box been available for? I swear to God, this thing was like weeks ago. Weeks and weeks ago. When did it actually come out? What? Is it just the guard one? Is guard being shit causing it? Or is it all of them? What was it called? Battle Force. 1 minute. Oh, shit, son. Shit, man. There's like a few of them that haven't sold out. It was just after Armageddon. Yeah, I think so. Can we find this on Warcom? When was the article? 1 minute. Battle Forces. June. Pre-order now. Pre-order now. And this was when? June 26th? So yeah, Siriade was right. It was released on with 11th edition. Yeah, I think that's what you were saying anyway. So wait, how many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. And how many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. Wait, this when was this one fucking out? The AdMech one's just like lurking around. How long's the AdMech one been lurking around here for? Is the AdMech one from like before this pre-order? Or was it from after? That's crazy. So yeah, it was released on the 11th of July, 2026, according to Google. So, okay, so we're talking a 4 month then, Siriade, yeah? Fair. Over, well, month, 5 weeks. So pre-order went up on the 26th, according to this, 27th. So pre-order and then release would have been 2 weeks later. Yeah. The timeline lines up. Shit, man. This might actually be beef. This might be beef of the 11th hour. Do we power hour this or do we save this for tomorrow? Or have we had too much beef? Have we had too much? that I've never seen a G. I want to find out when this motherfucker went up. That's what I want to find out. What's that one called? Is that also called a battle force? Eye of Terror Battalion? What the fuck? When was that? Holy dog shit. Holy dog shit. That's from fucking April. This motherfucker has been unavailable while stocks last since fucking April. That's like 4 months. 4 months. And they ain't shifted it. They ain't the FOMO ain't FOMOing, boys. The FOMO ain't FOMOing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The FOMOing ain't working. Baby. This is the real beef. This is the real beef. This is it. Oh my! I think we got Do you want? I think we got to do this now, boys. I think we got to. Well, let me just check something. The problem is the contents. Siriade, I understand what you're saying. But AdMech is AdMech at the end of the day. It's so fucking expensive. Anytime you can get a discount's a good idea, right? Yeah. Let me have a look here. I can do it tonight. I was... That's cute. Mrs. Mordian sent me a picture of me and the cat on the sofa. Right, but everyone who's owned AdMech for over a year has one of those 3 models at max capacity, so there's no deal in the box. Yeah, but isn't that beef in its own way? GW putting a bad box together? Right? I think it's definitely noteworthy. Bro, Siriade, it's noteworthy. Like, when was the last time you ever heard of a goddamn GW FOMO box still being on the website 4 months later? They must have so many of these things. There was just so many of these fucking things. It's mad. I mean, how much of these things? How much are they individually? Right, that's the question, right? Does it say only available while stocks last? Well, I guess they've been lasting a little while, haven't they? So what's that? It's a June rider, right? It can build both. June rider. So 5250. Let me add this up actually. And then you've got June Crawler, which is 5250. It's right there. So you're getting the Dragoon for free, right? It's a 40 quid fucking saving, bro. It's a 40 quid fucking saving. Like, pretty good fucking saving. That's a pretty good fucking saving. You know, you'd buy that shit. Bro, it's not even been scalped, man. Yeah. Motherfucker's not even been scalped, bro. So I know what you're saying. So yeah, the beef is the boxes are becoming shit. Yeah, well, we can wrap that. We can talk about that. Yeah. No. So Serie 8, I totally agree with you. I think we are agreeing, but we're on different paths. But the end result is we agree. Like, I'm saying it's a big deal, it's not been FOMO'd, and you're saying it's because the box is shit. And I'm like, yes. You see you see what I mean? So yeah, and so there's 2 points being made here. The FOMO ain't FOMOing, and the boxes are getting worse. Yeah. You can almost get an orc truck with that saving. Not quite. Not quite, though. Not anymore. Used to be enough. Not anymore. Have they got rid of the old truck on the website yet? I think they have, haven't they? Ah, those bastards. I wonder if Element Games have still got it. I can't fucking see it, but the search function's a bag of shit. 1 minute. Orcs. I don't think they're fucking... I don't think they're selling it anymore. Man, they pulled that thing quickly. Jesus. How much was it before it went off? Orc truck for sale. $63, yeah, like $50 US. Yeah, it's just not. How much was the orc truck in pounds? Whoops. £36. RRP. Okay. So previously, before the new truck came out, you could have bought an orc truck with the savings. Not anymore. Yeah. Old trucks are up in the local shops. Yeah. Now, here's the question. Here's the real question, boys. Okay. Oh, but I need a better pitch than that. Fuck's sake. That'll do. No, it won't. Shit. Bag of shit. Shit, mate. It's fucking shit. There we go. Question. Which would you rather have? In fact, 1 minute.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping
Okay,
the
1
streets
second.
safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Right. So, Back in the day, this Orc truck, this is an Orc truck. It's a beautiful machine. It's literally a flatbed. There is one bit missing. There is meant to be a second boy with a big shooter that looked like a Bren gun. Sat next to him. But you get the point. This model was sold for £9.99 in 1999. Adjusted for today's price, that would come to £22.50. Okay? So the question is, what would you rather have? The new Orc truck for £52 or the old one for £22.50? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Which would you rather have? There you go. Old truck, hands down. Hey, it's 'cause he lives, man. Yeah. I take the old one. I think I have one kicking around in my box, actually, now I think about it. That's why I buy used at automobiles to reuse. Turned firstborn bikers to the cavalry for pennies. Amazing. I don't even like the new truck's overall design. It's not ramshackle enough for Orcs. I really, really like the new truck. That's okay. Yeah, it's not a serious question. I think a lot of people will say the old truck just because they're pissed off at the price of the new truck, and that's also okay as well. The new truck looks good. Yeah, but the thing is, like, how much is the new truck worth to you? Right? Right? I guess the more serious question is, this. The new truck is 52 quid. The old truck was 36. That's a £16 increase. I guess the big question is, which would you rather have? The new truck for £52 or the old truck for 36? That's the real question, isn't it? That's like the actual, real, serious question. That's the real question, isn't it? Is the new one worth a 41% price increase? Is the new one 41% better than the old one? Look at that truck. That's worth 80 quid. This one's worth 80 quid. Yeah. It's what we're talking about. Graphical fidelity. Is the new one graphically worth 41% more? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Personally. Yeah. Anyway, it's a bit late now. So we probably can't do any... we can't do the FOMO tonight. The FOMO beef tonight. But maybe we should do it tomorrow. Yeah. Gives us a good topic for tomorrow, doesn't it? There you are. The beef that keeps on beefing. Last Draken, thank you for super chat. Beef at my 1.5k narrative event in stream discussion. Wait, beef? Beef? Don't give me beef. Don't give me narrative beef. Narrative's the only thing I've got hope left for. Okay. Well, it went somewhat good. Took second at the tournament. Game 1 was versus Eldar. Not sure which attachment. Priority asset. 60 to 52. Twist was the battle line twist card. My opponent was Gary, the owner of the shop, which I was happy as it's completed my bingo card of playing against the store's employees who play the game. This was also his first game of 11th, so I toned it down a bit and walked him through the changes, showed how fast rolling was, position, deep strike, etc. He thanked me and we had a good time. That's good. Game 2 versus Raven Guard, Shadow Librarius, Recon. Twist was Nightfall, Victory, 97-72. Opponent was James, won best score overall. Nightfall helped as it kept his units close for counter charges on the crackback. Trailed behind first few rounds, but jumped back to 20. Jumped back with back-to-back 20-plus point turns. So sneaky charges and using battle shock triggers correctly. Overall, good game. He was hesitant of 30 Terminators, but made good plays that I was slow and chopped over half of them by doing what Raven Guard does best, guerrilla fighting. That's also good. 2 good games. Game 3, Knights. Loss 46 to 8. Wait. Now, BeefCon 4. Prepare yourself. Okay, I'm ready. Game 3, Knights. Loss 46 to 88. It was against the Cook from the last 2 events. Established deployment and drop terrain. He goes, okay, so all terrain is 4 inches or less so I can see through it. No, it's all mostly line of sight blocking. If I'm over here, 5 train pieces away, and you're here, you're knight, you can't shoot me. Yes, I can, I'm towering. Which gives you plunging fire. T.O., Alex, who's fighting foot from us, adds, he's correct, Steve. I don't look away and gesture to Alex. He wasn't happy. Then argument over towering began. T.O. involved siding with me again. Mind you, pieces have not been put down yet. Then the last 2 argument begins when I put Arjak. Toe on, you're in. If the whole unit is, you've got cover. Alex sided with me again. That's bullshit. In auditions, we're not in auditions, Steve. We're in 11th, and those are the rules. Goes to the bathroom, pissy. I'm reveling at this moment and not caring if I'm going to lose. He comes back to 1 and tries to fire. Alex states, he's hidden, Steve. So his whole army has fucking blown up, basically. After that point, arguments stop, and we have an actual friendly game. Alec looks at me like, dude, you really had to deal with this? I do my best. Sorry, I got distracted from that. Look, after that point, I do my best and annoy Steve with the resilience of Sons of Rust being T6 with -1 to ruin of his weapons. I put 1 baby knights, but 3 big knights just too much. After that, I took second with douchebag taking first. Guy thanks me for going slow with him, and I told him if he ever wants TTS games for more teaching, I'm down. Gave me his Discord, but overall fun experience. Alex told me from there on, if I'm against Steve again, which most likely will happen as I'm getting better with the Wolves, he'll put me on the table next to him to monitor. But if it happens again, I'm probably going to go to Gary about it for either a warning or possible ban or something. I just fear he might be friends with him. Well, if he's friends with him, then it's not a store you want to go to, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame you didn't beat him. But I guess 3 knights. I guess you didn't have the anti-tank to beat 3 knights, right? Yeah. The guy's such a tool bag. I'm just looking at it, Latrake. I'm just looking over it again. So which one's Alex? This is where I was confused. I thought Gary was... Oh, Gary was the store owner. But Alex was the tournament organizer. T.O. Alex. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, fair. I love that. That's bullshit. In auditions. Well, not in auditions, Steve. God, I knew a Steve who was like that as well. Maybe it's the same fucking guy, but probably not because he's in America. unless he's fucking emigrated. Oh man, pass the blaster, give it everything. Are we going to skip the meta beef this week? No, we never. I mean, actually, I don't know, guys. I might be getting beefed out a little bit. I might be getting a little beefed out. I don't know. There's just so much of it. There's just so much of it. Like, every day, there's some other shit. I just want to be happy. I just want to be happy. Why can't they just stop fucking up for 1 minute? Oh, yeah. I swear, with my patience, I should get sainthood. The good part was teaching them just when they needed help. Yeah, that's always the best bit, isn't it? Yeah. Well done on... Sorry, I kind of got distracted by the beef. Well done on coming second. Well done on not throttling the guy. And well done on being a good sport and, you know, introducing someone into the game the right way. Very much so. Very much so. All right. Gino is pumping out so much beef. It's Tyson's Farm subsidiary. Commander HHL. The beef will continue until morale improves. The fact that we've got 2 more bits of beef to cover and it's Monday. It vexes me. I'm terribly vexed. I'm terribly vexed. I never wanted this. I never wanted to become a beef channel. Oh. What a week. It's Monday. Oh.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Yeah.
there's only one man.
Last Dragon, thank you, Super Chat. New Calgar in Beefinator armor coming soon. Oh. God, it's not even funny. Like, it's funny. Just not, just... There's gonna... I mean, the thing is, it's gonna happen. There's gonna be a new Space Marine model. Like... here's the tower release with the Space Marine participation model. Oh, God. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. The thing is... I'm sorry, I've gone very tired at the end. I just worry that we'll all get a bit beefed out. Do you know what I mean? Maybe I'm just a bit hungry and a bit tired. But it's, I worry that if I'm getting beefed out, you guys are going to get beefed out. But do we have an insatiable desire for the beef? Or do we need... This is a genuine question. Do we need a beef holiday at some point? Or do we just want to keep beefing? That's the question. Because I'll keep going. Not tonight. Tomorrow, I mean. And generally speaking. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired. I'm tired. We need a seed-free break. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll be getting hype on Wednesday, won't we? Brother, pass me the beef. Yeah, sorry, I will do. Keep beefing. I'm enjoying watching the sinking ship. I don't want it to sink. I want them to fix it and stop drilling holes in the bottom of the boat. Yeah. Come with the beef tomorrow and don't give it any more till next week. See, this is the thing though, right? I'll say that. I'll be like, no more beef. And then the most juicy, beefiest thing will come out and I'll be like, I'm going to have to break that promise. Yeah. We need a Jet 2 holiday. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, we'll sleep on it, boys. We'll sleep on it. Yeah. We'll sleep on it. We'll sleep on it. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. Okay? There you go. It's just, like, I'm looking at the video schedule now. It's just all fucking beef. And I'm like, Jesus, man. I want to talk about fucking guard tactics. Yeah. It's like the first 4 days, the first 2 days of this week, today and tomorrow. Salt overload. And then it gets okay. The rest of the week. No, it doesn't. This week is just going to be a beefy one. I think this week's just going to be a beefy one, boys. We're just going to have to deal with it. All right. All right. I'm going, though. I'm going. All right. Yeah, this week's lunch menu is going to be beef, but it's fine. Yeah. Paul Thomas, we've actually got another K47 game planned for this week. So it'll be recorded this week and it'll be out not this weekend, but next weekend. Yeah. We'll have a heart attack at the end of the week. We might do Patrick H90. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, right, I'm going. I'm going to make a note, though, before I go, to maybe cover some beef tomorrow. There you are. Ugh. What a week. Is it Friday yet? All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Ladies, gentlemen, small for a creature from Alpha Centauri. I want to say a huge thank you to every single one of you. Thank you to all of you for joining. Thank you to all of you for liking and subscribing. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty tonight, coming in with all the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and all of that good shit. But I am going to have to go now because I am quite tired. Probably should have gone an hour ago, but there you go. Tomorrow's stream, another Just Chatting stream. Wednesday stream, painting stream. For sure. For sure. And then, well, who knows? No. Oh, wait, I might need to do a painting stream tomorrow. I do. I do. I need to do the painting stream tomorrow. So maybe no beef tomorrow. I might have to do pre-recorded beef. Because I need to get this model painted in time for Thursday. I need to. So, unless I can get it painted during the week. I could get it painted during the week. I'll probably paint... You know what? That's my job for tomorrow. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.